Maybe you need to donate some frickin' money. Donate. Maybe you need to donate some frickin' money. Maybe you need to donate some frickin' money. Donate. Maybe you need to donate some frickin' money. Donate some frickin' money.
If you can't walk straight, look him in the face, tell the motherfucker. If they hate your crew, cause y'all act like you're from a zoo. Word around town that we never turn down, we don't follow rules. Yo, I just really can't seem to get enough. Fuck with me.
Hey, last night drank a waterfall. If you think of playing, you can check the Tylenol. Mile high with the pilot fall. Got the G4 all coated in armor raw. And I'm smoking like you thought I was a ventilator. Hello hater, got a generator to my elevator. Steer clear, cause in a couple seconds I've been swimming in beer. Get some women in here. Order up another round and give me a mirror. In the pocket pussy, am I fucking making it clear? Here, I'm end of the year. Looking at my pants like it's a banana in here. Butt up, looking for some cut up. Make it easy, best believe I'll run up. Listen, 100. Listen, yeah, shut up. I don't give a fuck. So what? I might be drunk. So what? Can't get enough. So what? I don't give a fuck. So what? I might be drunk. So what? You can lick my nuts. Itty bitty titty committee is fine as long as the itty bitty titty got it behind. Swerving, I think I need a lane or two. Run a train or two, better stay in the mood. Drinking whiskey, what I came to do. So famous, I came with the kangaroo in a painted suit, and I get on the Cialis. I ain't leaving this party until my niggas callous. Can't help it that I'm cocky. Macklemore told me I'm a cold ass honky. Got balls like bocce, time so hockey, play it as a hobby. Pass the pot, I'm an astronaut with the massive cock. Spending all my time in your dad's garage, just jacking off. While you throwing away pictures of Asteroth. What? That's a boy with them pretty gold locks. Are you sure? I don't really care, man. I'll take about 4. Drop it to the ground, you can take it down, Lord. Pretty women that I can't ignore. I prefer 3 or 4. I just really can't seem to get enough. Enough. Yeah. So what? If you can't walk straight, look him in the face. Tell them motherfuckers. So what? If they hate your crew, cause y'all act like you're from a zoo. So what? Word around town that we never turn down. We don't follow rules. So what? I just really can't seem to get enough. So what? I don't give a fuck. So what? I might be drunk. So what? Can't get enough. So what? I don't give a fuck. So what? I might be drunk. So what? You can lick my nuts. Come on, let's get it in. Bitch, can I kick it? Yes, you can. Come on, let's get it in. Bitch, can I kick it? Yes, you can. Come on, let's get it in. Bitch, can I kick it? Yes, you can. Come on, let's get it in. Bitch, can I kick it? Yes, you can. Yeah. Hey, you can trust in me. I will never let you down. Have I ever let you down? I'm probably the most trustworthy MC in the game right now. Remember that. Got your back, player.
Yeah, what just happened?
Maybe you need to donate some frickin' money. Donate. Maybe you need to donate some frickin' money. Maybe you need to donate some frickin' money. Donate. Maybe you need to donate some frickin' money. Donate some frickin' money.
I got it. Don't worry. Mic check. Now how's the mic check? Shit. Thank you, Mike Ball, for being the first donor and for being susceptible to hypnosis.
Game's over, losers. I have all the money. Compare your lives to mine and then kill yourselves.
That is my way of saying thank you for being here and thank you for watching. Snow, Imperious, Lady Flo, God is Real. I just on was that on Flow? No, that's on this channel on the Powdered Dusty. Just released a new short today featuring God is Real. Naomi, I'm a commie. Chuck in Tennessee. Did I say Toe for Life already? Smoking Auditor. Let's see. I'm not going to go all the way up, but thank you everybody for being here. There's Nightish. Nightish sent in my first last night when I joined Sarah's panel after the debate between Zach Hubbard and Andrew Wilson. I did a restream, and just because I'm sort of a slut like that, I said, send in a dono with a comment, and whatever it is, I'll blurt it out. And Nidus was the first one in. He wanted me to say that gamers are gay, which I did, and actually, to my surprise, nobody really responded to it. But that's all right. So, anyways, thanks everyone for being here. Please hit the like if you haven't. So, last night, where the fuck's my ashtray? I just had to launch that ash into the trash can. I made it. All right. So last night I mentioned several times overload induction hypnosis, but I didn't really get into it a lot because, well, I don't know. There's a lot of people talking a lot of shit going on. So I want to get into it a little bit more here. And sort of share that with you, because this is what I believe Zach is doing. I don't know if Zach believes himself. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and assume that he does. But whether or not he knows what he's doing, I do believe that this is actually what's happening to his audiences. Overload induction hypnosis is, here, I'm going to read this to you from Best Hypnosis Scripts. The overload induction script is designed for anxious clients and hard to hypnotize people. It works by focusing their attention on what they see or hear or physically feel. You can force them to attend to too many different things at the same time. This overloads their minds. The overload induction works for any clients, but is especially useful for clients who can't go into a trance normally. For resistant clients, it stops the intrusive thoughts that interfere with trance. Hypervigilant clients are too busy scanning for threats to listen to your hypnotic suggestions. Over-analytical clients are fully involved in testing every line you say for logical inconsistencies. All these types find that the overload induction gives them so many things to keep track of that it actually leads them into a trance. The script shows how to use whatever is happening in the environment. You get the client to focus on each input as it occurs, piling on the sensory inputs and without giving them time to deal with any one sensation before moving on. It works because it overwhelms their internal dialogue. It gives them too many suggestions to keep track of them all. And so their mind just gives up, stops trying, and accepts whatever you say. Use the overload induction script when dealing with analytical and hypervigilant clients. Switch to it immediately if you feel that your client is not responding to your normal induction. Guess I better get some volume on this guy.
You about the confusion hypnosis method. If I were to give
Confusion hypnosis and overload induction are the same thing.
you the suggestion right now, every day I feel more confident than the day before. Lots of people, especially analytical people, would be able to rebel and resist against that suggestion. It's easy to resist or fight against it as you hear it. But if I gave you two sets of suggestions simultaneously like this, I feel more confident anything than that may arise. It would be more difficult to resist because there's two sets of suggestions. Now, how about if I gave you three sets of suggestions simultaneously like this? I feel more confident any decision-making may arise. Now, when you hear those suggestions, you can follow one set of suggestions, but the other two tend to fade away, kind of.
And so even though with somebody like Zach, when he's going through his Gematria things, he's not hitting you with overlapping language simultaneously. He is hitting you with rapid fire with sequential language, numbers, and then history, right? So you've got tangible, you've got chronology, you've got language, you've got numbers or math. And so, you know, the language center of your brain is what is it? The left side is analytical, right side is linguistic. So to jump from linguistic to mathematic mentally is quite the task. And when you just pop at people and jump them back and forth, whiplash, that's too much to keep track of. This is why, if you noticed during the debate last night, Zach Hubbard, and I'll pull up some clips in a minute. Zach Hubbard, anytime he was asked a question, right, Andrew handled it exactly correctly. He would focus on each point, slow down, and let's analyze the accuracy of this statement. Zach never wanted to do that because that is what he wants Andrew to do mentally, but he doesn't want to be slowed down in his delivery. And so every time Zach was asked a specific question, his response would always be to go back into ... He'd go straight back to trying to hypnotize the audience. He wants them to follow each, or he wants them to attempt to follow each claim mentally, but he doesn't want to slow down and show it with them. The Gematria is the tool of hypnosis.
Of like white noise. Then you can follow the second set of suggestions, but the first and third one fade away. It's kind of like if you were in a group of people at a party and they're all having different conversations. You can hear what one's saying if you focus on them, but everybody else kind of fades away. Then you can focus on another couple and hear what they're saying and understand it, but the others fade away. You can't listen to every one of them consciously and understand what all of them are saying. So what happens is while you're listening to one, all the other suggestions go straight to the subconscious mind. So when I was giving you one set of suggestions, the other two sets were being accepted if you were resisting the first one. If you weren't resisting them, you were accepting all three sets of suggestions. So that's the confusion method. You can record some positive affirmations or suggestions for yourself and play them back while you're at work, busy around the house, even relaxing at home, or even while you're sleeping. You may have noticed while I'm speaking right now that there's some suggestions being given in the background while you're learning.
And here's a link to this video, fair use and all that stuff. So the point of hypnosis, not every hypnotic state is one that's all the way like in the cartoons, right? All the way conked out. Damn it. I saw my little internet signal beacon flashing for a second. Not every hypnotic state is all the way out. There are different degrees of them, and people go into them all the time throughout the day. But if you ever notice, like, think about a football game. When you come back from a commercial break at a football game, what happens? There's the graphic, the swirling graphic. Welcome to the NFL, you know, Monday Night Football, and it sort of swirls little icons in. That is a hypnotic visual. These things happen all the time. But if anybody who's sat and listened to Zach for very long will probably recognize the brain numb, right? And this is actually what kind of cued me off to even go looking down this line of thought. Is I recognize that the more I'd listen to Zach, the more I just kind of lull out. The point of hypnosis is to bypass your conscious critical thinking capacity and communicate directly with your subconscious. That's why hypnotherapy works for a lot of people, is because your subconscious, as much as we like to think that we're intelligent and in charge of ourselves and analytical and logical and all that stuff, the lion's share of our thinking and behavior is done subconsciously by our subconscious mind and our subconscious beliefs. So if you can interact with those and bypass the logical, I'm gonna have to get that ashtray over here, and bypass the critical thinking center, then you can communicate directly with someone's subconscious. And your subconscious mind doesn't filter things for true or false the way that your conscious mind does. So if you hypnotize somebody and then say, join my Patreon, they're going to probably go join your Patreon. Now let me pull up a demonstration of the confusion or overload induction method in action. We can watch it happening. And most of the time it is a physical in-person thing, but it doesn't need to be. But this example is a physical one.
Okay, so Simon and myself are going to do a demonstration of a rapid, actually shock induction today called confusion technique. Okay, so this is the confusion induction. I'm going to go through it with Simon. I'm going to show you what. Yeah, any health issues stand and he's ready, and that's the safety and reassurance as well. So what I want you to do, Simon, okay, I want you to focus on my finger. Yeah. In a moment, I'm going to ask you to follow my finger with your eyes. If you can try and keep your head still, just follow with your eyes, okay? Yeah. And I want you to take my hand as well. Okay, so just follow my finger. That's right, keep focusing on the finger. Focus on that finger. Focus on that finger.
The confusion is because he's got the finger, he's focusing on the finger mentally, but he's got his hand going physically. So that's two different directions.
Focus on that finger. Sleep. Okay. And your body will just keep you in a perfectly upright, safe position then as you go deeper and deeper and deeper in wonderful state of hypnosis. That sleep can just fill you now from the top of your head to the very tips of your toes. And your breath can even, every sound of my voice, every touch, every movement, you can go deeper and deeper and deeper into a wonderful state of hypnosis, 10 times deeper, 20 times deeper. And you can lazily drift and drift lazily down into a wonderful deep state of hypnosis. And I'm going to let go of you in a moment, and you'll stand there perfectly still, perfectly supported, perfectly safe all the time. And just standing there and feeling yourself stood there and feeling the floor beneath your feet will go deeper and deeper and deeper into a wonderful state of wonderful focus. Notice Simon quickly stood there with his eyes wide open. It doesn't matter. It's a state of focus. In that particular induction, the mechanics of that induction are you're doing two opposite things. Following the finger, following your hand. That's confusing. And then the jolt on his hand, that's the shock. And that's the thing that kind of, with the sleep, is that shock induction. You notice my jolt wasn't very big. I didn't kind of yank his arm. That's because you don't need to. It just needs to be a gentle shock, and it's safer just to make it a gentle shock. I then had my hands out straight away because sometimes people will move like this when they go into that induction, when they first go into hypnosis. Just need to make sure they're safe. It's always a good idea to make sure there's nothing around that can hurt or harm them if they do fall. And maybe with this.
All right, so we're not practitioners. We're not actually going to be hypnotizing anybody, so we don't need to know the safety things. So with Zach, what could be the jolt? Go to my Patreon. 42, the Queen of England, event 201, coming to the pattern, coming to the pattern, coming to the pattern. You want to make money at sports? Come to my Patreon. It's a shift in topics. It also hits you in the greed spot, right? It appeals to people's greed. Everybody wants money. Everybody wants easy money. Nobody doesn't want that. Here's your shock out of this pattern, out of this hypnotic pattern of trivial facts, right? And then boom, self-interest. But if you can't go quickly, if you've got an opponent like Andrew who keeps slowing you down and addressing each point independently, you're never going to get somebody hypnotized. Although, if I were to guess, I would think that Andrew would probably be the right audience for confusion induction hypnosis. He's obviously analytical. He seems like he's probably hypervigilant as well. So if Zach was able to get loose and run with it, I think that he would have a good chance of inducing somebody with Andrew's mindset if they were unaware, right? Obviously, Zach made a huge misstep by taking this debate at all. He should have known better. He should have been able to suss out that Andrew's not gonna go for this. Hold on, let me pull that up.
Could be right about this. Demonstrate this for you. 16 U.S. election. Wrong again. Trump assassination. 16 U.S. election. Demonstrate this for you. Do you have
Kennedy?
Oh, hang on.
Now it equates to 660. A point about.
Yeah, so why is it that we should put value on this one word? Like, for instance, why would it need to say shun? Why couldn't it just say een? Why couldn't it be ine instead of tion? Why not? Why does that not equal 666? It sounds like selection bias, right?
Well, again, we can get into the ciphers.
And there are, I don't know how many ciphers there are entirely. On the was it Gematrix or Gematrinator? One of those websites, one of the main ones, has 31 cipher options available to choose from. Zach and the Gematria crew claim that they really use basically 4, but they'd certainly pull in other ones when they needed to. They also like to focus on sports, which, of course, for obvious reasons, sports has more numbers available to them. You've got games constantly. Every game has a different date. You've got players. Every player has a number on their jersey. You've got all sorts of sports to choose from. You got scores in the game. You got points scored by each player. You got, the number of numbers that can be extracted from sports in its entirety, when combined with 31 ciphers, is damn near endless. But he doesn't stick to just ciphers and gematria. He's not just decoding numbers. He also adds in phonetics. I know in last night's debate he tried to say the Bible is a book of numbers. One of the books is the book of numbers, and even Matthew contains the word math. Well, that's nothing more than a phonetic overlap. Matthew and math aren't even spelled the same, much less do they have any same meaning. So the ways that you can construct a gematria landscape, in hindsight especially, are almost endless. I put it back on the shelf. I do have Zach's book. And his book is a lot like his speaking. It just sort of da 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 da, and then 42, and then 34, and then 48 presidents. It just kind of prattles through for a whole book's length. It never explains why we have the meaning that we can derive from numbers. It never explains how we know the Jesuits are behind it. It just points out not even patterns. I wouldn't even call them patterns, because there's very little consistency to even the string of connections. You've got dates, you've got times, you've got names, phonetics, numbers, all different ciphers. He just makes connections. Do. And so I believe, I don't know for sure. I can't know for sure, but I'm almost certain when he's interacting with people, when he's speaking on his channel or debating, however, he's looking at something, either on his desktop or beside him, and he's just reading the script. He's reading the induction script. He doesn't have time to slow down and answer questions. If you've seen him on Chaotic Truth or whatever, frequently he'll ignore questions entirely. I had to slide my gain all the way up last night at one point and go, Zach, you know, because he just wants to ignore that shit and keep rambling and get you into the hypnotic state.
And the other variations of the word vaccine and where this all ties together. But
God, I can't stand him for that shit. None of this is medical advice.
To make a point about 666 and also the date that the simulation happened in light of the Christian lens, again, for anyone who wants to look this up, Clade X was the first simulation of 2 simulations about the C-19 pandemic. And again, the first simulation was May 15th, 2018, exactly 666 days before the pandemic was declared on March 11th, 2020. Now, the thing about May 15th is the majority of the world writes that date 15/5 like 155. If you just take the most simple cipher, the alphabetic order, and you spell out the actual name of the virus, C-O-R-O-N-A, virus. Spell that word out, it equates to 155.
I also suspect that a couple things about this, because this motherfucker's been on YouTube much longer than I have. He knows what you can and can't do. I think that he drops landmines places on purpose. I think that the reason he's had 20-some accounts deleted is intentional. If you are in this game and you're shilling people or scamming people, I shill, he scams, and you're scamming people, you don't want them to have access to all of your past failures. So what do? Start a new channel. I don't know if he's bought subs, but all his channels are very big. Start a new channel. Buy some subs to stack it, start it off, make it look good, and then you keep doing this, and then they blow up behind you, and you move on to another one, and then you say, well, look, they keep censoring me because I'm obviously so right. It just adds to the delusion or the illusion, while also obfuscating past failures. I think it's okay. Yeah, I said at the beginning that I was going to give him the benefit of the doubt. That was a mistake. I don't give him the benefit of the doubt. I think that he's intentionally being deceptive.
The same simple cipher, Christianity, equates to 155. Now in Sumerian Gematria, where you multiply times 6, they both equate to 930. And Andrew, why would 930 be interesting in light of Christianity?
I don't know how much it costs to buy subs, but I'm not under the impression it's very expensive.
Well, hang on. Before we get into that.
Oh, hold on. No, let me finish my point if you don't know the answer.
Well, you just asked me a question.
Right. I'd like you to answer the question.
I have no idea. Why would 930 be relevant
Because
in Christianity?
in Protestant Bibles, the Christian section begins with Matthew 1:1, which is the 930th chapter of the Bible.
Okay.
The 930th chapter is where the Christian section begins.
Mm-hmm.
And again, what is the first book of the Bible called?
Our Occult is the best in the world. At the end of the week, you will be an
Genesis.
Well, that's true in the Old Testament. Excuse me. What's the first book of the New Testament called?
What's it called?
Matthew.
Okay.
Matthew. But you hear the word math in it. And how does Matthew begin?
How does it begin?
It begins with the 42 generations to Jesus, correct?
Well, let's take a look and see if that's how Matthew begins.
Well, I thought you would know as a Christian. Matthew does begin with the first
see there?
42
Oh, hang on.
generations.
No. We can't slow down. Don't want you to slow down. Let's throw a jab in here. How do you not know that you're a Christian?
Let's pull. Hang on. Let's pull it up. So you have to be very specific here, right?
And
So I just want to make sure. That what you're saying to me is actually true. So just hang tight. We'll pull it
While
up.
he's looking that up, also, I let him get away with his little cheap shot about things we've gotten wrong. You guys should look into the resume of the things we've gotten right. It's unprecedented and it's undeniable. And we can come back to what he brought up in the beginning because it also wasn't quite accurate what he said.
How the fuck do we look into that record, Zach? You keep getting all your channels deleted.
But if you're going to try and discredit my work based on a few things we got wrong in the early days of the research, you should take
Now, hang on. I just want to make sure.
Track record over the last 11 years.
The book of So let's go back. The book of Matthew, right, starts with the words, "This is genealogy of Jesus, Messiah, son of David, son of Abraham." Why is that relevant to this?
I'm making the point about why the New Testament begins with the 42 generations to Jesus. Again, the Bible is a book of numbers.
Okay.
And Matthew, you hear it in the name, the word math.
Uh-huh.
So For your audience who's not familiar with
Wait a minute. The word math is in the word Matthew, and you think that has relevance?
well, I'm going to make a point how it clearly does.
Okay, go ahead.
Again, the 4 base ciphers of the English language. I learned this from Manly P. Hall's The Secret Teachings of All Ages, published in 1926.
Yeah, Manly C. Hall, the occultist, right?
P.
Hall, sorry, the occultist.
He wrote a lot about the occult.
He was an occultist, yeah.
Sure.
And a demon summoner.
Over by the occult.
Yeah, I'm just no, he was an occultist himself.
That's also true, but I think he was trying to shed light on the fact that the occult is what controls the nation.
Can I ask?
Okay. So anyways,
and yeah, Manly P. Hall did. I'm sure he was an occultist. I don't know about a demon summoner. That is what I expect Christian to say. Assange Christian, but I don't remember what the point was. I stopped this for. Oh, probably just to point out that like I got Zach's book. I got the books that he's referencing to give himself clout. I'm familiar with this shit. Many times throughout the night, Zach and his little hypnotized nitwits tried to say, "You just don't understand. You don't know what you're talking about." Motherfucker, I know exactly what you're talking about. Exactly.
So,
like, it's not the word math, right? It's MATTH.
Right.
Right.
But
Would you acknowledge that?
Would you disagree that the pronunciation has the word math in it?
sure. So it has
Okay.
math in it. Go ahead.
I'm going to make the point. So the 4 base ciphers of the English language are the alphabetic order. A is 1 up to Z is 26. The reverse alphabetic order, Z is 1 back to A is 26. And both orders with numerology applied. So there's 4 base ciphers. So if you have a word value, you'll get 4 numerical values. And these systems are related. And it does seem that there's something to all 4 values. For example, Barack Hussein Obama, if you take the value of his name in all 4 ciphers and add the 4 together, the 4 values equate to 666. It's interesting because the day he was called president-elect, the pick 3 in Chicago, their little lottery, the pick 3 that day was 666. And his birthday is the 216th day of the year, where 6 times 6 times.
Rocky, I am explaining it right fucking now. That's what this stream is me explaining that you're being hypnotized. These numbers don't have correlation. There's nothing here. It's just a tool to get you confused so that you fall into a hypnotic state so that you're easy to grift. You're easy to scam. Hey, hypnotize people. Go to my Patreon. What do you mean explain it then? That's what I'm fucking doing. Bex has a word tree. Smith. Yes, Smith. 1000%.
6 is 216. But coming back to the Matthew part, the word math with the alphabetic order is 42. With the reverse alphabetic order, the word math is 66. Protestant Bibles end with the 66th book. The word New Testament, or the words New Testament, with the alphabetic order in numerology, New Testament is 42. With the reverse alphabetic order in numerology, New Testament is 66. The word new also has the 42 connection. We can come back to the 42, but the point I'm making is, and just for the record, Matthew equates to 27, like there's 27 books in the New Testament.
Yeah, but how come we don't? Yeah, so how come you're using for this 66 books instead of 27 books?
Well, there's 66 books in the whole Bible. There's
26. There's 27 books in the New Testament.
Correct. Matthew.
So how come we side with 66 over 27?
Well, I'm just looking at the complete Protestant Bible.
Yeah, but why?
Because that's the way the book is.
Yeah, but why are you looking at that is my question. So again, it sounds to me like you're tying unrelated facts together for no particularly good reason. What is the relevancy of the Bible itself having, the Protestant Bible having 66 books? How is that actually relevant? Why shouldn't we instead say, no, the Protestant Bible has 27 books, and then the Old Testament has X amount of books, and then we just decipher it that way rather than using 66?
It is one complete text. I mean, it's hard to get a Bible that's just the New Testament. I have a King James version right here.
Yeah, it's not hard to get a Bible that's just the New Testament. That's not true. One.
Just
and two,
for the record about what I'm saying, again, the King James Bible.
Why do we go? Please answer my question. This is my question. I'm going to repeat it for you. Why is it that when you put the cipher together, you don't go with the 27 books of the New Testament instead of going with the 66 books total? Why instead go with the 66? How did you come to the realization you should go with 66 instead of 27?
If you can give me a minute here to answer your question and put it together, I just want you to see how it's all connected. So I'm sure you're aware of the star athlete who's known as King James, correct? LeBron.
That's another good method he does. He's asked a question specifically. He's like, okay, I'm going to explain it. I'll explain that right now. And he starts into another one of his fucking patterns. Here's the explanation. Pay attention to this. Pay attention to this, right? The pendulum. Do. I would be very interested to see how much if his Patreon grew last night. I'm sure it grew some just from exposure, but even though Zach looked like a dumb fuck during the debate to most people, I think the idea that he's trying to hypnotize people and he wants access to a bigger audience to hypnotize, he might not even give a fuck about debate about what Andrew thinks or Sarah thinks or I think. We're not his target audience. He might just give a fuck about the portion of the Crucible crew that is hypnotizable to this. It is possible. I don't know. Although I'm gonna take a guess because by the time I jumped off, not even last night, this morning, Zach was still on there, and he just didn't. He had sort of checked out. Like he just didn't. He looked a little ragged.
LeBron James played for the Cavaliers. Cavaliers in history named after King Charles, who was the son of King James. LeBron, when he won his first NBA Finals.
I've never heard anybody call LeBron James King James, dude. Ever.
That's his nickname, King James. He won the only final for the Cavs on the real King James' birthday, June 9th.
So I don't watch sports. You could be right about this, that his nickname is King James, right? You could be, and I could just not. Hang on. It's really important that we go through this an item at a time, because you do like to do this thing, sir, and you can't say I haven't given you plenty of speaking time. But I actually really do need you to concisely tie these points together for the purpose of the debate, or we can't get anywhere.
I'm going to.
Do it concisely, please. Go ahead.
I'm going to, because what people need to understand about my work is I'm showing how these people use the Bible as a playbook in ritualism, from the news, like a scandemic, to your rigged sports leagues, to a 9/11, for example, where the Tower of Babel story ends in Genesis 11:9.
Just please answer the question. That's all I'm looking for. Just looking for the answer to the question.
King James was born in 1566, okay?
Okay.
LeBron equals 66. LeBron James also equals 66. The first time LeBron won a finals, they just happened to shorten that season to 66 games. Just so happened to be that way. The first time that King James wins the finals. And of course, they do call him King James. I'm sorry you don't know that. His first ever NBA game was against the Kings.
Yeah, but they also call him the Akron Hammer and the L Train. Why don't you go with those?
All of these things do apply. I can come back to that. He was born in Akron along with.
How does the L Train translate over to being tied into King James, though?
Just let me finish this point about 66 and 27.
Mm-hmm.
When he won the finals for the Cavs on the real King James's birthday, June 19th, 2016, that was LeBron's it was the Cavaliers' 103rd game of the season, which is the 27th prime number. LeBron scored 27 in the game, and 27 days later, his father died, who was Nate Thurman, who was born in Akron along with him and Steph Curry. And Stephen, if you look up the meaning of that name, it means crown, which fits in with the king. Also, if you look what happened before LeBron won that game, the actor Anton Yelchin died at 27. And if you look at the day he was born, the date of numerology for his birth was also 103. Again, the point I'm making, which might seem a little bit complicated, is these people do perform wicked rituals, and they do use these numbers.
Can you please explain to me why you went with the number 66 for the tie-in for this instead of the number 27?
Well, I'm showing you how they use 66 and 27.
I don't care why they use 66 or 27. Can you repeat my question to me so I know you understand it?
Hey everyone, wanted to tell you about one of the best deals we have going on the internet right now. It's the buy one, get one free deal.
You're asking.
If you're a club owner member on Patreon, which is the link I'm sorry, not on Patreon, on Ko-fi, which is the link I just dropped a minute ago, or if you're a club owner member on the Powder Dusty, I just posted the StreamYard link. I am at this time going to keep the call-ins limited to, well, we'll see, but that is up for club owner members on both YouTube and Ko-fi.
Asking me why would I look at 66, the whole length of the Bible, versus 27, which is the books in the New Testament?
Why? So can you answer that question?
Because both numbers apply to the book, clearly.
Yeah, but why? Yeah, okay. Okay, but do you agree that some parts of the Bible, for instance, could just have certain things which are relationary chapter by chapter? Why not calculate all the chapters, for instance, and use that instead of using the total amount of books? Why is it that you use you use the totality, you say 66, or then you say 27? Why not calculate it chapter by chapter instead? Or how about a calculation of every single word that's printed in there? Or how about the calculation of every single word that's printed in there in Old English versus the new English version?
Exactly. You can use any method you want. There are so many ways to get to the number you're looking for. It's crazy.
Why not utilize those?
One of the examples I heard him give was the number of laps you would have to do around a stadium. I don't remember what stadium. A stadium to get to a mile or some shit like that. It was just wild.
Things instead of this. The reason I'm asking the question of why you use this as the foundation is so that I can make a determination as to whether there's good reasoning behind why you actually did that, or if you're just utilizing it so that you can correlate it with other loosely correlated facts, many of them not even correlated, in order for you to affirm your bias. So why did you go with that specifically? Why?
Because they are pertinent numbers to the book. And for anyone who knows about the Bible, the New Testament is based in the Old Testament, including Revelation being entirely based on what's in the Old Testament. And just for the
That
record,
doesn't answer the question, dude. That doesn't tell me why you're using that. So the foundation for this, you start with this, right? It's interesting that the Bible has 66 books. The Protestant Bible has 66 books. Why is that interesting? Well, it's interesting because of these other loosely correlated facts that I can calculate out to 66. But we haven't answered the question as to why it is that the Bible having 66 books has any fucking relevancy to anything in the first place, other than you want it to.
Well, 66 is the 11th triangular number. And in numerology, 11 is the master number. And just for the record, your spiritual figure, Jesus, which is not his traditional name, it's the newer, more invented English name, Jesus has 11 encoded in it. And well, 66 is the 11th triangular number. And in numerology, 11 is the master number. And just for the record, your spiritual figure, Jesus, which is not his traditional name, it's the newer, more invented English name, Jesus has 11 encoded in it. And for the
No, I backed that up because 11, the master number, encoded in Jesus. I think it's relevant to point out here that my life path number, which is your main numerology number, is an 11. And I was born on the 11th. So you can trust me. I've got that double 11 energy.
The record, Revelation equates to 121, which has a square root of 11. So a major emphasis on 11 in the spiritual figure of the New Testament, the 66th book.
It's not answering my question of why you're using the Bible as a foundation, 66 books to begin with. Why?
Because that's how many books it is. And
yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. It's like me saying this, okay? So if I were to say to you, there are 20 cigarettes in a pack, right? There's 20 cigarettes in a pack. And if I add that 20 cigarettes in a pack to the 12 beers that are in this 12 pack of beers, I get this number. And that's correlated with blah, 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 blah. That's all well and good. But why did I start with using the cigarettes in the pack to begin with? Why? That's my question to you. Foundationally, why are you starting with this at all?
So for people who do not understand where this knowledge comes from, it is pertaining to the Bible. Traditionally, this study relates to the Hebrew alphabet and the Torah, the first 5 books of the
Look within corrected me. He says, it doesn't mean we can trust you. It just means you can manifest shit easier. I'm okay with that. I'll accept that. You should still trust me, though.
Bible. It's very obvious that as time went on and this knowledge spread, for anyone who looks into the Templars, the story is that they brought back this knowledge from the Holy Lines after the Crusades and brought it to the church. It appears that the English language, along with the calendar, was a newer invention of this system, truly a system put in place, and seemingly for world domination, because this code traces all through history from the end of the.
Why are we starting with the Protestant 66 books of the Protestant Bible? Why are we starting with that as a baseline to build these numbers up to begin with? Why?
Again, I'm answering why the Protestants were given this 66 book Bible.
I don't care why they were given it. That's not my question. My question, I will assume God himself came down and gave it to them. He handed it to them on a silver platter.
I was trying to get my formats right. You're on screen. I just I
see it hopping all around. I wasn't going to say anything till you were done. Yeah, because right before when he was started, he said you disregard the Old Testament. It don't count. You start with the New Testament. Well, if you're disregarding the Old Testament to begin with, then you can't use 66 as a starting point.
Yeah, he can use what he uses, just whatever the hell he wants,
whatever fits.
Yeah, because ultimately the point is to get you hypnotized, and at that point, like, you don't even give a fuck about it. Katie, will you hand me the where's Zach's book? I put it on the right side of the middle shelf right there, I think. It's called By the Number. Oh yeah, that's the one.
Oh my God, you're gonna read it? How big is that book? Oh, good Lord. Holy cow.
It's 360 pages about.
Wow.
360. If you drop a zero like numerology, that's 3636. What is that? 666.
There you go.
Like the 66 books of the Bible.
Mm-hmm. I don't
Join my Patreon.
For the purpose of the mathematical breakdown in this numerological set, we're going to consider this a set being X amount of correlated pieces equal X number, and the X number is then the thing that we're after. That's what we're solving for. But we have to have a reason to start with numero uno, the first thing that we start with, right? So if I'm going to calculate 1 + 1, for instance, to equal 2, I have to start with a reason to count 1, right? There has to be some reason for me counting 1. What is the reason we're starting foundationally with the 66 books of the Bible in order to draw these correlations to begin with? Why?
Again, I think I'm explaining it. I think it's you who's not grasping it.
There he goes. That's that peer pressure shit. Any smart person will obviously understand what I mean when I say da 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 da. Hypnotize you, motherfucker. This is actually, and Dustin makes a good point that I hadn't even caught. The irony of using the Protestant canon when Jesuits are supposed to be counter-Protestant and securing Roman Catholic supremacy. Very good call, Dustin. That is actually they are specifically counter-Protestant. The Jesuits, at least that's how they were originally formed. I went to a Jesuit high school, so of course.
But wait a minute. He's using Protestant, but he blames the Jesuits.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to give him a little freebie, I did go to a Jesuit high school, so there you go, Zach. Now you can say the whole reason that I'm talking shit on Gematria is because I work for the Jesuits and I'm in on it.
But I thought you were Jewish.
I'm just a grifter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe you need to donate some freaking money. Donate. Maybe you need to donate some freaking money. Maybe you need to donate some freaking money. Donate. Maybe you need to donate some freaking money. Donate some freaking money.
Now what brain damage is this? Just to clarify, I wasn't raised Catholic. I just went to a Catholic high school in Kansas. Not that anybody probably cares, but in Kansas City, the public school system here, at least when I was growing up, was terrible. It wasn't even accredited until I think the 2000s, well after I was graduated. And so as an alternative, there's a lot of private Catholic schools around here that people send their kids to if they can.
Are you talking about Kansas City, Missouri, or Kansas City, Kansas?
Missouri. I'm
that's what
from
I thought.
Missouri side. Yeah.
Because even in St. Louis, a lot of the public schools did not have accreditation.
Flo, you are missing his whole tactic. That's a pretty bold claim, Imperious. Lauren gifted 1 membership to the Powdered Dusty. I appreciate you, Lauren, and congratulations to whoever is now a member.
So yeah, all men and women have the right.
Oh my God, is that it?
He did ban me again last night.
Who banned you?
Jack. After the show, after you left, he brought me back up and started screaming at me before he blocked me.
I was pissed. He brought me up first, and then he kicked me all the way out of StreamYard. I wanted to eavesdrop, but
yep.
Yeah, I don't know why you keep fucking with him. I have no idea, but let's see. I saw something. You were raised in these YouTube streets, you mean? I thought I saw something down here. Anyways, Imperious thinks I missed the whole thing and I got it all wrong.
Well, naturally.
Right. I will drop the link a little later, but if you would like to come up first, Imperious, then use some of that lawyer money and become a club owner member.
Use really small words.
Huh?
Use really small words.
Okay. Numerology is central to the Bible. It is central to Kabbalah. This seems to be overlooked by many people who read through the Bible and do not question what all of the numbers inserted in there mean. Were you not once a child like I was, Andrew, coming up in the church in Sunday school and reading these verses and asking, why are these numbers in there? Did that ever?
No, I was born an adult-based conservative, ready to have sex with my wife right out of the womb, sir.
Honestly, Andrew, you claim to be Christian. Did you not read the Bible as a child and wonder what it was about the numbers?
No, I didn't think too much about the numbers, but they just seemed like they were chapter indicators, right?
Have you read the Bible?
Yeah.
There's a lot of specific numbers in the verses that go
Yeah,
without.
but those numbers, and most of the time, these numbers pertain to something which is relevant that we're talking about, right? So same thing with genealogy. You can calculate genealogies to X number of years. You can do this in Genesis with the line of Adam, for instance, and you come up with the X amount of years it took to get to Moses, et cetera, et cetera. The problem is that is tying something to something else. So we have reason to do this. We're solving for something, right? We're trying to determine how many years between Adam and this person was it? How many years between Adam and this person was it? Perhaps you could use that to calculate the age of the earth or the age of creation. There could be various reasons why you'd want to focus on these various genealogies, though in Timothy it does say not to focus on endless genealogies, I believe. But the thing is that aside, it pertains to a reason for us to do the thing. What I'm asking you is a basic foundational question, which is, what is the reason we start with this base other than just because you fucking want to?
What the hell?
Again, it's not because it's what I want to. It's about observing the numbers that exist in this text and trying to understand why. 6 is a recurring number from the beginning of the Bible. For the record, in the Sumerian cipher, Genesis also equates to 666. And I'm sure you're aware that man is made on the 6th day.
I can grant any number of numeric calculations that you come up with as just being true. However, this does not answer my foundational question as to why it is we're going to start with the Bible to begin with. Why? Why do we start with that to begin with? This Protestant Bible, 66 books. Please answer my question. Why are we starting with that? Why?
Is the King James Version not the most recognized version of the Bible in the English-speaking world?
Yeah, that doesn't give us a cause for why we would start with that.
Okay, if you look into the King James Version, they say Francis Bacon was one of the key writers for it. He was into this study of letters and numbers. John Dee, the occultist, who was also into the study of letters and numbers, helped with the King James
First
Bible.
of all, John Dee was an Enochian occultist, okay? And the thing about Enochian occultists is that they also are all fucking numerologists. And they like to fool the kings that they work for, like John Dee did, by coming up with false Enochian linguistics, completely made up, false, non-testable Enochian linguistics. To this day, they can't be tested because they were all false. Then he was able to trick the court that he was working for, John Dee was. So the thing is like, that's not good evidence of anything, especially not Enochian text. That aside, leaving that portion of the occultism aside, John Dee did the same exact thing. He said, foundationally, we need to start with this portion of the Bible in order to decode what angelic speech is, what Enochian speech actually is. He never gave a fucking reason why, though. And so the thing is I'm asking you the same question nobody ever asked him. Why are we supposed to start with a baseline of 66 books from the Protestant Bible in order for us to do these calculations based on that as our foundation? Why are we using that as our foundation? Please answer my question.
Well, you constantly interrupt, first of all.
Me too, Bill.
Do you really think that I've interrupted you?
You didn't even let me get to the
dude, you have been going and going, and I've been gracious in letting you go and go. I've barely spoken this entire debate. For me to cut in certain times so that you don't continue to filibuster, so I can get the answer to my question, is totally appropriate. I've been nothing but respectful. I haven't bulldozed you at all, which I could. I haven't done that at all. I've been graciously allowing you to try to answer this question. But please concisely just answer this. Why, sir? Why are we starting with the 66 books of the Protestant Bible as a baseline to make any other calculation? Why?
Again, I talked to the point of this subject is this knowledge useful? And it absolutely is. Understanding that these people are using the Bible as a playbook and largely the King James Version because of the occultists who are tied to it from the beginning.
He never does answer that question either. Of what the tie-in is. What's the usefulness of it?
He doesn't answer in his book. He doesn't answer it in his book. He doesn't answer it in this 10-hour live stream, nor does he make any predictions in the book or in the 10-hour live stream. Now, I'll grant that I didn't read every word of the entire book, but I've at least thumbed through most of it.
So you're trying to downplay. Like, I don't care what they said. That's your perspective.
I haven't downplayed anything.
Again, hush.
What did I downplay?
Hush, please.
Hush.
6 from the beginning.
You're not answering my question, dude.
Andrew, in what verse does God regret making mankind?
What verse?
In what verse does God regret making
No
mankind?
idea. What verse?
In the beginning of the Bible.
Okay, what verse?
Genesis 6:6 is where it begins, that God regrets.
Yeah, what
mankind.
verse?
Huh?
What verse?
I just answered what verse.
What is it? Genesis 6:6? Are you sure?
Yeah.
That's what he said,
Are
Genesis.
you sure that's the verse?
Yeah.
Are you positive?
In Genesis 6:6, God expresses that he regrets making mankind.
Okay. Go ahead.
The point is, 6 is recurring throughout the book. I told you, 66 is the 11th triangular number. Maybe you didn't understand what that meant. 11 is the master number in numerology. It's a rep digit of 1, like 66 and 666 are a rep digit of 6. Numerology.
Okay. Why are we starting with the Bible for any of this? Why?
Because that's where the knowledge originates from.
So the Bible is the source of all knowledge.
I didn't say that is necessarily true, but the
Well,
source
what is the source of all knowledge? What is the source of all knowledge?
I don't know if there's one source of all knowledge.
And why are we starting with this Bible?
Because the people who rule this nation, rule this world, which is the church, they use it ritualistically in a mocking fashion.
What did they do before the
Say that
Bible?
again? I just want to make sure I got that right. What?
They use the knowledge of the book like a football coach.
All right, so let me read a little bit of the book to you, and I'm just sort of picking out chunks at random. The whole book is basically the same thing.
Let me get my revolver first.
Let us examine the number 33. And actually, this was totally chosen at random. Let's examine the number 33. In the case of Rodney King, he was beaten on March 3rd, or 3-3, by the LAPD, summing to 33 with simple English. This is similar to how police sums to 33 with Pythagorean, and how Trayvon Martin was buried on March 3rd, and how the writing began after Floyd's killing on East 33rd Street in Minneapolis, and that the killing officer Chauvin has a surname summing to 33 with Pythagorean, and that the Cops TV show was dropped by Paramount after its 33rd season because of the George Floyd protests, while Detroit was erecting a statue of RoboCop in 2020, 33 years after the film, after the 1987 film. The number 33 is a hallmark of the cabal, and it has everything to do with why the World Trade Centers lasted for 33 years, 1968 to 2001, and why Jesus was crucified at the youthful age of 33. As we're beginning to understand these tragic and impactful events of modern and biblical times, the biblical times are being contrived in accordance with Scripture to fulfill biblical prophecy, tapping into that religious bone in some people's body. Not by chance, the word Bible sums to 33 with reverse Pythagorean, as does Sunday, the only day of the week that has a connection to the number, and the day that was made the one to worship on by force by the Roman Catholic Church, reminding that the Jesuit logo is the sun, connecting to the name of the day, Sunday. And for the record, Sunday and Jesuit are the exact same in 3 out of the 4 basic ciphers, summing to 21, 78, and 84. And in light of Scripture and number games, think about how Genesis 11:9 is where the story of God destroying the Tower of Babel ends, in light of the demise of the Twin Towers on 11:9. On 11. So he flipped the date now to write it the way that a lot of the world does, not the way that we do. On 11:9. And as for the word prophecy, it sums to 110 with reverse simple English gematria, bringing clarity to why it is used and the way it has from 9/11 with the 110-story towers to George Floyd's killing in Minnesota. So
All he's doing is picking facts that match the number he comes up with.
He just pulls wherever he wants to, and however he wants to. And by the way, when I kept asking last night which cipher, which they found irrefutating, they said we only use the 4 basic ciphers. They don't. He just used reverse Pythagorean in that example. Pythagorean isn't even one of the 4 base ones that he said he uses last night, much less reverse Pythagorean. It's hypnotic insanity. Go ahead.
I don't see how where's the tie-in for all this? Even that chapter you just read or paragraph.
It never ties in. He won't ever tie it in. And when asked to tie it in, he goes back into the da, right?
Down a
It'll never
different
tie
hole.
in, but you need to keep looking for the tie-in, right? As long as he doesn't explain the tie-in, because he can't. But even if he could, to explain it would then be to undermine his own hypnotic system. You need the person to mentally try to tab along with it.
Right.
Let's see. We're at 45 likes. When we get to 50 likes, I'll drop the link for the public. And I am going to, like I said, I'm going to keep the panel limited. But if anybody would, especially anybody who wants to,
needs 75 likes.
Imperius needs. And when I drop the link, people who donate will obviously get much more priority over people who don't, and people with their cameras on will get. Having your camera on will help you slightly.
I can turn it on.
You're beautiful.
Yeah, I know my mug ain't much to look at.
Where's those curtains that are normally behind you? Where's the? There they are.
Coach uses a playbook. Again, look at 9/11. The majority of the world writes that date 11/9. The story of the Tower of Babel ends in Genesis 11:9. And for the record, this cipher where you multiply the.
He's taking American dating and transposing it with European dating, and then retransposing it back to American.
Yeah. There's absolutely no. It's not. It's never grounded in anything. There is no ever anchor.
And no thread either.
Yeah.
To tie it together.
It's really pretty clever. I'm going to give it to him. If he came up with it, I doubt he did. He probably observed it somewhere else. But it's a pretty clever technique of inducing hypnosis in a large audience to.
It's basically the same process Smith uses.
Yeah, but I think Smith is hypnotizing himself. Smith doesn't have a Patreon. I don't even know if he's monetized.
No, he's not.
The alphabetic order times 6. Genesis has the 666 connection, as does New
This
York.
doesn't answer the question still.
Hold on. I want to come back to how you were trying to downplay what I was saying about the pandemic being simulated 666 days before it was declared. So
yeah, I actually have that information in front of me here. You said it was from, let me just make sure I got this right. What was the organization you said again? I just want to make sure I got it right. What was it? What was the organization?
Are you talking about the Cladex simulation?
Yeah, the Cladex simulation. And
there were multiple participants, including all the same ones that were involved in event 2.
You had a problem with the claim there, though. Do you know what it was?
There is no problem with the claim.
Well, here's the problem with the claim. The Cladex simulation, I do have it in front of me. You are correct. John Hopkins Center for Health Security hosted the Cladex pandemic tabletop exercise May 15, 2018, Washington, D.C. The purpose of the exercise was to illustrate high-level strategic decisions and policies the United States and the world will need to pursue in order to prevent a pandemic or diminish its consequences. The problem is that there was many other corporations long before Cladex who ran pandemic simulations inside of the United States. You claim that this is the first one. That is key.
I did not say it was the first one.
Not only did you said that was the first simulation run. Hang on. I have the notes. I have taken the notes. Okay, calm down. Calm down. You can respond, dude. Just calm down. Calm down.
Hold on, Zach. Let him finish.
Chill out.
Well, he's reading a source, so let him finish reading the source.
You said that this was the first simulation that was run. First. Okay, then let's go through it again. So Cladex runs this simulation, which has what bearing on what?
Cladex and Event 201 were sister simulations. They were unique in the way they were done. Anyone can still watch the broadcast. There were no other simulations done like this. They have the same, for people who have not watched it, they present it like it's the news, like you're watching CNN. They have the same news anchor. These are sister-related simulations, okay? But I want to come back to the point about what
Does
you're
that have to
doing.
do with the calculations, though?
You can't prevent sick days.
What up, Truther Cop?
How's it going?
All right. You got any immediate thoughts, or should we keep going?
There's this. One of my people told me recently, and I have yet to speak with Chuck since I've heard this again. I've heard it several times. Chuck, were you watching the People's Convoy? You were in the chats?
No, I don't. The only thing I know about People's Convoy was from watching your show after the fact. The little blurbs you played. Why?
Somebody said they saw you. And I was looking for. My people are looking through the evidence records of the People's Convoy, and you apparently there was a Chuck in Tennessee that popped up. Wasn't you?
What is this? Is this Diet Snafu?
Do what?
Not even close.
Diet Snafu.
Oh, Diet Snafu. No, I was just
Are
wondering.
you Life Path 22?
I guess, yeah.
You guess or yeah?
0201-1990.
My people are working on that calculation.
Hold on. The face of the opposition in the time of the pandemic was Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's recently been sworn in as the Secretary of Health. And I want you to understand how these things are related. If by chance, did you watch any of his confirmation hearings?
Of course, watch them live.
Okay. So
10th man here. 10 is the number of dollars that I sent in my super chat yesterday, my first one. 10 is also the maximum number of participants who can be on a StreamYard stream under the standard membership settings. You think that's a coincidence, 10th man?
No. Nope. It's not a coincidence at all. There, 10th man, there's many 10th men. And
I know that there are, because I tagged you in something the other day, and I was looking for you, and there was a lot of 10th men.
And every man turns 10 at one point in their life.
And there's like 11th man, 10.5 man.
Well, folks, aren't you the 5th man? What's that about?
I got trolled with so many sock accounts. Yeah, this guy, man. I got to apologize to you and Angry Tomato for getting so mad. But
no, we thought you were great.
Okay, just because when I try. Remember we had that conversation just a couple days ago where I'm trying to turn over a new leaf. I don't like getting like that. I have like a bunch of disabilities and stuff, and it takes a lot out of me when I get that mad. But these guys are coming up there, but I'm just saying for the audience, right?
Mm-hmm.
These guys are coming up there, and they're not listening to anything. Literally, they just have their brains turned off. And anything that you say to them, they're not even hearing you. And when that guy said the same thing, I think he brought up the Apocalypse toilet paper wars or whatever the frack was going on, he said. And then he wouldn't let the other guy explain what he was doing wrong. And then I snapped. Right?
Yeah, no, I thought
I jumped on him. It's not like I jumped on him right away when he made a mistake. Like somebody else was like, "Hey, you can't be saying that stuff," and he just wouldn't even listen to the guy. And then I'm like, "Motherfucking cocksucking bitch!"
I'm looking for it right now. That was one of my favorite parts of the night.
That's one of the reasons why I'm slightly famous is because of my blow-ups. And I'm telling you, it's not for show. I just get so enraged.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was infuriating. There's steady probably stupidity out of the audience, but just straight assholishness out of Zach. He knows, what not to say. He does it anyways, and I suspect that it's so that he can go back retroactively and bomb something if he wants to.
See, I hated it when I flipped out. My favorite part was when you had the conversation with him about the donations and stuff. That was to me
about the donations when it was just him
You
and
mean
me.
Patreon?
Remember, yeah, when I said you got to cut that out and right up to the angry tomato part, right?
Yeah. Oh,
Where-
right. Yeah.
There's no
When she-
way
when
we're going to
she
let
cut
the
in?
panelverse attack Zach about being a grifter when everybody out here is seeking donos anyhow. Like
Yeah,
Zach
well, there's-
found a skill in a unique time, and he relies on that. Sure. And dude, I gained so much respect for Zach from
But
this conversation.
he's selling nothing is the problem.
No, he's not even selling nothing. He's lying. He's lying to people and hypnotizing them.
You think that Andrew's not?
Hold on. You see a difference, don't you, between directly
Yeah.
lying and hypnotizing? Yeah.
Well, like, dude, I'd never like. Yeah, I'm looking at when Jim Bob goes against Zach. It's two grifters going at each other, and fucking Jim Bob's like, "Oh, you need to be put in jail." And then you see the Crucible doing the same sort of thing.
I didn't see any of the Jim Bob debate. I heard it was a little bit wilder. But okay, so give me an example of a comparable way in which Jim Bob or whoever you want to pick is lying to their audience, because I would say that Zach is his whole ass thing is a lie.
You have to put it in that. Let me think. Well, no, he's not lying. The numbers mean something. Now, does it mean that it's not meant to be sold? I think that like it's an individual
Why is he putting it
experience.
behind Patreon for the answer?
Well, it's like selling the people like the INTP, whatever what is the INTPF and all these things.
MBTI, the MBTI.
But yeah, that's like the people used to pay to get that done. Now it's just free.
Well, I mean, there's always both, right? There's free versions and there's paid versions. When I started my channel, I actually sold typings for $100 each. I didn't
exactly. So, but you didn't hang on to it. But Zach's in a position where he's been allowed to hang on to that for a long time and build it up.
When I didn't quit doing it because people quit asking me for it. I quit doing it because by the time anybody found my channel, they had already learned enough about typology that they knew what they thought they were. They wanted me to confirm it for them. And I didn't like being in a position where I have to decide between a happy customer or doing what they actually hired me to do, and tell them my opinion on them. But under that system, they're hiring me to give them my opinion. That's not deceptive. You might not think it's valuable. You might not buy it.
Right. No. So yeah, but I wouldn't say it's not valuable. If it's valuable to the people buying it, it's valuable. If people found value in Zachary Hubbard's work the last however long, over a decade now.
But where's the value?
Well, value is subjective, but if you're telling somebody a lie, if you're intentionally trying to hypnotize somebody so that they'll go join a Patreon so you can continue to hypnotize them, that's way sleazier than anything that I've seen Andrew or Jim Bob or myself do.
If I may.
I don't think that was his intention, please.
If I may. So, I normally do not. I've had to call out some grifters in the past, and I've done too much. Right? It's very time consuming and draining, and I could care less what any of these people do. Right? I'm a very, very gracious king. Do whatever you want, just don't hurt people. But when the other gentleman, which was his fan, came up, and he was discussing how one of his children passed away, and that then he got his early 20s son to start watching Zach. And while he was explaining how meaningful all of this is to him, his voice even started cracking.
Yeah.
Because what Zach did with that specific guy, and it's going to be different for each one, was found a guy who is in a really bad spot, trying to get over one of his children dying. And then this is the thing that they get into. Right? And that's one of the reasons why I got so mad last night, because Dusty and I are both trying to explain to him we are conspiracy theorists. And then that other guy tried to explain to him, okay, let's just say all this is real. right? And I'm not a religious man, but I try to be real careful with the vibrations of the universe because I do believe in karma. And you don't go around, as everybody knows, I'm a witch, just using, whether it's the forces of nature, forces of the universe, you know, spells or potions, or you don't just go do that stuff. Let's just say it's real. All right. I can't prove it's real or it's not real. That's not something that you do lightly. If
It's
it is
bad
real.
juju. It's bad.
And
It's
just
bad
like
juju.
with hoodoo and voodoo and any type of dark magic or even, you know, anything like that, there's nothing good comes of any of it. Right? So I don't believe. See, I never believed in demons before, but I'm starting to.
Well,
Right? Because
and
that guy acts like a demon. And I sound crazy saying this.
No, that
His
doesn't sound
blank
crazy.
face,
No.
his blank face, his inability to have an actual discussion. It's almost like you're not talking to a person.
he's not talking to a person. He's
You get what I'm
talking
saying?
past everybody.
But does it
So
not,
is
did it not seem a bit
so is
demonic?
Andrew. So is Andrew.
You're not wrong.
Maybe I disagree to the extent, but
Not as bad.
not enough that I'm not gonna argue that point.
Andrew's like Andrew's like the King Stephen, whereas Zachary is like the snafu. Where like his snafu's out in public, and King Stephen's fucking working it in a subtle way that if you're not paying enough attention, you're not going to catch it. And he was set up. Dude. It was weird.
He wasn't set up. It was his request.
It was Andrew requested that Zachary Hubbard come on from Jim Bob's debate. I saw it happen.
Sure?
Yes. And I heard it in his fucking
Well,
snaky, slimy voice what was going to happen. I saw it happening before it even occurred.
All right, hold on. I want to watch this real quick. This is when 10th Man freaks out. It's great shit.
They're saying words that will get. I hate hearing myself.
Dude, it was great. And when I talked to Sarah, we both loved it. It was great.
You're a disrespectful imbecile, dude. Why don't you shut up for a person to tell you? Give people a second to tell you why they're even talking. No, you're just Kobe. Blah, blah, blah. You're saying words that will get the channels taken down. You obviously don't care, and that's why you got Buddy's channel taken down 700 times. You people are goddamn stupid. Stupid.
So what words did I say?
How are you so stupid?
Coming out.
Have you been on YouTube for the past 6 years since the pandemic happened?
I haven't been
and
on
the
the live
unicorn virus
stream.
came? No, why don't you shut up and listen? You asked a question, listen to the fucking answer.
Go ahead.
Shut up.
You need to chill out, bro.
I don't want to be disrespectful. Shut the fuck up,
then
you
just say
dumb
it
bitch.
Right, like I said.
Before I get disrespectful, shut the fuck up.
Is this your show, first of all? Are you the host?
No.
That's what I want to know.
I'm the king of motherfucking YouTube, bitch. That's who the fuck I am now. Shut up.
You have a complex. So what words
You
did I
can
say?
barely even speak proper English, and then you're going to keep running your goddamn mouth when someone's trying to educate you. You cannot use the unicorn virus word on the fucking panel. They've told people off for that 25 times in the past 3 hours. You didn't pick up on that? That's how stupid you people are. You're so goddamn fucking stupid. They've said it 25 times minimum, while you imbeciles keep on saying the same fucking shit, and they're getting mad at you, but you can't even fucking understand it. We're saying the words, and you think that we are going to believe anything you had to say about fucking math when you can't pick up on don't say these fucking words? Have you not been on YouTube for the past 6 years? This is well known. It was in congressional fucking hearings. I've watched dozens of videos about it. You don't fucking listen. You just talk. All you people just fucking talk. You're fucking stupid.
Are you done?
God, that still gives me a boner.
This guy's the same one that's on the panel right now. I can't even he was so polite just a moment ago. I can't even imagine.
Yeah. I was polite. I'm the guy. Listen, I used to be one of the biggest trolls that you could ever imagine 3-4 years ago. during the pandemic, and then I got vaccine injured. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that, but safe and they're safe and effective.
Did you just actually do that?
Why?
Well, there's like it
just
doesn't
did.
even matter it doesn't matter anymore, really. I'm
Safe and
honest.
effective,
I'm demonstrating this on
slows
my
the
channel.
spread. Yeah, and now I just don't have the energy for it. Right, I never did. But you know, I try to be nice.
Look within. Welcome.
What up, man?
What do you think about all this?
All this nonsense thing?
Yes, sir.
This big psyop going on? I don't know.
Is that what it is, or is it a big scam?
I don't know. I came to tell you, short the market, bro. Because last Friday was a 5-day. So, do you know what that means?
No, what does it mean? Was it 5-day?
I was telling you in chat. World War I
I saw that you said something. You said that
5-day.
Say that.
The
Sorry.
2008 stock market crash was a 5-day. The Vietnamese War was a 5-day. The day that Russia invaded Ukraine was a 5-day. 3/11, 5. I don't know how many more fives you need. 5 is the number of chaos. I know you believe in numerology, so.
I think that I don't think there's nothing there.
Yeah, all those days being 5 days it's not a coincidence.
How do you?
But last Friday was a 5-day.
What is a 5-day though? Actually,
it's a date that they use to install chaos and fear into people. You gotta look into that yourself, man. Don't believe me. Like, just research it and look up all those dates and do the numerology yourself.
I'll research it. I'm trying to get as head start as I can by asking you as many questions as I can get.
They also used to do a dump every Friday of bad news.
Also, Elon Musk is supposed to give everybody $5,000. So I don't know what the fuck that means, but it's just come to mind.
And I do believe that that numerology and numbers are used to communicate things, like 33, for instance. You can find montages of all the times 33 was used in reference to, you know, number of dead during the demic thing or whatever, you know, like just quite a lot, right? But
it's the subconscious. They fuck with people's subconscious that way. The mass. It's just what they do. I don't know, man. We live in the matrix.
I mean, and numbers naturally line up as well at the same time. Like there's the Fibonacci sequences are just, it's beyond what men can conceive as well simultaneously. So it's more frequent than we even give it credit to be. However, Gematria is not God.
Fibonacci retracements in the stock market, so they do work very well. I can show you exactly how they work. I'd rather do that in private, though, if you'd like. It's literally
I don't know,
just
man.
retracements.
If I could manipulate the stock market, and
I'm not manipulating shit. I'm reading.
Yeah, you're just observing the patterns, and then I've actually met
recognition.
Like 10 years ago, I met someone who was very successful at just looking at the patterns of the stock market using the Fibonacci. And I wish I remembered, like, dude, I have to track back who this guy was. I was going to do like shows with him and shit. It was so long. It wasn't 10 years ago, maybe it was 7, but he was talking about this, and he was in New York City from ground zero, like the Wall Street Stock Exchange. He picked up this information and he totally saw it.
Okay, Elon Musk, Bezos, Steve Jobs, and Bill Gates are all born on the 28th. 28th borns bring wealth. Tell me if that's a coincidence. The biggest names in the world.
Shit, I'm muted.
In the financial sector.
What do you think is not a coincidence? Say that again.
Elon Musk, Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, and Steve Jobs were all born on the 28th.
Well, I think that
I'm born on the 28th.
Yeah, I think that all
Gates
those
and Steve Jobs work together.
They're all contrived frontmen, I believe. I don't think any of them actually invented the thing that they're the head of, and I don't think that any of them actually run the companies that they supposedly do. I don't know how the fuck Elon Musk has time to run 5 massive companies and be basically, president.
It's impossible. Yeah, no, dude, he's a front man. He has people working behind the scenes and shadow networks. that we don't even comprehend, and he's propped up as the face of all these different things because for whatever reason he has the image they need.
I'm just telling you, I don't go off on the crazy ass tangents like everybody else. I'm just giving you simple shit you can do. You can do all those dates out yourself. You can figure it out yourself. But just something for your audience. You don't reduce 13, 14, 16, and 19. They're called karmic retribution numbers. You don't reduce those. Look it up. That's part of numerology that not a lot of people share. They know not to reduce the 11, 22, and 33. But if you want to do it properly, don't reduce those numbers.
What did you say? 13, 15, 19?
13, 14, 16, and 19.
10, 4.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I got you. It's not. I'm not trying to dunk on anybody. I'm trying to educate. That's all. Because anybody can do this shit.
Right. And people can look into that themselves. Why? Is there a reason why?
Karmic retribution numbers. I don't know. I learned from master numerologists. I learned from people who are 33s. They taught me.
I would speculate that what Andrew Wilson is scared of is that listen, I don't want to make too many claims. I better be careful here. I speculate he's not too sure of his Russian Orthodoxy or his position out here. He has a bunch of yes men surrounding him, and he's not sure about his position. So if he can shred numerology or gematria, and like in this fashion, he can prove that Russian Orthodoxy, this concept of this religion that he believes in, is more true than the numbers that people are tossing together. And another side note,
I shredded it with. If you saw the beginning when I showed the hypnotism thing, this can be shredded. It doesn't at all imply that orthodoxy is correct. I'm obviously agnostic, and I'll take a cheese grater to at least what Zach is doing.
And one of the questions Zach proposed, and it really stood out to me, was over on OTW, was watching the restream earlier with like TML and all this of the debate last night, and Zach poses the question. Hypothetically, he brought up big tobacco because he sees Andrew's always smoking, and I know you see where I'm going more than you, because you fucking came up on Jack's yesterday fucking smoking after I called this out. The moment Zach points to the big tobacco optics, fucking watch Andrew fucking spiral and deflect and change his attitude and actually get on the defensive. Very odd.
If anybody
I'd love to I'll find the timestamp if nobody else does. I will.
Huh?
I gotta get some bottled water, but I need to.
You're unmuted.
With the pond overflowing like that.
Mute them. All right. I've got a lot of people in back anyways. So I will bring up Teriak. What's going on? Welcome.
Yeah, so you can destroy this was it gematria bullshit like with a very simple question. It's okay. God and dog will both, no matter what cipher you use, will always have the same number. So why, like, what's the meaning besides, like, how do you tie God with dog?
I could do a whole fucking episode on that, but I'll leave this to look within.
It's mockery.
That would have been my guess too.
We live in an inverted world.
Yep. So that actually does kind of, like, honestly, that sort of almost lends credence to the gematria in my mind.
How?
Because I would interpret that as mockery, right? And which is what you would expect if, the world is run by the evil demon Jesuits, then you would expect them to mock God by having all the same gematria as dog.
Okay, so then cat and act.
Yeah, I got nothing for that one. Yeah.
Well, God is the living form of what is, and action is the form of doing action. So I can tie the dog to that act, but I don't know about the.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I'm like seeing something else here. The parallel between the two different concepts brought up just now versus within that one concept. I don't see it. The act versus cat myself.
Something that
I'm not big on the gematria myself, man.
Something I think is significant is that people when ask questions, people who don't give you answers, like generally specific. If anybody saw me fucking with Gematria, or generally
You
specific,
fucking shredded that dude. You were so on point, dude. I was amazed at his reactions, dude. OTW also reviewed this, and dude, I went up there and I said as much. You fucking shredded that dude.
Thank you. But if you remember, then what when I would ask him questions, he would give me the same sort of answer that Zach gives, which is go look at my work, go look at my work, go find it. Right. So they're inviting you to help them with their lie.
Well, you have to also keep in mind Zachary Hubbard has been sitting on his own channel doing his own information. He's not a professional debater. He's not out in these debate spheres like arguing with people like Andrew Wilson is. He's not prepared like that. So I've like, dude, it's weird because I haven't respected Zach up until now. Until last night's stream, and the way he came out and shined on top, I really appreciate what he did there.
What do you think he did that shined? Like, I'll give him. I'll give credit where credit's due. I think that he has more stamina, and like he's durable as shit.
For sure, and he saw through what I've been calling out, which I've been trying to point out, which is like, if we're just creating these platforms just to tear each other down, like, what's the point? And he may not have realized this. And it was the first stream he did where he wasn't just spouting these numbers that I can't listen to. I can't listen to this. I can't listen to any Gematria artist, Smith. I can't do it. I love Smith, and but like, I can't listen to that.
Why was he not just shooting numbers off? Because Andrew wouldn't let him. He tried. He kept trying to break free for 10 hours. He was trying to peel off into one of those rants.
I think he's just got so much in his head, dude. And he's kind of he spurs. So I mean, that's just I don't know his numerology. I don't know what number he is, but that might just be his personality. He might be an over communicator. I am at times too, because I'm a 5. 3s are the same. Some of us are big on communication, and some of us are not. There's different personality types.
I got more respect for him than I do that cop, the chief of police that you had. Remember the first time I met you? And I went up and I completely obliterated him, and then he ran it away. Remember that?
Yeah.
At least that numbers guy didn't run away. That cop when I threw that stuff at him.
But you don't like, and I agree with you. I'm not a fan of cops either. Although I did.
Whoa! Personal attacks like side shade, all left and right. Literally, come on.
I don't view you as a cop so much as I do a zebra.
No, but
Talcadia will take over the zebra herd, but that's a different story.
Don't forget, Flo. I didn't attack him because he was a cop. I attacked him because right before I came up, he had said, well, people just don't understand what we have to go through. And then that's when I lost my mind. And I'm like, okay,
yeah.
So what about this, and this, these 3 different instances? And his response was, I don't know anything about that. And I'm like, well, then, I can only, at least that guy had responses. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm about to play the part, and this is what 10th Man said was his favorite part that I need to clip out and make a thing.
Yeah, this is a good grifting thing.
And by the way, speaking of grifting, the backstage is full up. And just a reminder, people who donate have priority over people who don't donate.
They want from us. They want us to sit here and argue. That's why we will never have a movement. We will never have people think that they know everything. I told you, look up a basketball game tomorrow. I'll do the numbers in 2 minutes.
Dude, you got $1 worth of
airtime.
You got $1 worth of airtime.
Look up a game. You won't do it because you know I'll put your ass in the ground with it because I will.
I'm not
I
doing
will prove you.
So the lead up to this is that he was swearing up and down by Gematria and Zach, and he was just filibustering and filling the air with his noise and praise of Zach. And he said that he is a Patreon member. He donates $1 a month to Zach to show support. So I went over. I gave Zach a $2 super chat. I said, "Buy some better fans," yeah.
wrong.
I'm not doing it.
You won't do it.
I'm not doing. Oh yeah, but I made this dude an offer. I said make a prediction on any game, anything you want. Make a prediction, and if you're right, I'll give you $20. And if you're wrong, you don't owe me anything. All you got to do is denounce Zach and Gematria. And he said, okay, choose a game. I said, no, you choose a game. This is all upshot to you. I stand to gain nothing from it. Doing it because I don't stand to win anything. I was offering you free money.
No, neither do I, because I'm not betting. How the hell am I going to win when I'm not betting?
You realize that you stood to lose no money, but you did stand to win money.
Why? Why?
You could have donated that money to Zach.
What does money
you
have to
done
do with
something.
anything, man? What does money have to do with anything? Because you have a nice background and you're wearing a gun on your shirt? Come on.
I am wearing a gun on my shirt. You guys are pretty fascinated
I'm looking
by
right
that.
at you on the
So
TV. I see
you could have donated that money to Zach. Is there nothing you could do with that money? Nobody you know could benefit from this money.
Yeah, no,
You're
just like you, right?
Useless.
Just like you.
You are so
You wouldn't
broken
even try
useless that you donate $12 a year to a motherfucker that you revere. You would suck the nut out of his dick if he told you to.
No. Why
but
would
you
I?
can only donate $12 a year?
Yeah,
what
you're damn
fucking
right.
good are you to anybody?
You know
You're
why?
Not good
Because
for shit. Nothing. Nobody has any use for you.
Why?
You know that,
Why?
right?
Why? Well, what do they have use for you? What do you bring?
spend
What do you bring to the
$12
community?
a year?
What
and
do
you
you
come up here
bring to
running
the
your mouth
community?
and filibustering the panel? You
That's
think
fine.
that you get this much talking time?
Yeah. What do you
For
bring to the
$1
community
a
then?
month?
Since I
Do
don't
you
bring nothing,
realize
no.
how useless that is?
Yeah. Okay. Keep on. Come on. Because what are you bringing to the community? What are you telling your followers?
I have spent
What are they
twice as
doing?
much on Zach tonight as you have this month.
How? I've listened to the whole thing. All you do is talk over him like you're talking over me.
I just sent him a $2 super chat.
A $2. So what's the $2? You told me what $12 is going to do. What is $2 going to do? Why don't you give him $100 since you're some rich, high almighty AR-15 holding guy? What are you going to do? Give him some more then.
I gave him twice as much as you did. I don't even like the
Twice
fucking
as
guy.
much. I give him
think he's full
$12
of
a month.
shit.
You gave him $2 the whole year.
No, you give
That
him.
makes no sense.
You give him $12 a year.
$12
I
a
doubled
year.
your monthly pay.
Yeah, and you gave him $2 one time. Why don't you give him $12 then? And we'll be
I
even.
don't like the
Give him-
guy.
give
I
him
think
another
he's
10.
stupid, and I think he's a grifter.
Yeah,
You like
so you
the
won't
guy.
give him $10.
So you're
Who
saying
gives a
that
fuck
you?
if he's a grifter? What does it matter? He's telling you the truth. You
No,
just
he's
don't want
not.
to believe it.
He's not
That's
telling
all,
you the truth
because you didn't
He's
come up
taking
with it.
advantage. Okay,
You
look,
didn't
dog.
come up with it.
I
You didn't
tried
crack
with you.
the code.
I tried to offer you free money. You wouldn't
Okay.
take it.
And I tried to tell you, bring it
I tried
on.
to tell you that
I
you're
told
useless.
you, bring it on. Bring it on. You don't want to do it. You don't want to look up real quick. It's very simple to put NBA games tomorrow. What's tomorrow?
Why would
Wednesday?
Why the
Tuesday?
fuck
I don't
would
even know
I
what
look
day
it up?
is.
Why would
Look it up.
I look up something when I only stand to lose? If you win, I lose. If I win, I gain nothing from you. You offer nothing.
But if you
Nothing.
lose, then
You're
what?
this-
But if you
Look,
lose, then what?
You give Zach
Then what?
$12 a month.
Okay.
You wouldn't even help
Yeah.
yourself get free money on this bet offer. The thing that I've heard that you did for your son is tell him to follow Zach. You are the most useless, air-sucking individual.
I'm
to
useless.
everybody in your life. Nobody values you. You offer nothing to anybody.
Yeah.
Well, let's say
Uh-huh.
I gotta.
So let me ask you this.
Oh my god,
If that's
dude.
the case, why can't you give?
Dude, you're very good. I love your tactics, dude. I gotta say, like, you're very good at, like, you're pointing out to the evidence, you're pointing to the facts, and you do slip a little bit of fucking ad hominem in there, but you do it way, like, respectful. You're respectful. I don't respect that, dude.
Well, I appreciate that. I think I was not respectful here, although I do stand behind everything I said. This guy is no use to anybody in his life.
He's
Well,
obviously
you're
in a
more
bad
respectful
place.
than you're more respectful than these people that just try to shred each other apart. You're actually trying to get somewhere with it.
Yeah.
Watch it tomorrow for yourself, or at least look up the stat and see the line, and I tell you exactly how it's going to go. What's wrong with
I'm
that?
not going to do anything
Of
for
course
you.
not. You're not going to do
there
it
is
because
no
you know I'm going
value.
to prove you wrong.
No,
You're not
you
going to do it
offer
because you
no
know I'll prove you wrong,
value.
just like Zach
You're
would.
trash. Do you
I'm
ever
not
wonder
trash.
if people would be better off with?
I'm not trash.
For
As-
the
no.
record,
No.
record, it doesn't make sense what you're saying. He's offering you the ability to pick the game, make the call,
She's
whatever.
She's gone full
and
Darth
he's
Maul
asking
look.
you to just give him that right now. And if it comes true, he'll give you $20. Like I
And
don't
that's what I'm
understand.
telling
Remember when Paul enslaved him to his face? He's wearing that black hood for a while. It's the same phase.
Oh, here, Mike 23 said, I was getting sleepy with the numbers. That's exactly the point that I'm making here. The numbers are a form of hypnosis. Let's see. I got people in back. I need to start cycling. Look within any thoughts. And by the way, if people are still backstage, I'll bring them back through.
No, that's all I got. Thanks for having me up, dude.
Well, thank you
Appreciate
for joining.
Yep. Good to see you, bro. Yeah.
Flo, have you ever seen the it was like a mind trick show or something like that on Netflix, I think it was. And they show you a black and white picture and then make it so that it looks color, and it's tricking your brain to see this black and white picture of a castle and grass, and it tricks your brain into seeing color. So it freaked me out, right? Because I'm like, oh, that's not good. You're tricking my brain somehow. And I trained my brain how to be able to turn it on and off while I'm looking at it. And that's how I know I can't be tricked anymore, because I started.
Well, everybody can be tricked. Stuff. The minute you think you can't be tricked is exactly when you're going to get tricked.
Yeah,
you're tricking yourself if you think you can't be tricked.
I can't be tricked because I assume everything is a trick, is what I'm trying to say.
So then you're tricking yourself because not everything is a trick.
Right. And you're not able to establish relationships and build from a foundation for yourself and trust people.
I'm all right with that.
Yeah, it gets better when you fucking finally figure that out, dude, I promise. It's really... Balderson, what's up, dude?
What's up? That's a pretty long O you got on that out there, 10th man. Where are you from?
Just left your mom's house.
He's from Canada.
Well, I love that everyone's checking up on everybody's mothers. Low State was checking up on mine the other day.
Did I check up on your mom?
Yeah, you said something about it.
Company, so I don't know what you're doing.
What do you think, Balderson? What do you think about all this shit?
I think that so I've got a pretty good friend, Marty Leeds. He's one of the big guys in this. And he's got his own system or whatever that he uses that he says is a Christian system. I don't know. And from what I've seen of it, it's interesting, but I don't see where it's functionally useful. I do see where, like, it's where there's smoke, there's fire type thing. Like when I walk into the house, I can tell my wife is cooking Mexican. Do I know what she's actually cooking? No, but I can kind of tell that we're having Mexican night. And that's kind of where I see even the best of those guys.
Did you pick it up from the Home Depot?
Right. That's where I see the best of those guys basically at, is that they can kind of tell that there's smoke, that an event is going to happen, because there's enough of this same numerology. Because I do believe that, it's no different than if something dies out in the field. There was no flies there. There was no buzzards. And suddenly there's flies and buzzards. Like, things get drawn to things. And I do believe certain large events probably have like certain symbology that gets drawn to it. But I don't think in any way can you tell what the actual event is. You're just like, oh, I smell smoke. There must be something going on over there at best.
And I would say that all the smoke is that, well, most of the time, except, I do think that sports are rigged, and I do think that there are symbols, right? Like 33 or whatever. The prime or the master numbers specifically. Well, 11 and 33, I think, are the ones that, anyways, my point is that you're observing patterns, right? There are patterns in the world. And when you have a base 10 system, you're going to have the same digits coming up regularly. With something like 201, 11, 33, all of these numbers are combinations of 0, 1, 2, 3. Well, if you have a base 10 system and things, count upwards, you're going to have more, say, ones in existence than any other number. So it would make sense that you're going to see 201, 11, 33, these digits are going to be used more than others.
Again, I don't disagree with that. Again, like I said, it's you got to more look at it like if you look at a certain color, there's like with fruits, with foods, ones of a certain color kind of have the same vein to them. They're not the same a lot of times, but they're kind of the same. It's like they have that same essence, that same flavor. And at best, I think that they can, around these extremely large events, like, 9/11 being one of them, where you can find all kinds of symbology around it that leads up to that pushes into it. And I don't disagree with what Flo's saying, that a lot of this is scripted. So that's the hard part of it is this a natural occurrence, or is this something that they've chosen and they're imposing, and now you're looking at a system that they're playing with? And so is this natural in any way? I don't know, because I don't know.
Hold
how
on a
many
second. Let me.
natural.
Let's see. I'm going to cycle some people in. Truth or Cop, you got any final words or any parting words? I suppose. If you're still
No. So like, all I want to say is that I see that there was a setup here, and it was a disingenuous debate across the board. And well, we can get further into that. I'll be streaming Sunday. So,
you're going to do a stream about it?
No, I mean, I'm just saying if you want to talk about it more over there. But
all right. Well, no, yeah. Then hold on. I'm gonna pause you for a second. I'm not gonna speak you out quite yet. Teriak, thoughts?
Yeah. So again, this is like this whole thing of like trying to assign meaning to shit that's meaningless. All this shit is gobbledygook bullshit. It doesn't make sense. It's not a coherent system. So I gave the example of God and dog both add up to 26, so they should have the same meaning. But then people say, "Oh no, but like dog's like the opposite to God." But then why do they have the same value? You can do the same thing with cat. You can do the same thing with act. And then I guess there was a point raised like why would we like tear these people down and stuff? Because if someone's a charlatan and they're fucking shitting off like a lot of this bullshit and nonsense and all this shit and just leading people astray from things like logic, stuff that like actually has value, they're going to get called out. And it's like it's the same thing you're seeing with like Billy Carlson, where he was like going around saying all this shit about all these books that he's read and all this shit, and this is the actual real Bible. And then there was an actual Bible scholar that sat down with him and absolutely destroyed him. He's like, "Yeah, no, I have like the codex right here. It doesn't say what you're saying. It says, oh, I meant some like the Book of Barnabas or some shit like that." You know what I mean? Like I said, light is the best disinfectant. And with that, I say thanks for having me up, Flo. I'll probably sit in the background just to watch regardless.
Sure. Anyways, thank you for coming up, and I'm sure he'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna put you in the back. Let's see. Welcome.
If you come back up, Teriak, I'm definitely willing to have at that one a little bit with you. I'm not a Gematria guy, but I think I can at least hack a couple of those.
All right. Alan Marcus, welcome, and AJ.
Thanks for letting me in.
Thank you. Hi, Alan. Hi, Boulderson. Hi, Truther. I really appreciate it. Again, it's a weekday. I won't be long, even though that's surprising. I know when I jump on here, I'm here till the very end. So I'm sorry I wasn't able to get into the points that I really wanted to make last night because I had such a small amount of time on Sarah's panel, given all the crazy people on there that were just going to attack you if you disagree with what their master Zach had to say. But I think what you explained was so key, because that's literally what he's doing. He's a Dollar Tree Timu knockoff of L. Ron Hubbard or Joseph Smith. And, I don't know at this point if he's just crazy or he's shameless, because whether it's the account Sports Gematria or all these people, there's years and hours of footage of him literally begging his audience for money to travel, to wake people up with Gematria. And I don't think the issue is necessarily the magic, the Kabbalah. We understand these things around the world. The issue is, like Teriak just said with Billy Carson, I thought that was a great point, is you're hiding behind the guise of trying to mislead truthers and also profit off of it. And that's some BS. And anybody who even goes onto the internet to try to connect and bypass mainstream fake news is going to be offended by that kind of debauchery. And just really quick, my last point, these are the specific School of Psychology dangers of occult. And I'm sure you guys are smart enough to notice all of these check off with this guy: isolation and control, leader worship, brainwashing and indoctrination, financial exploitation. Subscribe to my Patreon. I'll get you money with the bets and the crypto, but I'm not doing it myself because I'm holier than thou. Loss of individuality, which cults often demand conformity to group norms. So suppressing individual identity and critical thought is something that they rely on every individual. And I honestly feel sorry for those people on the panel and the people that believe him, because even if you go over to his channel and look at the comments, there's hundreds of people that think he's just so intelligent. But any kind of basic education will tell you what he does is not answer your question and do exactly what Flo's telling you. It's very simple. All you have to do is just look up what hypnosis is and what these people do. And the very last thing is dangerous behaviors. So in extreme cases, cult members may be coerced into committing harmful acts, including violence, criminal activity, or self-harm. This is where these things start to piss me off, because whether I'm laughing like a squeaky wheel cart, great edit by the way, or we're just talking about the Illuminati or the Freemasons.
Shit, I didn't know it was you. You have to show your face. What's up, man?
I can't today. But I gotta go. I'm just not, I'm not, a really busy week for me. But the reality is, a lot of us understand all of these things that he's using to name drop and his followers are using to name drop, and we didn't need Gematria to figure it out. Whether it's the Rosicrucians, the Jesuits, the corruption within our government, all these wars that have been created out of absolute BS through all cultures and faiths. If you're a good person, you can come to a consensus through peer review. And if this isn't proof to you guys that Flo is the voice of reason, I don't know what the fuck else is. It was amazing how that aged like fine wine, Flo. Thanks for always having me on, dude. I love all of you, especially those of you that give Flo support, because out of all these communities, it's like Flo's really the most realistic person on the internet. He's just fucking around and he's giving you his time and day. And there's intellectual conversations, there's bullshit, but a lot of these people are like, oh my God, the internet, it really did great things for us, but it's also created a space for these idiots to have followers, and we're watching it live 24/7. Love you, Flo.
Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you for joining. And I will give me a second here to pull it up. But I mentioned earlier I released a short with him in it specifically, so I'll pull that up and we'll take a look at it. Alan, what do you think?
There's a lot of information, a lot of calling people out. Did you guys talk about the number 23 at all?
No.
The Jim Carrey movie?
No, we have not.
Did you talk about the 23 enigma going back to the old beat poet? This idea that based on the I Ching, the number 23 kind of breaking apart and like a death thing, and how certain personalities can be obsessed with certain ideas. Kind of the Darren Aronofsky movie Pi. Did you see that one as well?
I haven't not seen it. No, I'm aware of it though.
It kind of goes into the obsessive compulsive nature of numbers and mathematicians and trying to seek meaning and find the voice of God and things.
No, I haven't seen it, but there is so something that stood out to me about the type of people that were his followers is, one, they were stupid, and two, I mean, I don't know how else to say it. It very much seemed like these were people looking for control, or people who look for this stuff are trying to find control in a world that feels out of control to them.
Meaning in a meaningless world. I don't know that the world is meaningless, but to apply meaning through numbers is one way to get an audience. And what you have, the responsibility to the audience is a sacred thing, and to mislead them or to get on this sort of momentum where you start with an idea and then you just can't give it up because you have a following that won't let you give it up. So even if he wants to get off of his own Gematria train, the momentum won't allow for him to do that. So I think if there's some grace that he could be given and some space to be able to work it out amongst his own mind and then come to a conclusion. You know, if one day he decides he wants to pivot to a different topic, and then his audience doesn't let him, or were they even his audience to begin with? Did they really love and respect him as a person, or were they just trying to push him off the cliff to see how crazy he will go?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. That is, people will get pigeonholed if they allow themselves, and that's I think that the same could be said for well, Andrew Wilson and his debate tactics, right? I think the same could be said for a lot of content creators. Yeah, I think that Andrew Wilson trying to engage something that's not attack style debates, he's going to have 150,000 pissed off subscribers, and that's part of the reason. I guess not even consciously, but sort of subconsciously or intuitively, that I've never defined my channel. And it's still to this day, if someone's like, what's your channel about? I'm like, I don't fucking know. Truth or Cop, what was it that you brought up that intrigued me?
I agree with that, but they said that he was set up for an attack, dude. He was set up.
Well, I mean, you're facing Andrew Wilson. If you don't know you're about to fucking get ambushed, I don't know what to tell you. Like that's how that dude rolls straight out. He's coming in swinging. That you got to know that, and he's going to come in as dirty as possible. Have you seen the Muslim Lantern debate? Holy fuck! The Muslim Lantern debate. He comes in there and he's like. He pulls out, it was brilliant, but it totally, what it did was, so here's my thing. Andrew Wilson has crashed the only 3 big debaters that he's had in the last 2 years that could actually debate. So Muslim Lantern, he took a socket and he took the biology of 9-year-old girls stuff and found a socket that matched that size. And then he said, all right, so if Muhammad, who said that you can marry and have sex with a 9-year-old, but their defense to this was that you're not harming the girl. He goes, in an average man's penis, and he holds out a tape measure, to an average man's penis. He goes, so if I can fit this into this socket, which is like half the size, he goes, or Muhammad had a tiny dick. Which one is it? And so, right. It was fucking brilliant, but I mean, the dude couldn't answer. It was like a damned if you do, damned if you don't thing. And so the guy couldn't answer. So he crashes debates against people that could actually tread water with him right out the gate. You look at the Dave Smith debate. He went into the debate and just totally made it all about debate nonsense, debate tactic nonsense, and was, rather than try to engage into the heart of what the debate was supposed to be about with Dave Smith. And then with what's his name, the gay atheist guy, Dillahunty. With Dillahunty, it didn't get past the openers because he got all kinds of nasty, and so he crashes people that he could that could actually challenge him, and then goes, I won, but he made the debate, he came in such an asshole.
100%, yes.
Yeah.
Well, let me know when you want my input.
It's a panel. I mean, it's a small panel, but it's a panel. Go ahead. Anytime, whenever.
Zach bodied Andrew last night.
Go on.
Okay. Like everyone's looking at like the semantic, like autistic arguments of, oh my God, he yelled at him. Zach doesn't care if you yell at him, call him names, make him look horrible, make him look like. There's something called apophenia. Do you know what that is, Flo?
No. Sounds familiar, but I don't recall.
Look up apophenia and bring
What's
it
it mean?
It is a mental illness that has a tendency of human beings finding patterns where there are none. See, I went into this 6 months ago, and there's a reason why when I'm on there and he jumps up on CTC, he doesn't say a damn word, doesn't do the gematria, because I've already This is what I'm saying. Like all these red pills.
So if you called him out for being apophenia or what, like if
apophenic.
Yeah. So thank you. Then he knows what the fuck he's doing.
That's my point.
Yeah.
You guys don't understand what.
So you agree then that he's lying to his audience intentionally to exploit them?
Yeah, but
Okay.
so is Andrew. You're fighting a battle of two grifters. It's just Andrew's mad that he found a better grifter.
Yes.
Zach has
Yes.
and he has millions of dollars.
You think Zach is a better grifter than Andrew?
Oh yeah, yeah. He's been doing this for 20 years. He has published books. He's got 4 or 5 properties. Yeah, yeah. He's a way better grifter, and that's the whole issue with it. And he humiliated Andrew. He made Andrew lose his cool. Like Zach just stared there and just kept on his script. Just like
you think Andrew lost his cool?
Yeah, Andrew lost his cool with a specific example that I brought up earlier. When Zach brought up big tobacco, watch.
Did we get a
Andrew's
timestamp on that ever?
attitude. No, I'm fucking been on the phone. I will find it eventually. It might be the next. Dude, it was. I saw it on. Dude, I was watching on
I'm not
TW.
saying that he didn't raise his voice. And
I'm just asking. Yeah.
change the tone of the debate of the way he was talking. I'm just saying, do you think he lost his cool?
Internet is a place for stupid people and autistic people to yell and have somebody hear them. And in normal society, nobody's listening to this. Like, what do you guys like? You guys are arguing bullshit. What the fuck does anything that Zach has to say matter? If I was to go up to an autist or a schizophrenic person on the corner or someone taking bath salts and they're babbling and they're talking, if you engage with them, you've already lost. So you guys are.
So then you think that because of the apophenia.
No, Zach's not apophenic. No, he's not.
Zach's not.
There are millions of people that are.
Okay. But
Okay,
would you say that just by engaging at all, Andrew lost?
Yes.
Okay.
He already lost. Because no matter what, like, what is he trying to prove? You're playing a game against Neo. He can bend his own. You're fighting someone who created it, and who can change it to whatever, and it doesn't matter because as long as you can do 2 numbers separately that correlate or have any kind of connection or any kind of parallels to any other numbers, the people that have apophenia will believe it. Like this is what I'm saying. Like Andrew Wilson is literally a stupid person. And people literally think he has some kind of like intelligence. Like Gimpy said it on CT today, like I crushed him.
I certainly wouldn't call him stupid. I wouldn't call him.
No, he's stupid.
Smart, but he's not stupid.
No, he's stupid.
No, I definitely think I don't think he's stupid at all. I do think
he has a lower than average IQ.
You have an Andrew Wilson fetish.
Well, I will say Andrew Wilson is not as great as a debater as beat it on.
Fuck up. Maybe I just don't like somebody that walks around and tries to be mean when I'm actually mean, and like it brings up a mixture of competitiveness and a urge to pee down his throat. Now, the thing is he's genuinely.
So your problem is you think he's LARPing, being the asshole part.
Yeah,
the asshole part. He's LARPing
because no matter what panel you can check this anywhere, just like with Sarah, just like he cannot be in a panel because Flo, why don't you bring up and review the debate I had with him on Project VOD where I got him to yeah, he's not an engineer.
You were here for it.
Yeah, he's not an engineer. Okay, he has no degrees. He doesn't know how to work as an engineer, but yet he goes on whatever podcast and claims he's a software engineer and then a mechanical engineer to a bunch of girls that then he beats up on a bunch of girls. Like 18-year-old girls, to me, if I'm not fucking them, I'm not talking to them. And the fact that he's sitting there and discussing and takes his time and that's his job shows how absolutely worthless he is because no engineer, even if he was, let's say he had a degree in engineering, which he doesn't. Let's say he's formally taught in education, or in engineering, which he's not. No engineer that has any
informally.
Never mind, dude. I can't talk. This is why I just want the planet.
You're on a panel, Imperious. If you
want me to go mad, do you want me to get mad or no? Because that's what I'm saying. If I'm not allowed to go off on these fucking people, And they're so
I don't give a fuck.
You're fucking too stupid to exist, dude. You're a fucking waste of atoms. Dude, like, don't fucking interrupt me.
Dude, listen to you cry around about fucking Andrew Wilson. I'm real mad. I'm real mad. Like, shut the fuck up.
No, sir. Go back.
I'm real mad. I'm so mad. Andrew gets attention for being mad, but I'm madder. Like, what a bitch. Like, are you serious, dude? What a cunt. I was just trying to get you to clarify what you were saying.
I don't need to
clarify
anything. The man can't fucking spell his name.
You dribbly mouth fucking cunt.
I don't need to elaborate on anything to a man who can't spell his own fucking name. Now go smoke your meth so you can lose.
How would you know how my name is spelled, you dumb fuck?
You don't know.
How would
Sir,
you
didn't
know?
listen again. You don't know how your name is spelled.
How would you know?
You don't know how your name is spelled.
I
This
do
is
know
why
how
I'm
my
saying
name's
most of
spelled.
the human race has inferior genetics and should not exist. You're an example
I'm
of it.
presuming by the fact that you hide behind not even bothering to put up a bitch avatar, that's you.
No, it's that the fact that you.
I'm fairly sure it's you. I'm fairly sure you got fucking oozing pimples. That you're fat as fuck, and no woman has ever touched you. Your genetics are dead genetics. You're a mouthy bitch who wishes you had the attention Andrew Wilson has. You're dying because Andrew Wilson gets attention, and you don't. And I did hear that. You're like, oh, I said this thing. Do you know this thing? It was some dumb bitch shit. Nobody gives a fuck
Can you
about you.
put together a
Nobody
sentence with some
follows
evidence,
you.
or are you just rambling
Why
again?
nobody follows you?
Did your meth get acted up again? Yeah, I know. That's a really creepy laugh, dude. Yeah. No wonder you're in West Virginia, dude.
What a dumb cunt.
Go
cry in your pillow about
Go take
Andrew
some
while you're
bath salt.
scorching
Go
in your
take some
hand.
bath salt, Tick. Go take some bath salt, Tick. Yeah.
Where were we? No.
Go back, Hick. Keep going, Hick.
Well, we were listening to this line about Andrew. He's so mad, but I'm extra mad.
Ask him why he runs from every panel. Ask him why I eviscerated him Ask him why Gimpy was on CT today saying how much he's a bitch and he runs from me and how I destroyed him. Why didn't you ask him that? Like, if he's the man that you want to blow and get on your knees for, at least see if he's the right man and worth it.
You want to be that man?
No, I just want to. I would much rather be a guy that puts a foot to the back of his head and curb stomps him. But you know what I mean? Like,
no, you wouldn't. Don't pretend. You're just pissed because he don't fucking spoon you. You want to be little spoon. Don't pretend.
Why would I want to be spooned by a man who has another man's balls walking around his house?
Yeah, exactly. Listen to you.
Listen
to you, you jealous fuck. You're like, God, he's got another man's balls, not mine. I would wash his balls.
Are you a stepchild?
Yeah. Do you charge Andrew rent?
No, I mean I charge his wife for living in my my doghouse in the back.
Yeah.
Well, the difference is I don't. You know, it's funny when you call out somebody whose job is to be in entertainment, and when I treat him that he's done being my entertainment, and I want him to be something else to entertain me. It's somehow I'm obsessed. No, I want my entertainment. I want him to be the dancing crow in Dumbo. I want him to be my little entertainment slave because that's what he is. He's an entertainer. And I told him that on VOD. You heard me. I said, well, he's like, why do you want
I don't even know that he would. I don't think he would disagree with that. Doesn't he say
well, that's
he's
why he did. That's why he got on his knees, kissed my feet for freedom, and left the debate with his dick between his legs, cooking. Like, there's a reason why, like, he goes into these debates just like Jim Bob did today. I tried to jump on Jim Bob's show. Oh, he says mean TOS. I can't let him on stream. This is what I'm. They're a bunch of these are nerd people. These are nerds, dude.
So
these are nerds.
Why?
Only because I enjoy beating up nerds like I did in high school. When I see the nerds in the IT department now, I make fun of them. Like, they're nerds, dude. Like, and they've cultivated a community of men that no longer cuck for women, but now cuck for a man. That's the great irony. They're sitting there holding the skirt up of a man as if he was a woman.
If
the debate God.
if
Debate
you
University.
Imperious, I have a hypothetical question. If
Go ahead.
you were doing something that made you look dumb, would you want me to tell you what it is?
No, I don't care because anything
Okay.
I do, my understanding of things is far superior.
All right, then go ahead.
There's nothing dumb because again, there's only one man that runs from another man. There's only one man, like I said, that acts like a game, that he's hard, that he's going around bullying people, and then when he gets bullied, he can't understand that that's his business model going down the drain. You do understand, right? That the reason he won't jump on stream is because I exposed his business model. I exposed that he is a fraud in everything he says, and he tries to bully people with bullshit. He's not mean. He's the guy who got bullied in high school. He's the guy that got bullied in his whole life.
I'm not disagreeing. Can you substantiate that he's a fraud? Like any?
Yes, yes, he's not an engineer, and he's gone on all the saying he's an engineer.
I'm not even saying you're wrong. I'm saying I've never heard him make that claim, and I've never seen his blog of
You
it.
fucking idiot! Shut the fuck up! I have someone that walks. I have someone that works on the whatever show. You want 100 clips because I can do an expose show with you if you want. They have 100 clips of him saying he's a software engineer. Then he's a mechanical engineer.
I'm not even denying that.
Not an engineer.
Okay, so I'm more interested in maybe.
I know you're not. You're more interested in nothing because you cucked to him too.
I'm just conceding the point, you crybaby. Let yourself.
No, I don't want concessions from you. I don't give a shit about what you can see.
What do you want from me?
I want that faggot on your show so I can go all I want is 1 hour to take his business down.
You're mad because he won't give it to you.
No, I make more money than him. He lives on 175. That's my Model S. What the fuck No, I take the pleasure of hurting people in their lives.
Mm.
You don't understand, dude.
I don't.
But when I was 6, I bet it, like when I started in wrestling, I enjoy inflicting pain on others.
I guarantee I've inflicted more pain than
No,
you have.
you haven't.
Yes,
That's
I
the
have.
difference. No, Flo, you haven't. You're a simple drug dealer.
What are you?
Someone that used to beat up drug dealers. It's easy.
You're a cop.
No. When you have cops as friends, when you have cops as friends, they can tell you where people are, and then your buddies and your frat goes there and beats them up. You think that you didn't go down to Tijuana every Sunday and go to take boats back? You think you didn't take boats back from Tijuana every year? Or every month, usually. This guy probably doesn't even know what a boat is.
I have no idea why Andrew Wilson doesn't want to debate you, dude.
Flo, what's a boat? What's a boat, Flo?
You speak so intelligently.
What's a flow? What's a boat, Flo?
Your mom is.
No, it's 1,000 pills. But anyways, you guys are stupid. You guys are small time, dude. Like there were dozens of people in my fraternity that had more access to you to shit flow, and you got ready.
You are so fucking cool, dude. You like fucking awesome, dude. You are
got rated.
Really appreciate you. You bring you're really coming in hard here. I like that.
There was never a city cop at any of my raids. Why was that?
There doesn't have to be. There can be sheriffs.
I know they were all sheriffs and state.
Yeah, sure. Sheriffs are easier because they have more leniency. They can leak all kinds of shit because they're hard. They have less people oversighting them.
So why would there be city cops at every other raid they did, except for mine?
I don't know. Maybe you were in a jurisdiction between cities. Maybe your property.
I was in city limits.
I don't know. Maybe they wanted to bring in the sheriffs because the sheriffs handle more shit. The city cops are pussy.
Okay.
They thought you were a drug dealer and they thought you probably had weapons. Sheriffs deal with that more often. Why do you think Compton and Watts and all that kind of stuff it's all sheriff? There's no city cops. Like, dude, you're probably
I'm just giving it to you so that you can think about it later.
There's nothing to think about. I understand why sheriffs overtake certain areas because it's too dangerous for normal city police, which don't have the experience and training necessary for those kind of jobs.
Do you have a specific bat signal that you look out for when cops need your help to arrest criminals?
Oh, I don't know. They didn't know, dude. You just had friends that were on the force, or you had people's brothers or people's dads.
Do you?
Thank you, Chuck, for the $5. Imperious will well, he's back in line now. Unless somebody wants to buy him up, you can still, if you revive Imperious, it jumps if you revive somebody, it jumps the line for them. Otherwise, let's see, where am I at here?
I'm still looking for the timestamp of the specific claim I raised earlier, but I found one in the back chat of at 33:14. Andrew brings up cigarettes and starts flashing a pack of Marlboro cigarettes. Then at 2 hours and 15 minutes, Andrew holds up a cigarette again, and he talks about Zach saying, "Oh, you were going to bring up some sort of a prediction." I bet it's had something to do with cigarettes, didn't it? As if he brought it up.
When does he start flipping out, like you said?
I'm still looking for that, but the evidence all over this thing, dude, I found even more. It's ridiculous.
Flo, weirdly, when you were in the chat earlier, if you would have stuck around for one more minute, Freeman Fly's manager was also in the chat, and I tried introducing you to.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, I was like,
damn.
Fuck, where'd you go? Damn
I had to get ready for this shit.
I was like, you can go back through the live chat. I was like, I introduced it. I was like, this is Flow State. He's a good guy, and then I'm like, shit.
We'll drop him the link or something, or we'll get it. But I appreciate the attempt. Uncle Fatty, talk to us.
Apophenia is not a mental illness. Everybody has apophenia. It's just the tendency to find patterns in things. It's like parabolia, when you see pictures and
like
you
a
see
parasite.
faces and clouds, right?
So I mean, I would assume that there's normal levels of pattern recognition, and then there's mentally ill levels of, OCD.
Right.
And probably apophenia is somewhere closer past the normal pattern recognition.
It's like Rain Man seeing patterns in cards. It's the same thing. Everybody can find a pattern where there isn't one. That's all this numerology, all this shit.
But a lot of times there is patterns, right? I mean, they are patterns. There just doesn't necessarily mean there's meaning.
But like with the Bible code, for instance, which Zach falls back on, if you take 45 letters or 47 letters or 50 letters and go through, you'll find words. It doesn't mean they're supposed to be there. It doesn't mean they were planned to be there, especially when you transfer all this shit to a different language. None of it works. Sure as hell doesn't work.
And that's a big. I think that's a big stumbling block for the legitimacy of Gematria, is that if you use Hebrew or if you use Latin or Greek, you're getting way different shit every time. So
especially Latin, because there's half the letters and half the words, if that. So no, it's all a bunch of bullshit, and fucking Imperious is full of shit. So get him back up here so I can tell him to his face.
Truth or cop? Any other? I disagree that it was a setup. I think that it was prearranged, and everybody had time to prepare. And I don't think that there was any surprises. Do you think there's any surprises?
Not for the general viewer because the moment Andrew came over to Jim Bob on Raging Tomato, and when they were having that debate and introduced this concept, he said, "I'd love to debate you." You could just hear everything that was about to unfold from his voice. He was setting him up. He knew he knew that Zach wouldn't see the optics. He knew that he found the person that he could set up and set him up.
I mean, if you invite somebody to a debate, that's not a setup, right? You invited them. You don't have to tell. This isn't court. There isn't discovery, right?
Yeah, but a genuine debate, like a debate's like supposed to be like, let's get to the truth of the matter. It's not about bringing in a bunch of people, having a moderator who's under your fucking control to moderate the debate in your fashion, make you look like an idiot in front of the audience, bring up the wrong people. Like, you're not, like, I don't see you do that at all, but like...
That's the after panel. The debate itself was 2 hours, and like Andrew agreed to debate me 4 months ago and has just disappeared since and went zero dark and apparently refuses to freaking but when you're doing that, it's not like you don't have the opportunity to watch the however many hours of banked debates that he has, so you understand his tactics, you understand the way he thinks, you can prepare your own tactics based off of his off of the way he talks, off of his belief systems. That's just prepping for a debate.
Yeah, so again, like there was no setup, right? Like there was no trap. I think that you saw what basically everybody saw, which is that Zach doesn't actually stand a chance. It's not Andrew or Sarah's fault if all of Zach's crew, when we got to the after part, if all of Zach's crew is too pussy to get on panel while Andrew was there.
Well, I mean, Andrew, like as they were up on the panel, and Andrew's inviting him on when Jim Bob and Zach had debated the first time. He made sure, like, he was like, "Oh, what are your best numbers? This and that. Oh, I could get you way more. I'm going to set you up. I'm going to make you a star. I'm going to make you a star, big boy." And he played to it. He played to his ego, knowing that he was going to bring him into a situation where he was going to demolish his rhetoric and win part of his audience and grift on.
I'm absolutely okay with that, 100,000%. If somebody's going to be lured in by their greed, which is how Zach lures all of his Patreons in, then they deserve it. Zach is too fucking big and too experienced.
Who you associate with, because Andrew's getting his soon.
Zach is too big and too experienced to be like treated like a fucking baby in this situation. Like he can't see that coming.
I get what you're saying, but like he's not from the debate sphere. He was in his own home doing his own thing, and then he's not from the panel. Like you and I have been doing panels more than he has.
He's been on YouTube longer than we have. He was on the streets doing this shit before he was on YouTube. This guy's not he's not unfamiliar with shit. He said that the reason that he wanted to debate Jim Bob was as a stepping stone to Andrew. So everybody in this scenario is using everybody else, and that's okay. If you're mutually using each other, that's a transaction.
I can't disagree, because again, Imperius brought it up earlier. You're talking about two grifters. Who's the better grifter at the end of the day? And I think that Zachary Hubbard is far more genuine. Will actually tell he might not tell you he might not tell you the information. He might deflect and go into the Patreon shit, but he's not going to like mislead someone into an onslaught. And Zachary got
hold on. That claim entirely is misleading.
Yeah,
even if you believe it, you have no way of knowing what you're saying is true. You just said Zach's not going to mislead you.
So like he could be misleading people individually, but I don't understand this. This is why I really support Talcotia. This is why I'm gotten behind the message of Jack Talcott. It's about spreading peace and love and living without fear and not getting into this fucking bullshit and these grifters, dude. If anybody needs any donos out here, it's Flow State and it's also Jack Talcott.
I appreciate you transacting that with me. Nice setup.
Maybe you need to donate some freaking money. Donate. Maybe you need to donate some freaking money. Maybe you need to donate some freaking money. Donate. Maybe you need to donate some freaking money. Donate some freaking money.
I wouldn't say Truther is blinded by it, but I do think that he's influenced by it. I think Imperius is blinded by it.
You never know you're in a cult when you're in a cult.
He's blind, like red with rage, blind by it. It's wild. and the worst part is if you don't join him to that level of insanity, you obviously are an Andrew Wilson fan.
Dude, I was trying to agree with him, and he like came at me, like thinking I was coming against him.
Yeah.
Oh, he don't.
Thank you, Chuck, for dropping another panelist. We've got now Cuts 1. What's up, Cuts?
Hey, what's good, Float? What's good, Powder Dusty? What's good, the rest of you guys? Good evening.
Good evening.
That was atrocious yesterday. That's like unbelievable fraud, in my opinion.
From who?
From I think honestly they might be all in.
Hold on. Sorry, I'm tinkering with your mic settings because you're popping. Go ahead, talk.
Oh yeah, no, I don't know. I'm just making up a conspiracy theory, but they probably all called each other on the phone there because they had me blocked. They blocked me and a bunch of other people that had like really good points to make about the quack guy. That guy Zachary K. Hubbard is a super quack. I used to be a part of their little Gematria community, and they have frauded more people than like you can count.
I believe that.
Yeah, and then, I don't know.
Let me ask you, what happens? You were part of the community. What happens within the Patreon, or once you get in there? Or is it just more of the same?
It's really lame. It's really nothing. It's just giving him money, and then it's just like any other post that he makes on Twitter or anywhere else. He makes a post with a bunch of numbers and his codes and all this stuff or whatever. And it's like I've seen it a few times. I bought it once, like a long time ago, but that's not what I'm upset about. But I don't know. I don't think that guy should even have a platform to like voice his voice at all. They shouldn't be allowed to be doing what they're doing. That's insane.
Well, I disagree. I think people should be allowed. I agree.
They target good people though. Like I know people personally that are like nice people, and they just like take hella money from them, and then the next thing you know, the guy's like goes on a fraud spree, and like they're like, yeah, you're this and you're that, and blah 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 blah, numbers and quack. I mean, he's a quack motherfucker. He's a straight motherfucker.
So how much money did you get rich on sports betting?
No, I never gambled. I was a part of their community from like the research side more so back when I was, and I have other mutual friends that are like online, and we would do research and stuff, and then they would like steal it all the time and use it and then be like, it's all gematria, quack.
So you were like an intern doing private research for a guy?
Well, I was doing it, no, not like specifically for them. I was just doing it on my own. But it was like, I don't know, when you start like going on a show and you start becoming part of their community or whatever, you're like making friends within their groups or whatever. And like seemingly their gematria really seems legit. Like I thought there was something to it. I thought Zachary actually knew gematria, which he doesn't.
Yeah, he doesn't stick to it at all.
Gematria is actually Hebrew. It's Hebrew. You can beat that guy. Say what?
It uses the Hebrew language.
It's actually in Hebrew originally. He even said it in the stream. He was like, "Yeah, it's originally in Hebrew or whatever, but it's all just whatever I say it is now." And like, if all the guy that was debating him would have had to do would be like, "Hey, Zachary. So you say gematria is originally in Hebrew, right?" And then the guy will be like, he'll be like, yeah. And then you're like, all right. So then, do you know Hebrew, Zachary? And he'll be like, no. And he's like, can you speak in Hebrew? Can you write in Hebrew? And then Zach's like, no, or whatever. And then you'll be like, all right, then you're not actually a gematria rabbi. Sorry, try again.
Yeah, I've got someone who's he's got a channel and he comes over here, but he's Jewish and Israel, like he lives in Israel. And I asked him one time,
right?
I mentioned gematria, and he didn't say this, but he kind of chuckled and like did a hedge. He kind of gave me like basically implying that it's just a rabbit hole. Basically, it's a rabbit hole to nowhere. Now that's my words, but it's what I inferred out of his response.
Right. It's seemingly benign. It's actually a religious practice. It's part of studying Jewish mysticism and Jewish religious studies.
Mm-hmm.
Like getting deeper into the Torah and like going into the Kabbalah and all that. And you know why they don't let me on the show to debate him? Because I ask him, I'm like, so where exactly is your gematria found in the Kabbalah? And he can't answer the question. He just goes on a ramble as he does, he cannot answer that question because you know why? His gematria is not in the Kabbalah.
No, it's not.
But he's like, no, it's not. But he insists on it. He's like, yeah, it's from the Kabbalah.
So where does it come from?
It comes from the Kabbalah, but it's in Hebrew. Real gematria is Hebrew. It's in the original Kabbalah with the K. They're being really deceptive. There's 3 types of Kabbalah. When he says he gets it from Aleister Crowley, he's talking about the Kabbalah with the Q, which is some Kabbalah that the Order of the Golden Dawn and the AA and the OTO and Aleister Crowley and the MI6 made up way later, thousands of years later, from the existence of the real actual Kabbalah with the K, which is Jewish.
Do you take that back to intelligence companies and ciphering as a way of encrypting hidden messages? And that was the usefulness, but beyond that, today, it doesn't have a use if it's just numbers in sports betting and public events.
It's more sinister than that, in my opinion, because they focus on death stuff, and they claim all this stuff as death rituals and all this stuff, and then they're attributing it onto groups that they just make up numbers about. They say it's the Jesuits quacking out everyone by the code, right? But that's provably false. That's gematria. That's not gematria. If they are doing that, it's some other number system stuff that they're doing from the occult.
Are they casting spells if it's related to death and they're trying to create a self-fulfilling prophecy?
Yeah, I researched this. What they're actually doing is something called arithmancy. When you do the quote-unquote gematria, when you're doing it in English, it's something called arithmancy. If you look it up, the definition of English gematria, even when you look up the definition of English gematria, it does not say that it's the 4 ciphers in English or the foreign, it's literally not on there. You read all through it, it is not on there the way this guy's claiming he's teaching gematria.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at, he mentioned earlier I played it on the
Nowhere
debate.
does it say that it's 4 ciphers in English.
Yeah,
basically.
He said that the 4 ciphers come from this book, Secret Teachings of All Ages. So I'm actually looking for that right now to see if you're able to find the page where it has the citation of what he's talking about, it literally actually doesn't say what he says that it says. When Manly P. Hall talks about gematria in that book, he's talking about Hebrew gematria. And when he talks about those 4 ciphers, he calls it a cryptography or something like that. Okay, yeah, because I just turned here and I'm sort of thumbing through it and I don't see anything about ciphers at all.
And there's only 1 cipher in there. He says he got 1 cipher from Manly P. Hall, the main basic one or whatever. Then he says he got the reverse one from Aleister Crowley or whatever, from the Kabbalah and the Killapoth and the whatever, the Kabbalion and all, unbelievable. He's like, yeah, it's from Aleister Crowley in the Book of the Law.
Does he ever get into gematria with Navajo language?
Right.
Talkers?
Right. No, exactly. It really doesn't cross over language wise. You can do Hebrew and English, but it doesn't convert geometrically.
So in your view, the use of gematria proper is to encode a message to send to a intended target to decrypt the message. This is like computer PGP.
Wait, say that again. You might have more intelligence about certain aspects of this than I do. I don't really quite understand
the use of gematria in English or German or any language is to send a message that cannot be intercepted. It has to be first decrypted, and that's a military use.
In case anybody's wondering,
Alan, that could be
Alan over here, and I have spent probably more hours on occult than anybody you can imagine.
Would you like to tell them the story of the secret decipher of the Euphonauts and certain Greenfield? Alan Greenfield.
Oh God, you would love that, Flo. Do you know what the OTO is?
Yeah.
One of the head guys from the OTO came on, and I just tore that dude heart. He's one of these cipher people too, only he's got his own cipher. What the hell is his cipher called?
He was featured in a show called Hellier.
Wow.
Yeah, he was talking about goblins and
That's crazy.
Yep.
That sounds about right. Holy shnikes. Unbelievable.
And then the dude is a Jungian alchemist, and I'm an actual lab alchemist. Well known for it, and just tore that dude up. I'm like, this is fucking ridiculous. And then it got to the end of this. By somewhere in the story, he admitted that the only reason that his book got printed was because this under guy that wanted to become one of the big people in the OTO. He's told that guy who worked at a printing place, if you guys don't print my book, you don't get to make it to the big boys table. So in a little exchange of back scratching, he got to have his book, which is garbage, printed, and then that guy got to become a whatever level in the OTO. And that's what those societies have all become. They've all forgotten the actual occult, because none of them do the actual lab alchemy. Like, if you go back through it, since basically Blavatsky's time, everybody's a Jungian alchemist. Even Blavatsky didn't claim she was an alchemist, but now everybody is, and all it is garbage psychology. And which I'm not even saying there isn't some validity to psychology and not some validity to some things Jung said. But at the end of the day, all these people apply it in every way, and they don't understand the root of the philosophy comes from lab alchemy. And once you take that out of the picture, you've lost everything. And
I think it's
also,
possible that these guys have drank so much of their own potion that they actually believe that they're not grifting and that they're in their own way.
That's what I saw of the dude. Correct. I didn't think that it was fake. I thought he believed what he was saying.
I think
Yeah,
there's a lot of
Quackery really believes it too. He's like diehard about it. He really he would lay it all down, and he's just like, my Gematria, go! He wants Gematria 6th. I mean, it's ridiculous.
You believe that he actually believes himself?
Maybe not. You might be right. I think actually I know he doesn't believe it. He knows that he's lying, because he always, think about it, he always quotes the Talmud, right? And then he scrambles in Hitler quotes with it. And he's like, yeah. And then it's all my Gematria and the Jesuits are doing all this. And then you're like, really? And he's quoting the Talmud, and it's like, yeah, lie to the Goyim. And then he's teaching you Gematria. I mean, think about it. He's lying to you.
Yeah, he is. I just flipped through. I just thumbed through. I scanned the Gematria section of Secret Teachings of All Ages. It says nothing about ciphers.
Also, even if it did, the Manly was like 23 or some shit when he wrote this. Like, he was a kid. You're not even supposed to start a cult till you're 40. Like, so I don't know what a 23-year-old knew. All I knew at 23 was how to punch out babies and get drunk and, pull in a half-ass paycheck.
You guys want to hear something interesting about this regarding this? I actually was live. I would go live on Spaces about a year ago, like last year, and I was doing a live stream on my Spaces, and I called the Philosophical Research Society, like down in LA. I called them up on the phone, and I was like, hey, are you guys aware of this guy Quackery over there? And then they were like, oh, the guy did. He knew. He was like, oh, yeah, kind of, yeah. And then I like kind of grilled him about it, right? I was like, so he claims that this is where he got his Gematria from or whatever. And then the guy was like, can I talk to you privately? And then I was like, and I had him, like, he denounced it. I was like, are you aware of the Zachary K. Hubbard guy is lying and frauding in the name of Manly P. Hall, that he's teaching all this Gematria and this and that? And then the guy was like, yeah, please talk to me privately. And that, like, I got him to, he said that they were in no way, I got him on the recording saying this. He said that they were in no way, shape, or form affiliated or associated with Zachary K. Hubbard whatsoever at all. And no, they don't have his book, and he's never been there, and they don't have any lectures about Gematria there ever. And yeah, I thought that was really interesting. I was like, really? So it's just a fraud.
And what you got in there? What is
this
that?
is apparently another Manly P. Hall book, Divine Mathematics, Unveiling the Secrets of Gematria. I'm assuming he got it from that, and he's just listing Secret Teachings of All Ages, which is the book everybody knows Manly Hall for. But assuming, and I doubt he even read this book, he probably got it from somebody else. You know how that shit is anymore. People just don't even know where the origins of things come from. But
yeah, we've never heard of that book. No, he's never taught about that book, and he's never taught anybody that there was a philosophical research society at all. Like, if you think about it, if he was really teaching you something from that, then wouldn't he be promoting that as well? He'd be like having a group of people go there every weekend to do teachings or something, you would think.
Yeah. I've got a lot of I have a lot of books. It's Apophenia. I have a lot of books.
And you guys in a while.
What did you say? You're taking off? All right, he's taking off. Something that Andrew said that I guess he didn't actually say it, but he basically said it implied it strongly, is that Manly P. Hall is an occultist, and the implication is therefore fuck him, right? I think that it's worth pointing out that I think that is the wrong approach to take to occultism. Whether or not you buy into it, lots of people do, and it's worth understanding that, and that is a big part of how the world does actually work. It's also a big part of Christianity, right? Like baptism.
I totally agree with what you're saying. Absolutely.
The Hebrew cipher is in there. It's right here.
The Hebrew.
Yeah.
Oh, and Secret Teachings of All Ages.
Yeah, it has the Hebrew cipher at least.
The Hebrew cipher, right? He doesn't talk about English, simple ordinal. You know, the ones that.
Did you guys ever have those big box computer games where there was a copyright scheme and you had a little code wheel and you had to spin the code wheel to match up the letters to be able to break the encryption to unlock your computer game?
No, I don't recall that.
That's what it is. That's the use of Gematria in a functional purpose, is to create codes that you can then unlock, and you can use the 3 meters. You have a small, large, and you spin it around.
Right.
And you
No,
that
sounds right. What you're saying is right.
Then you can defeat the copyright protection to unlock your video game to play. That's what they used to use in the olden days. So when you see a picture of that with inner circle, middle circle, and outer circle, well, that's designed to be put with a pinwheel in the middle, and you spin it around to match it up to then write a code, and then the person you're sending the message to has the same code wheel, and they match it up, and then from there they're able to write down with the code wheel what your message is. That was the purpose of it.
Yeah, but that's just a cipher.
That's the use of the cipher.
That also doesn't match what Zachary K. Hubbard claims that he's teaching Gematria. He says it's 4 ciphers in English, and whatever the way he does it, and then match everything to Jesuits.
So
saying that it's Jesuits that do Gematria, which is insane.
Marcus and I, though, don't go in on the whole he's obviously trying to fool people, is we've been at this game long enough that the names that we were friends with, like when I was just talking to Flo earlier about Freeman, guys like that, people don't even remember them. They don't even know their names. And these guys were doing the original work that these people today are talking about and don't even know to credit that dude. And don't
Freeman
know
is so OG.
Yeah. You're talking about that dude was digging out information. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, I'm like, I don't fanboy a lot, but I'm still kind of a fanboy for Freeman. Like, his shit's good.
The dude called out 9/11 before it happened. You want to talk about some dude that knows.
So did Alex Jones.
Yeah, well, him and Alex Jones were, they knew each other. They were hanging.
Is that the guy, the Freeman perspective guy, or no?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I know what you're talking about. That's good. That's good. Right, I agree.
Those guys.
I like this.
But
I like how you
understand that.
this.
why do we need a whole elaborate conspiracy theory? Like, we know the government does the shit like Mockingbird, the UFO shit that the CIA does. Like, they just do the shit. They put out misinformation just to fucking like put a blanket over their military operations. Like, why do we need a whole elaborate conspiracy theory to explain? Yeah, the 9/11 could have been set up because they just wanted an excuse to go into the Middle East, or the same thing with was the not Guantanamo Bay, the World War II one.
Oh,
the Japanese Pearl Harbor, yeah, like the Pearl Harbor thing. They just need an excuse to go into war. So, like, why do we need this elaborate thing with all these fucking numbers and then these code wheels and all this kind of shit? Like, why can't we just use like simple logic? Occam's razor.
And well, I mean, there's a place for both of them, right? I think that there's a place for both of them, and but also there's a place also for just muddying the water and disinformation. And like, I don't know how. Without trying to get into the rabbit hole, that's how I view something like Mandela effect. I think it's just mud in the water because it gets people sent in the wrong direction, looking for things. I feel the same way about a lot of how Gematria is used. I think Zach is using it to just muddy people's water and confuse them so they keep paying him.
So yeah, and then if you try to predict something, you just sound like a kook.
What I would say about it is, when you start looking at these events, and this is, again, I'm not trying to claim they're predictive at all, but when you look at them post, and this is, again, an argument to be used against those guys, but it's still, as a post thing, when you look at it, there's certain sets of numbers that are around certain events, and I mean, it's crazy how much they're around it, and there's a reasoning behind that. I don't know what it is. They don't know what it is. It's to where it gets a problem, in my opinion, is when you start claiming you can predict through this pattern when you don't really know that kind of thing. You're now just grabbing at straws and hoping you grab the right one. And occasionally you might grab the right one, and then you get to make a giant name off yourself, like, hey, look, I got this one right.
That's a knife.
Right. In real Gematria, what they're doing, it's actually against the rules of doing Gematria, the way they're doing it backwards on all that type of stuff, other stuff. It literally, like, I forget where it is, but it's like part of the rules. Like, you're not supposed to do it that way. You're not supposed to even do it on people's names.
Show us the real blade. I don't know what you want from me. Okay, sorry, I had to take a quick knife fetish detour. Let's see. Kurtz. Just so that you're aware, I don't know what mic you're using. Oops. But your microphone is hot. I can't adjust it because if I turn off your auto volume adjust, then you start popping. So I just want you to be aware of that.
Maybe I gotta stay a little farther back from it.
That's better. That is better. Let's see. Did you see the beginning of this when I talked about the hypnosis and overload induction?
I think I missed a little bit of the stream.
Okay. Let me just go back because this is really what I think the crux of, at least for Zach, the Gematria. So I'm not going to redo the whole thing, but I am going to reread this little section I read at the beginning, describing overload induction hypnosis. The overload induction script is designed for anxious clients. It is hard to hypnotize people. It works by focusing their attention on what they see or hear or physically feel. You force them to attend to too many different things at the same time. This overloads their mind. The overload induction works for any client, but is especially useful for clients who can't go into trance normally. For resistant clients, it stops the intrusive thoughts that interfere with trance. Hypervigilant clients are too busy scanning for threats to listen to your hypnotic suggestions. Overanalytical clients are fully involved in testing every line you say for logical inconsistencies. All these types find that the overload induction gives them so many things to keep track of that it actually leads them into a trance. The script allows The script shows how to use whatever is happening in the environment. You get the client to focus on each input as it occurs, piling on the sensory inputs and without giving them time to deal with any one sensation before moving on. It works because it overwhelms their internal dialogue. It gives them too many suggestions to keep track of them all. And so their mind just gives up, stops trying, and accepts whatever you say. Use the overload induction script when dealing with analytical and hypervigilant clients. Switch to it immediately if you feel that your client is not responding to your normal induction. That is what the cornerstone of what I think Zach is doing. I think that he's hypnotizing his audiences and then sending them to his Patreon.
I 100% agree. The dude that called it a cult, I don't agree with. That's an NLP technique, not a cult technique.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about like pretty much that's what he does. I agree. That's really good you found that. They also, I think there is cult aspect. I personally think they are a cult. The one under Zachary, at least. There's a lot of Gematria people, but like the way certain stuff, I think that one is actually a cult.
Yeah, I would say that after having met some of his little honkies, I kind of agree, because some of those dudes like were weird.
I think I was mistaken. Are you saying a cult like A-C-U-L-T?
A space C-U-L-T.
Yeah, which one?
Zach has a cult.
He has a cult, and he claims it's from the occult, which he's lying about, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's not from occult. That's from neuro-linguistic programming. That learning those, like what Flo is just talking about right there. And then when you're not doing that, you do these speech pattern things. And then also this check-in thing where you just said 53 things and you're like, right. You know, and then nobody wants to be the one going, what? No, not me. No, I didn't get it. Nobody wants to be that person. So now you get to move on. And even though the base is already something you don't understand, now you're taking in more information reliant on that base. And yeah, it's a whole neuro-linguistic programming technique.
All right. Let's see. Alan Marcus, I hope you stay backstage so I can bring you up again. I'm going to cycle you down. Do you have any thoughts before I drop you?
No, I just concerned that maybe he's built a golem or an egregore of his cult of personality, and his fans are going to continue to feed energy into that. So any sort of pushback or denial of that is going to cause them to double down and further entrench themselves into their studies, which we've discussed.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you for joining. If I don't talk to you again, and it is now time to bring back the one, the only Imperius. But hold on, before I do, I'm curious if there's any egregores I've built myself that the audience will not let me quit doing. If there is, let me know what it is in the chat. I don't think I have, but Rocky, you're next. You're next in line. Knock, knock.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
Actually, hold on. Cuts. I'm gonna roll you out, and then I'm gonna bring up Rocky.
It's all good. I wanted to make one more point. I would like a challenge for the Gematrians, if you will. I want them to predict the next Pope, when the current one's gonna die, and then who's gonna be the next one. I'll be waiting. Have a good night, guys.
Thank you for joining. And for anybody who's watching, at some point in these streams, when I do the limited panels and cycle people through, at some point I just get worn out and tired of it, and then I just open the panels. So, watch out for that. All right. Imperius is back. Rocky's on.
Yeah,
Hey,
no,
can you hear-
I look. Can you hear me?
I got both of you at the same time.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's silly discuss. Like Zach won because all he got is more eyes on him. That's all that matters. He didn't get humiliated. He didn't get he doesn't care. That's what I'm saying. He has a separate life between the internet and his real. He has 4 or 5.
Yeah, but Imperius, by your own logic, you lose to Andrew.
No,
because if Andrew was stupid, then you engage in so much time of your actual life. You're out the truck.
All right, Chuck dropped Imperius. Imperius is back in line. It is $5. Revive Imperius. If Imperius is revived, whoever's revived, they jump the weight in line. And now welcome Lindsay. I just filled her in with.
Oh, I'm here.
I just filled you in. Anyways, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, so just to quickly dismantle Imperius' logic here, like saying that, like, oh, fucking Zach clearly won because, like, Andrew giving him time means
to bring the guy back up before you start going at him.
Yeah, he'll be back. He'll be back. But it's just like, because if you flip the logic back on Imperius, it's like then like what him spending all his time talking about Andrew when Andrew's nowhere to be seen. This is not Andrew's channel. There's like no relation to Andrew, all this kind of shit. But he spends all this time going on all these other panels talking about Andrew. Means that by proxy, Andrew beats him. It just makes no fucking sense.
It is more publicity.
Yeah, I think he was saying that the guy, the numerology guy, basically won. He's the one who got the most out of the situation because he got the exposure to a giant audience as opposed to, Andrew. His audience got amused by him, beating up on a guy that does numerology type stuff or gematria stuff. I mean,
yeah.
Lindsay, what do you think? Or Rock, go ahead.
Oh, well, I stayed and watched the whole thing, and I was on panel for a while, and so I stayed on panel, and then Sarah closed it, and there were 5 guys back in the after. Zach was there. He stayed there for 3 more hours, and we had
3 more hours after we ended.
Yeah, he stayed up till like 9 o'clock, and
dude's a trooper.
Yeah, I think he's sincere. And, gematria is a thing. It is a thing. People use it, I believe. I mean, it's the Bible used it. It's just like a code. It's for I think it's for, I never got into gematria that much, but I knew it existed. And I think it's just like it could be just, like a group of people who want to have secrets and they want to inform that we're good. Okay, we might be doing something on this certain date, like blind 7 or whatever. And so they got predictive programming. So they put out this code or whatever and inform their, minions or whatever they're going to do or whatever. And it's and they try to, keep it secret or whatever. But yeah, there's definitely gematria in the scriptures. I mean, John the Revelator used it when he identified the Antichrist. He used Hebrew gematria, and John the Revelator, who wrote the book of Revelations, when he identified the Antichrist number as being 666, that's if you decode it in ancient Hebrew or the Hebrew gematria, which only Hebrews would have knew at that time. That
can you, know how to read that? Do you know how to do that?
Well, I've looked at the okay. So the Hebrew each letter in Hebrew has a numerical number that is ascribed to it. And so 666, Caesar Nero decoded in Hebrew gematria is 666. So the Antichrist was Nero. He was the Antichrist. And but you can't tell Christians that because
hold on. You're saying that Roman Emperor Nero was the Antichrist. So according to what you're saying, everything from Revelation was Rome?
What I'm saying is that the present day church has a bad eschatology. They're end time. They're waiting for something that already happened. The millennial reign, the tribulation, that's history. Rome, and so you get these Zionists who want to rebuild the temple, so that it can be destroyed again, because that's what has to happen during the tribulation. But that happened in 70 AD. The book of Revelations was warning those people at that time to flee Jerusalem when it was surrounded by Rome. And you've seen the abomination of desolation, which was Nero. Nero sacrificed animals and shit in the temple. So it's just the Christians, they have this bad eschatology. They think that everything is future, that Revelations is all future. But if you do the gematria for 666, it spells Nero, Caesar Nero.
Have you
Yeah,
done
but
it?
you know the problem with that, Rocky, is that like you're taking Hebrew words and then trying to fit with an English version of a Roman name.
Okay, so now let's get to the English gematria. We know that the English Bible was kind of Francis Bacon and all these Jesuits they helped form the English language. They helped write the Bible. I mean, they could have put some some kind of code in it, and so if you're going to use the King James Bible as your code, then that's what it is. They use that Bible as a code, because the secret societies during the millennial reign, they had to be secret because they were under the rule of Jesus was ruling with the iron rod at the time. But that doesn't mean that everybody followed him, because it says at the end of the millennial reign, Satan will be released for a little season to deceive all the nations.
My phone up, it goes with what Rocky's. I looked up what Rocky's saying, and apparently it is in Hebrew.
Yeah, so I'm looking at it too, and it says here, the name Nero Caesar in Hebrew appears as follows, and it's got Hebrew scribbles. This is pronounced Neron Kezer, and has the value of 200 plus 60 plus 100, and 50 plus 6 plus 20, or plus 200 plus 50. Each letter, using the system, it equals 666.
The reason John did that was because he wanted to tell his people who would understand it, because they understood Hebrew. So, but the Romans didn't. So it was a secret code and so some people think, all the fucking scholars say that Revelations was written in 90 AD, around there, but in reality, it was more likely written in 64 to 66 AD, which would have been before the temple was destroyed, 70 AD.
Sure. Hold on, sorry to interrupt you. I'm just putting this up so that people can, if I can get this up, I might have to share screen so that people can screenshot it if they're so inclined. Yeah, this ain't going to work. I'll share it. But it's actually got the Hebrew alphabet and how Nero Caesar is in Hebrew. So assuming that this site is listing the gematria values for each Hebrew letter accurately, then yes, Nero Caesar does actually equal 666. Go ahead. But see, that's a good place for it, right? That's a specific code, a specific cipher. I'm not saying that ciphers aren't used. Obviously, their codes are used all over humanity all the time. But to claim that because we found a code in the Bible, or a coded meaning, means that everything is being run according to a code by the Jesuits, like Zach just takes a incident and explodes it way out of proportion.
Yeah, I've never watched. I never knew Zach. I never followed him. I did up to his channel. I watched a few of his videos. I talked to him.
Did you join his Patreon?
No, I didn't join. I didn't join. I don't normally. I don't join Patreon or nothing. And so I did talk to him for a few hours. He seems sincere. What he's trying to say is that the English, okay, the English King James, you know, the homo King James. Oh, can you say that? Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. So he he hired these, you know, Francis Bacon, some other people that were familiar with the court of England, the court system. And so they could have done something with the King James version in order to make it have like little things in it, or maybe not. Maybe they just, but King James was not, you know, the King James version is not the almighty version of everything. You know what I'm saying? It's not the
I don't think
Geneva
any
Bible.
of it is. I think all of it's been altered, obviously.
They've all been altered, but the Geneva Bible was written in 1599. I have a facsimile.
That's the church approved Geneva Bible. The original Geneva Bible was written in 1560.
I have the 1599 version, which had some commentaries in it. And one of the reasons why they say King James wanted to have his own Bible so that no one would read the commentaries, because on the page right before Revelations is a commentary, and that commentary says that the tribulation started around 74 AD, because around 70 AD, I don't know, 70 AD, when the temple was destroyed, the second temple. The Bible never speaks of a third temple. So why are these Zionists building a third temple so that it can be destroyed again?
They've built it for years. They're building it because Christians love to go over and make donations to the temple.
They're using it because they're trying to fake revelation events. They're using Gematria to their little plans, like, you know, I think they're using Gematria to help people with their script. They're going by revelations, and they're trying to make it seem like it's happening again. They're getting all these Christians thinking that the tribulation is coming. And
Rocky, I have a question.
Yeah.
You just gave several good examples of people manipulating religion for self and using it to lie for their own means.
Right. Yeah. So
why?
You know, I'm a Christian, and I fell for that Zionist thing too. My pastor teacher taught it. He went to Dallas Seminary. He learned you know, Hebrew, Greek, and
actually,
Arabic. But
do you know what I'm going to ask, or do you know what question I'm angling towards? And maybe Terry, I can help you too. If we all accept and recognize multiple examples of people using religion exploitatively, why do we think it's not exploitative foundationally? I'm going to bring Sasquatch up anyways, because I know that his son goes to bed earlier than most people.
Oh, I'm drinking tonight, bitch.
Go ahead.
Hi.
Rob.
You have a message on your Cash App.
You see what Jim Bob said in the chat also?
Shut up, Balderson. I want the bombs. Give me the motherfucking
bombs.
What the
Balderson
fuck?
give me the motherfucking bombs.
Oh man, did I just get the first You, sir, get some bombs. Let's blow up top.
Oh yeah, all men and women have the right to
Your profile picture is ridiculous.
I don't even know what it is. I've been
Sasquatch.
working.
I can't tell if he's saying like look me in the eyes or if he's like doing one of those.
It took me 4.5 hours to fix that shit. I sat on the phone with some dude from India that didn't speak 7 words of English using one of those little flip books to try to figure out what in the hell was going on. It took me 4 hours to get through this guy. And finally, I got him giggling and laughing. 5 minutes after that, he everything fixed. Like, he was being all proper and everything through it. And finally, I got him like tripped over to like giggling. I got him giggling, laughing obnoxiously. Then he needed like some time to himself, and he came back and everything was fixed. Suddenly my Cash App works. Everything is functional. It works.
Nice.
Mr. I see this claim. I think that it might be the Bible has been predicting the return of Jesus for 2,000 years.
No.
That is not what he says. That is not what he said.
That's not what he says. That's how I'm correcting it, because Jesus did say that he would return in this generation.
But he's not talking about the return of Jesus. He's talking about the return of the Hebrew state.
I don't know.
Just to tie back to
years back, you come up to exactly when the Hebrew state was diaspored. 2,000 years later, you land in 1945. Just saying.
To go whatever Jim Bob saying about 666.
No.
Apparently, there's some scholars that say that Caesar Nero adds up to 700 instead of 666 because the second nun is in its final form, which is self-it. I don't fucking know. And then there's some guys that say it's 616, I guess. So there's arguments about whether his name is even 666.
It's not an argument on whether or not his name comes out to 666 in the I'm going to be an asshole here, prehistoric gematria that never actually existed, that was invented by a bunch of shepherds who were standing around talking to each other, as compared to the modern gematria, which is just as fucking absurd. Because the whole purpose of the Revelations tale is that it's a dream on how to destroy Rome. It's a dream. It's a vision granted unto the revelator by the deity himself on how to destroy the controls that have been placed upon this Hebrew state. And while it does work to a point, it actually fails in the description of what's supposed to take place, but succeeds in actually taking over the Roman Empire, followed by the Byzantine Empire and the rest of the freaking world. So is it an accurate prediction? Not exactly, but it does succeed in producing the desired results, and that is a nice cat, sir.
Okay, hold on real quick. I'm not quite at open panel yet, but Balderson, I'm going to cycle you
back out. That's fine.
Well, you paid and you're cammed up. Even you did the 2 things that get you bonus. Balderson, I'm going to cycle you down. Hang around, hopefully, and he'll talk to you again. Any parting words, real quick?
You would have to unmute first, sir. I'm sure it's esoteric and wonderful.
Just again, that apparently. And this is one of the problems you run into, like this 616 thing. It says this may have happened because the Latin pronunciation of Nero's name dropped the nun and yada, yada. So between then and now, the way we understand the language to try and do something like that, that's, hard to pin down. I don't see how
exactly. It's involving 3 languages. The Bible's written in ancient Greek. It's fucking Latin is what the Romans spoke, and then you have Hebrew gematria getting applied to this. So that's why I asked Rocky, like, how are you doing this? Like how are you adding this up?
Saying the Bible is written in ancient Greek is not quite genuine. It's written in Coptic Greek. It was translated both into ancient Greek and then later into something more of a medieval modern Greek.
But it's Greek, right? The oldest version we have is a Greek. Okay.
It was written in Koine Greek. Yes. Koine Greek.
Well, how about
still 3 languages?
He argued that he arbitrarily picked
the Hebrew.
Hold on, let Lindsay go. She hasn't talked yet. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Thank you.
Oh.
How about the fact that he arbitrarily picked some passage in Genesis from which to begin and couldn't explain why?
Yeah, yeah. For 10 hours last night, he didn't explain why about anything. He didn't explain why. He didn't make any predictions. And regardless of what you know or regardless of what anything is true, he could be explaining English grammar, right? And maybe he's telling you something that's accurate as possible. If somebody refuses to address such simple questions over and over, they're lying to you. There's something deceptive there.
No. Anyone who digresses on a basic premise of their primary arguing point, if their point is, okay, numbers are what rule the world, or people who control numbers rule the world, or people who believe this stuff do things specifically to cause these numbers to come up multiple times. No. This is a symptom of a mental illness. This is not these people don't believe in coincidence at all.
Type a 1 in the chat if you believe in coincidence. Type a 2 if you do not believe coincidence is a thing. This is something that Jim Bob sent over on Discord. Thank you, Jim Bob. Yes, play this. I think it's about
Bob, little bitch. I went on his thing and he's a little fucking piece of shit.
No. Jim Bob's not a piece of shit. You just don't understand.
Bitch up here too. He was trying to act all hard last night.
Can we get the sad violin music?
I don't have sad violin music. I just want to hit on Jim Bob. Come on, man. I'm trying to be gay. Let me be gay, Jim Bob.
Okay,
How you doing? Hey, Jim Bob. We should get together and have a conversation. We should talk about this stuff and then come into bed.
All right, I'm sure that he's.
Hey, bring bitch Bob, bring him up since he's so scared. Since he's so scared, dude. Bitch boy was talking real tough last night, and then he's like, no. Why do people act tough? And then when it's
Imperious, why do people act tough? Can you answer that question for us?
He's acting like a Palestinian.
I'll bring you guys back up after this.
When you know what the number of the beast is in the book of Revelation, they'll probably know that it is 666. Which in our Hindu Arabic numerals is written like this, which is probably why a lot of English speakers, for some reason, would not answer the question in the way I did and say the number as 666, but instead as 666, as if it's 3 separate iterations of the number 6. Because, of course, it looks like that when we write it out in Hindu Arabic numerals. Well, ancient Greek numerals did not function in the same way. These Hindu Arabic numbers that we have now didn't come to the West until, I believe, the 1300s. And so instead, in ancient Greek, and remember the book of Revelation was written in Greek, they would use letters to represent numbers. And in this system, there was a single letter which represented the number 600, a single letter which represented the number 60, and a single letter which represented the number 6. So that if you were to write in Greek numerals the number of the beast, 666, it would look like this. Notice it's all different. It's not 3 iterations of the same number. So if someone is getting confused or upset because he sees 3 iterations of something that means 6, that's not the same as the number of the beast. The number of the beast is 666.
Wow. I've been called a Sasquatch.
And I just dropped a link to the that Instagram reel is what we just watched.
Oh yeah, no, he has a point. He has a very valid point. His point is you can't just choose arbitrarily where to start some stuff. If you're going to be using a code, and this is true for all codes, and I don't care if they're heavenly created or earthbound created, codes have a source, and the source determines how the code functions. And if you're not using the proper source, you can take a random gematria numbers and apply them to War and Peace just as easily as you can the Bible, and they will create various phrases, statements, notations, things that actually seem to have some bearing on reality. But that is your positive bias working against you, especially when you are utilizing a 5 1,000-year-old numerical system to try to apply to a 300-year-old language. Wait, when did modern English become a modern English? Was it like 350, 450 years ago? Right after medieval English?
Yeah.
You can make a code out of any language.
True, but you have to have a source for the code to make sense. And if you're not utilizing a source that was intended by the code writer, then you're not deciphering the actual code. You're just making shit up, bro.
There is no code. If you have an infinite amount of data sets, you have infinite amount of parallel numbers that coincide and create sequences. He's pulling from every possible data sequence that exists. You guys are stupid, dude. Like, why are we arguing this?
We're
like,
not.
Like that's what I'm saying.
You're
You guys.
agreeing.
The reason why Teriak, is so stupid is because he actually worships a man that took this seriously.
Imperious.
You're the one who keeps bringing him up.
That's
No,
not.
don't you worship your whole life? Because every panel, I
He's
remember.
punching a ghost. But Rocky, to basically give an example of what Sasquatch was saying, Rocky,
No, Teriak,
is like in the debate, Andrew asked him, like, what do you mean? Like, why do we start with, for example, the 66 books of the Bible? Like, why are we pulling from the Protestant Bible? And he's not able to explain why he's pulling from Protestant Bible. He just says 66 is an important number.
I know you're
It's just
running
arbitrary.
Jim and your bitch boy.
Okay, Imperious, let's go. What are you crying about now? Okay.
What's the oldest Bible in the world?
Okay.
What's the oldest Bible in the world, bitch boy? What's the oldest Bible in the world?
Well, I would say
Shut the fuck up! I asked Terry.
The cipher.
No, it's the Kodak Vaticanus, you dumb piece of shit. So what the fuck do you know? Don't talk, you dumb Irish piece of shit. Go back and suck Andrew's dick.
You asked me a question and someone else answered it, and then you said why I was shutting up when I actually did shut up.
You are a waste
Do you
of
understand
Adam.
English?
You are a waste of Adam. I want you to sit there and feast away while your women get in front of you. That's all I want.
Of course.
Keep being a bitch and worshiping a man 3,000 miles away from you.
You're the one who worships him. You're the one who keeps. You're the one who can't get Andrew's name out your mouth.
For the last 2 years, you've been
Get Andrew's name out your mouth.
Sir, you've been living his life. You've been living his life every stream before today.
I've been living Andrew's life.
Like, but
I'm
Andrew
American now.
argues this. Andrew
I can vote?
like this. When Andrew was on that stream,
if I'm living,
sir, have you paid him?
If I live
have you paid him,
if
sir?
I'm living Andrew's life,
Have you paid him? I haven't paid him. Have you paid him? You pay him for memberships? You pay him for super chats? I don't pay him. So who's the bitch? You are, you faggot. You literally come on every stream you go to and go, oh my God, Andrew argues like this. Oh my God, Andrew, he's turned you from being...
You pay Andrew? I don't pay Andrew. You're a bitch. But I don't pay Andrew either.
Turned from a
like,
cunt for women your whole
this
life.
is what I'm saying. Like, you need to get outside.
No, you need to get outside because you're literally a debate bro
clearly, like, you have like some like derangement syndrome that we see the same people that like go mad about Trump.
We all made fun of you
the same
today.
thing.
That's why we all made fun of you. You're debate bro autist. Instead of going and fighting out back like normal humans did,
the only people that are laughing at is that you,
like
bro.
nerds.
You need to
You're
take a
nerds,
breath.
dude. You're autists.
Just
For
take a
most
breath.
of history, people picked on you.
Breathe in.
We excluded you from society. We wedgied you. We hung you from flagpoles by your fucking underwear, dude.
What do you mean we? When did you when you start speaking
Every
French?
normal human being. Yeah, dude. No, I genuinely for the last year, Teriakis goes on everything. Andrew argues like this. When Andrew brings this up, so when I talk shit about him for one time here, you have a problem because
again,
you know why?
I didn't mention Andrew. I didn't mention. You're the one who keeps bringing him up. Every single panel you go on, you have to bitch about Andrew. And then you've seen Jim Bob and chat. You start trash talking Jim Bob. You're like one of the groupies that like gets upset because.
I tried to talk. Imperious, 5 minutes. If anyone wants to revive Imperious, he gets to jump the line. I don't know. All right, go ahead, guys.
But back to Sasquatch's point, where he's saying like he can't justify why he's using where he's starting from a particular point. So he brought up, for example, like the Bible has 66 books, but even empirics are saying, what's the oldest Bible? The oldest Bible is Codex Sinaiticus, but that's 73 books. Why aren't we talking about 73? Why are we talking about 66?
Yeah, the so-called the Council of Nicaea, they decided the Catholic Church originally had 74 books, and then why did they reduce it to? Because the original King James had all 74 books. The original King James had 74 books. Why did they reduce it to 66 books?
But what about the Apocrypha? What about the other books?
That's what I'm saying. That was in the original Catholic Bible was 74, and then
sure.
Okay.
But
so
my point is,
let me make a point for a minute here. Okay. Now, if you're going to have a gematria, you're going to have a cipher. You're going to use something to be your code book. So if they choose the 66 books of the King James Bible, that's the one. That's where they get their code from. That book. That's just why they chose it. I don't know. Why didn't they choose the original King James version that had the Apocrypha in it? Why did they choose the one that only has 66? I don't know.
I'm more curious about why they chose the code they choose to choose, right? Because you can apply any number of skip space codes you want to any number of books in the world, but only people interested in like numerology and the Bible apply these to the Bible. But if you apply it to the Bible and then you take the same code that worked with the Bible and you apply it to War and Peace, which is a similar length book with a similar number of words, you have fewer correlated statements. What I mean by that is statements that make sense, right? Where you can just straight out read them. There's fewer of them, but I think that has more to do with the difference between Russian and Greek rather than the difference in the code skipping, right? Do you get what I'm trying to say, Rocky?
I see several people cheering for Imperius, but I don't see anybody paying to revive him, just to drop him. So
the Skull and Bones, like he was trying to explain the Skull and Bones. Why would they use 322 Skull and Bones? Because of what was it? What verse was it? Genesis 3:22 or something. I don't know. One of the verses somewhere says that's when God destroyed the flood or something. And so it's like what are they doing? Mocking? Or are they saying that they didn't get us all or whatever? I don't know what the fuck. But so they use
gematria.
This gematria. That's a code. It's just these evil fuckers are just, trying to hide, maybe not hide shit, but actually reveal to their followers this cabal or whatever is satanic. We all know there's evil fuckers in the world.
Sure. There are evil fuckers in the world that want to do some evil shit. But my question is, when it comes to this whole gematria question, is do these evil fuckers tell you what they're going to do by putting it in codes in a freaking 3,000-year-old book written by a bunch of shepherds who are fucking sheep?
No, they're using the book. They're just using the book, and they're not meant. They're supposed to be secret. You're not supposed to be able to decode it. It's a secret, and only those guys that know the code, what it's all about.
Do you know the code?
And they died 3,000 years ago.
I'm not a Mason. I don't know the code.
Look, Sasquatch is exactly demonstrating the gematria hypnosis effect. Hypnotize those people with the numbers. Yeah, track every number that's flying towards you. You need to account for it. Look for contradictions or anything.
Maybe you need to donate some freaking money. Donate. Maybe you need to donate some freaking money. Maybe you need to donate some freaking money. Donate. donate. Maybe you need to donate some freaking money. Donate some freaking money.
So then, the question would then be, Rocky, if this is a secret code and we're being like manipulated by all these like masses with this code, why is he paywalling it?
Manipulated is the wrong
I don't know. Okay, listen, I don't know Zach. I only met him on the debate. I never heard of him before. And okay, so Zach seems sincere. He says he's not a Christian. He said he used to be a Christian. He's not a Christian. I have no idea why he's doing it. Maybe he's trying to make money off of something. I don't know. But it doesn't mean it's not real just because there's someone doing. I believe Gematria is being used.
Do you know the code? Do you know the code?
No, I'm saying it could be. I'm not.
Who knows the code? It could be, but unless somebody can say, "Here, I know the code."
Well, why do these people always do this? What is this a code? What does this mean? What does this mean?
You do with your hand. People do this when they're talking. People also do this. They do like people make all sorts of. Not every time somebody's pinches their fingers together doesn't mean something.
Don't you see them Hollywood actors in there and they do this shit like the one eye?
Yes, the one eye thing is weird. You have to intentionally go out of your way to cover one eye. This is something that can be done just when talking to people, just automatically.
Yeah.
If you're posed like this,
why does Trump and Elon always do this?
I don't fucking know. Why does he do it?
I don't know. He's trying to tell you. Margaret Thatcher did the same thing.
Is
okay.
It means something.
Appreciate you.
It means something.
They're a member of the club.
Thank you, Kieran, for the Tarek 4D chess fund. I don't know really what that's a reference to, except that I guess he's on your side on this one. Thank you for the donor.
Game's over, losers. I have all the money. Compare your lives to mine and then kill yourselves.
I want to slip in here and and talk really fast.
I'm good with this.
Get it in there.
You want to finish?
I did. Go ahead.
You guys were talking. Go ahead if you wanted to say something. I wanted to say something too. I will wait after you.
Go. The floor is yours.
Okay, what I want to say, but it is not appropriate, is this is total bullshit. And it's not polite to come up here and complain about something but offer no solution. So I'm going to throw in here that at best this Gematria thing can be thought of as a coping mechanism for a world of chaos and uncertainty and strangeness. Strange things are happening, and we have yet to come to a place in time where we feel like we have enough stability and static peacetime to not feel desperate needs, desperate searches, desperate measures to looking for things. That's when, in those times, I think things like Scientology, Mormonism, and I'm not saying that these are evil, and psychics and Church of Satan and all these alternative measures of trying to understand the world and try to apply some structure to this chaos takes place. And if you notice, we have a very strange government where things are happening right now where things didn't before, such as having an actor, or I don't know what you call Elon Musk, a scientist, actor, I don't know, head of his own Davidian culture. I don't know what you want to call him. People are searching for ways, and I can't blame them, to make sense of all of this. They seek traditional religions and they're seeking outside religions. They're seeking answers in numbers. Nothing surprises me anymore. You can kind of make, it's called a self-fulfilling prophecy. You can kind of turn what you are thinking or what you perceive into actions. There's a lot of mind games we play with ourselves because we seek to have this stable mind or find some kind of secret code or pirate's map before it was magic oil in the early 1900s, some cure, something to bathe in and seek solace and answers. And if we could just solve this one case, solve this map, and find the $250 million treasure, everything would be okay. In my opinion, this is another attempt, Gematria, or however you, Gematria, is another attempt. And I'm sorry, I'm not sorry. I'm calling it a BS attempt, a cane, a coping mechanism from which to lean on while we go through a very difficult time and search for things. And we were talking about practical applications of things. I see practical applications in religions like Christianity, Catholicism, for example. They bring people together. Yes, the opposite can be said as well. They do many good things and help many people out, whether you're talking about depression, deletion, hope, all of those things go together in religion. But when you're talking of going to the Church of Satan, going to a psychic, attributing numbers in the middle of a passage in Genesis, no particular Bible chosen for any particular reason. Let's just not pick the Catholic King James one. Let's pick the other one. It's haphazard at best. It's a cane, a coping mechanism at best. And then we got the special guest at the end of the show last night on Tomatoes that said, hey, I want to speak to you guys, and I'm serious. And he got choked up, and he said he lost a kid. Times are hard. And sometimes he goes without eating. And, he says, Gematria is helping me because it just helped me place bets. Then he proceeded to say, then I lost all my money, and I couldn't feed my kids. And some days they go hungry. Some days, not a lot of clothes. And I thought, there is the danger. If this doesn't have a practical application that's good, such as the Christian church or Catholicism, whatever you choose, more traditional leanings, then what is the application here? The application is it encourages people to gamble. It's magic realism. It's another case of, I don't know, I guess you could call it psychic terror kind of action where it's guesswork. So you could actually harm people with this. And I see this guy in here being harmed and then espousing the virtues while he's actually hurting his family and other members of his family. So what are the practical applications? Money. I think you can make some money off of this, not a lot. Power, occultism, that kind of thing in the future. Manipulation, people who are easily manipulated will do things for you, get things done for you. They will lobby Congress. They will do whatever it is they need to do. So those are the practical applications, in my opinion, of this Gematria thing. So instead of just putting it down saying it's total bullshit, I've kind of somewhat finessed it into something that has a practical application. Overall, I say trash it. I'm done.
Thank you for joining Lindsay's TED Talk.
Encore.
That's I think that's a perfect example of why these airline companies shouldn't have female pilots. They don't know how to land a fucking plane.
Wow.
I agree with everything you said. Actually, I think yeah, I have no disagreement. And if something is bullshit, then you don't actually. Then calling it bullshit is the solution.
Okay, well, I'm done. Thanks for letting me have a try at talking.
So you're saying it's copium? Is that what you're saying, Lindsay?
Pretty much. It's a cane. It's a crutch. It's a tool for people who are in desperate need.
I don't know what he charges for his Patreon, but someone said he's got like 5,000.
He's got a $1, a $2, and a $5 tier.
Okay, and if he's got 5,000 subscribers to it, that's a pretty good chunk of money for doing nothing.
He does things. He does things. I mean, he doesn't do anything. He spends a lot of time and effort lying to people. I'm gonna look it up again. I looked it up last night. I don't know how many Patreons he has. But he's probably doing better than I am tonight.
I'm trying, bitch.
Not you. Shut up. The rest of you, though, you know how I get. If donos aren't rolling in, I can get coercive. I will turn off the chat. And we're about at the threatening point now. I do have a video that Bill Hicks sent over about finding I think it's about finding patterns in everything. So let's take a look at this real quick.
Imagine if I told you there's a book that predicted the World Trade Center attack thousands of years before it happened. Well, there is. It's called the Bible. Don't take my word for it. It's all here in black and white, in these books, the Bible Code and the Bible Code 2, in which author Michael Drosnin shows that by feeding the Hebrew text of the Old Testament into a sophisticated computer program, earth-shattering historical events can be predicted. Drosnin says messages are revealed by applying a simple skip code. Skip 2 letters and 2 letters and 2 letters, and a hidden message is revealed. It can be any skip, as long as the skips are always equal. You can go horizontal, vertical, diagonal, forwards, or backwards. For example, this portion of the Bible predicts the killing of Lee Harvey Oswald, President JFK's assassin, by Jack Ruby. Here's the word Oswald, diagonally backwards. Pointing to Oswald is the word Ruby, and looking across at them is the Hebrew for he will kill the assassin. And you can't open the Old Testament without coming face to face with an alarmingly accurate warning about September 11, 2001. Here's twin, towers, in the end of days, and here's twin, towers, it knocked down twice, aeroplane, and finally, sin, crime of bin Laden. Despite this compelling evidence, there are some bitter individuals jealous of other people's scientific and theological breakthroughs who choose not to believe it. Australian mathematician Brendan McKay is at the forefront of the anti-Bible code movement. He's reproduced Michael Drosnin's computer program, and Brendan reckons you can pretty much feed anything into the program and get pretty much whatever you want. For example, he fed the...
Good shit. Good shit. Gonna pause it right there so I don't get too much. Give it a little break. Imperius is back up for a moment, I suppose. Go off, Imperius, while you're here. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns?
About what?
I don't know. It's just you get bought off quickly, and so.
Well, I mean, I'm glad I make you money, but it just shows
I do appreciate that.
You have a bunch of male simps that sniff the skirt of a man. They get upset hearing about their idol and their guy getting upset. Like the fact that Teriak is so vehemently defensive over another man. Like if someone's
I'm just asked though,
dude, I wouldn't give a
if you
shit.
really don't like the guy, then why do you spend so much time talking about him?
No, I
It's a
don't.
simple
That's the whole
question that
thing.
you
If
just
I talked
can't-
about him
you
on
just
another
can't
show,
answer.
No, have I talked about him on another show before this? Because I guarantee you have.
Yeah, you have. Like literally last time I was on Flo's panel, you came up and you brought up Andrew out of nowhere.
You that you worship him.
Even Flo called you out, was like saying like, listen, it seems like a dick riding Andrew.
I think I distinctly
Like every single show that you're on, you bring up Andrew.
distinctly made fun of you.
I think so, Chuck. I actually think so.
I think I
do
just
too.
like the difference is that it's very simple. It's very simple. The man's
The
a fraud.
difference is it's very simple.
It's very
Can
simple.
you
He's a
speak
fraud.
English?
Yeah, it's very simple. Yeah, the thing is, Irish don't speak English. They speak.
Okay, then why are you getting schooled by one then? Can you make a fucking point? Jesus Christ.
You're autistic and you don't stop talking.
Actually, bring Lindsay back on. She actually made more sense.
That's why I just said you're autistic and you don't stop talking. Thank you. Now the fact
I don't stop talking.
I'm curious. The pot killing.
I have
Kettle
sidechain,
black.
so I will mute you or reduce your volume when I talk now. And I'll turn it off again. But I'm looking at Zach's Patreon right now. He has 8,988 members. That's even if you're just a dollar tier, even if they're all dollar tiers, that's $9,000 a month off his Patreon.
That's why you guys are all stupid. You don't think that he's laughing at you. You're all stupid. And that's why I laugh at you, because you're all stupid.
I don't think you're laughing. You're raging because
No, I'm raging because I literally have a fucking autistic Irishman.
He's crying.
No, because
you're the one that can't shut up.
Dude, Chuck, I know you want to blow another man and you worship your little boy, but I
just get your fucking point, Imperious. Can you actually make a point?
You gonna let him get by with that?
Point.
What do you say?
All this prattle.
Okay, you can't let me have the point, right? You can't let me say it. Here's the point.
Chuck, what did he say?
Here we go again. Okay, go ahead.
He said, all I want to do is blow you.
No, you stupid drunk fuck. You got your dude. Will you fucking deep throat a shotgun for me?
I am.
Can we get some W Chucks in chat?
Chuck is sober. He's been sober for several years, but I am happy.
He must have a brain injury for when he did drink.
Could be.
Number one, no, I know, sir. I said you want to blow another man.
Okay,
Maybe
that's not what you said.
Suggest you start drinking again.
Who hurt you, Imperious?
I'll buy you a fucking $200 bottle and I'll ship it.
That's not what you said there, Imperious.
Yes,
Go
I
back
did.
and re-listen.
Sir, I will buy you a $200 bottle of alcohol and ship it to you, just for you, if you'll drink it for me. Yeah, thank you. Now, Teriak, the reason is
this. Imperious. Can I ask a question?
Teriak, no, you can't because you asked one already.
Who hurt you? Can you just tell us who hurt you?
Well,
show
your
us on the dial.
Can't get a replacement gag reflex like your mom. So that's what really hurts.
Yeah, your mother joke. Okay, come on. Get all the insults out and like make a fucking point.
Do you not believe?
Like this is what it's just constant prattle. You know what I'm saying? Can you make a point?
Proof that. Pull up the proof of me putting hands. Last time I checked, I put dick on a bitch. Unless you can show me otherwise. Show me that I put hands on a bitch outside of my dick.
Were they alive?
I think that was Imperious' boyfriend.
You act like you're ball boy. You act like him. You ask a half question, then you interrupt the person halfway through, just like your ball boy. It's funny how you.
Yeah. So I'm asking a simple question. I asked you a simple question. Who hurt you?
You just did it again, Andy.
Who hurt you?
Carrie Ann.
You know what the problem is?
He literally
hasn't had pussy since the day he was born.
Yeah, true. And do you know what the fucked up thing is? Chuck, I think he counts that as actually, that's the fucked up thing.
It's very simple. I'll finish it with this. He likes to go and bully little 18-year-old girls, but when he gets bullied, he has a bunch of fucking simp men that protect him like you. And the fact that your life revolves around sitting there and defending a man,
it's
and
just ad homs against ad homs. Can you answer the question or make a point?
I did. I said I don't like that he goes around and
the question was who hurt you.
You just asked him. You want. This is what I'm saying. You literally emulate his entire persona.
So who hurt you? That's the question.
You're hurting my brain by being so stupid right now.
So I hurt you. I hurt you.
Stupid. You alive hurts me. I need you to jump off into the cliff into the water.
That just makes my life better.
No,
oh my god, that was. Hold on. Whoops. What am I doing here? How the fuck did you do that? How did you do that?
I didn't do that. I just have seen this happen before and timed it out.
That was fucking wild what you just did. I'll explain it in a second. Bro.
I know you have a certain amount of shit you're willing to deal with, right? And it'll go and it'll go and it'll go, and then there'll come a point where it's like that's gonna end. So you change shit, you do a thing, you move some stuff, and then you sit there and stare at them.
So you were counting me down.
Yes.
Did you hear what he said right when you hit the thing?
I don't give a shit what he was saying. I was reading your body language, basically going, okay, if you don't take him down, I'm going to do it before you spurg out.
So for those, I can, when you host the StreamYard, even though you guys can only see me and Sasquatch, I can down here at the bottom of the screen, I can see everyone's little screens. So Sasquatch is down there he's doing this. He's counting down where only I can see him. And right when he gets down to 0, Imperious advises, right? Something that you can't advise. He abso-fucking-lutely. That's creepy. You're creepy. I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
But that's why you gave me the keys. You didn't give me the keys because I'm a normal man. You gave me the keys because I fucking creeped you out real hard.
I don't know what to do with this.
You do as you please. I'm going to continue doing what I do best.
That's wild. You know, yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right.
Yeah, Jim Bob called that out. And yeah, if the dude's pretending like he's tough, but if you're going on people's channels and doing TOS, all you're trying to do is get their shit shut down. You're not even actually winning the fight. Like, that's just ridiculous. You're just a douche. That's all you are.
It's worse than that, Balderson. You can be content and have part in the conversation, be a part of the panel, and have all of the things that creators have when they join panels. But if you are anti-content, if your specific verbatim, what you speak is against TOS, I'm not even going to let you in the chat, bro. Like, gatekeeping is a very necessary part of running a YouTube channel. And if you don't properly gatekeep, you'll lose everything because
that's why I was dunking him like I was, because he was already spurging earlier.
I don't think that's apathenia. It's a really good, okay, let's call it coincidence. I mean, and actually I do think it was like kind of luck of the timing more than I think that he's actually doing anything, but that was wildly good timing. Like, that was pretty fucking impressive for a coincidence.
I believe in coincidence.
You can tell in his demeanor when he's going to blow a fork. The more I hear him.
I'm pretty fucking good at reading people.
What just happened is I watched Flow State react to what was going on with what Imperius was saying and was like, right, that's not going to last much longer, and did a countdown based off of his micro expressions. I didn't consciously do it. I didn't mean to do it where he could see it. I just did that because it was something I was thinking. I was backstage. No one could see me. I didn't think about it. It was just me reading the circumstance, and that's it. That's my Asperger's autism.
Doing the poker read. Doing the poker read. Yeah. Didn't even have to look at the cards. You're just reading the body. It's the poker read. You're like, I see.
But he was reading me. He was reading me.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing to you can read Imperius' tone of voice, I guess.
I guess, sure.
That's
and
why
I'll
I
give
say
you
it was
some of
poker
that.
reading
Sure.
you watching for the flip.
Well, I didn't know necessarily. I assumed that he was counting down to the blow up, but it would not have happened. I would not have kicked him just out of my defiant nature. If it weren't for the countdown, or if it weren't for what he then said, I would not have dropped him.
And Imperius could not see me. He did not see what was
Imperius
going on.
can't see
I
him.
was counting down his tone of voice, Flow State's reaction to it, what had taken place, the conversation that was happening, and whether or not I thought Imperius would reel it in a hair, just the slightest hair, and Flow State would have let it go. Right? If he'd have just drawn it back just the slightest bit, it would have at least acknowledged the situation he had found himself in. I have no idea if Imperius looks at the screen while he's live, but if you pop up next to Flow State and you're on a spurg, notice that, and you might stick around a little longer.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it. That is. What are my other tells?
It's like Jack Talcott with the shoulder cock.
Oh.
This one my dad gave me. It's actually a W.C. Davis, who is apparently super famous.
Wait, what? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
That was his knife.
Oh, let me see.
Yeah, it's a W.C. Davis folder.
Nice.
Yeah.
You know what I want? You know what I've had in my shopping cart for about a month now is a ProTech Godson.
Nice.
That is an excellent knife, sir.
This one's my favorite. This is the one I carry almost all the time on me.
No.
Well, yeah. I noticed that you don't go for the serrations. I hate them.
Yeah, no, I'm doing like, 90% of what I'm doing is like baling wire and all kinds of shit like that. So it's not really helpful for me.
Just a real quick detour. If you're talking about the Kershaw,
that's nice. That's a very nice knife, sir.
I mean, this is the Kershaw one, so this is not an actual. Well, it's Emerson's Kershaw, right? So it's affordable. It's not an actual. Yeah, if it was an Emerson, what are those, $400 or something?
Yeah, sure, but I mean, a Kershaw's not a bad knife, bro.
No, it's not a bad knife, but we're talking about like a $40 knife. Yeah, we're talking about a $40 knife, not a $400 knife.
This one was $1,000 originally.
Holy shit! Let's see.
Yeah.
No, that is an exceptional knife. That's different. That's not some shit you just pulled out of your fucking pocket. That's something he either hunted down and purchased or someone left to him as an heirloom.
What is that again?
It's a W.C. Davis. If you look up W.C. Davis, his cheapest knives are $400. That's why, like I said, that's not the one I carried to do stupid shit with. This is the one. And I mean, this one's nice. This one's the work tough.
Yeah, you can take that one, stick it against some stuff, and beat it with a stick, and it won't care.
Yeah, they have videos of them doing it, taking and beating these knives through it. It's a work tough beast knife. So that's what I used out around the farm.
Yeah, I'm never gonna get a ProTech at this rate. And actually, the one in my cart is like $165, I think, before tax and shit. But yeah, at this rate, I'm actually gonna put on. We're gonna start waterboarding. All right.
There you go.
Yep.
Whoa, look at your Discord and
look at my Discord. Okay.
Look at the message that I sent you, the knife my buddy just got yesterday or 2 days ago.
Okay. I just turned on approved users only in the chat. I think mods are exempted. I'll turn the chat back on in a little bit, and we'll keep waterboarding until somebody rolls in. Because at this point, I'm making like $6 an hour, and I'm never gonna get my knife that way.
Knives ain't cheap, guys. Bring that money.
Moby Dick into the program and found predictions of the assassination of JFK and Martin Luther King. So Brendan is.
And Zach Hubbard has 9,000 Patreons. Holy fuck, that's crazy.
Okay, so let me rephrase what you just said. A mentally ill individual who's off his meds has 9,000 Patreons. He's making around $12,000 to $18,000 a month by spewing absolute mentally deranged bullshit into the ether, and people eat it up like freaking Wheaties.
Yeah, what am I doing here?
You're not doing that, but I'm trying to figure out how that happens so we can apply it to the future.
I've explained how it happens. He hypnotizes people and then sends them to his Patreon.
His voice is so annoying, though. Like, how
I know, but he did. Did you see the beginning of the show at all?
No, I was live when you went live. So,
all right, I'm gonna read this thing again just real quick because this is important and people do come and go. So if you didn't catch the beginning of the show, let me then pay attention. Here it is. Overload induction hypnosis is the same thing as confusion hypnosis. Let me do this. Overload induction script. The overload induction script is designed for anxious clients and hard to hypnotize people. It works by focusing their attention on what they see or hear or physically feel. You can force them to attend to too many different things at the same time. This overloads their mind. The overload induction works for any clients, but is especially useful for clients who can't go into trance normally. For resistant clients, it stops the intrusive thoughts that interfere with trance. Hypervigilant clients are too busy scanning for threats to listen to your hypnotic suggestions. Over-analytical clients are fully involved in testing every line you say for logical inconsistencies. All these types find that the overload induction gives them so many things to keep track of that it actually leads them into a trance. The script shows how to use whatever is applied or whatever is happening in the environment. You get the client to focus on each input as it occurs, piling on the sensory inputs, and without giving them time to deal with any one sensation before moving on. It works because it overwhelms their internal dialogue. It gives them too many suggestions to keep track of them all. And so their mind gives up, stops trying, and accepts whatever you say. Use the overload induction script when dealing with analytical and hypervigilant clients. Switch to it immediately if you feel that your client is not responding to your normal induction. There you go. I just told you exactly what Zach Hubbard is doing to at least 9,000 people currently at this time. I just saved you a shitload of what happened? Oh, I banged my desk. My flapper fell down.
You ruined everything. Everything, you ruined it. Now eat some Cheerios.
No, I don't eat Cheerios. That's fucking gross cereal.
What you just said to me is that a mentally deranged individual is utilizing suspect techniques to con mentally deranged individuals into submitting to his particular form of mental derangement.
Mm-hmm.
Am I wrong?
If you want the answer, you're going to have to pay for Patreon.
Oh, no. I don't have to because I have deductive reasoning on my side. Sherlock Holmes taught me how to do this.
And I'm going to turn the chat back on now. But we can play this game all night. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm just going to be coercive. I feel like that respects the audience more and myself.
I remember seeing something a long time ago. I shared it in it's on share screen.
Okay.
Anyway, it's it's like Islam has the same it looks the same as the Greek 666. It's kind of weird. And all the Christians were saying that the Muslims are the Antichrist because of this picture here. Okay, listen, I don't believe in Gematria. I just,
I don't. What, you think that bottom thing looks like 666?
Okay.
But if you look at it in reverse or upside down, it actually spells sex.
Yep.
What's that say under your banner?
Backwards.
What's that say under your banner, Flo?
Hold on.
That's the Greek, the modern Greek, I think. I don't know.
But if you look at it close,
I don't know what
over, it says sex.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Backwards, upside down and back.
Well, I mean, the E would be reversed if you reverse the rest of it.
Well, everybody's freaking dyslexic, dude. Like, what do you want?
Anyway, I've seen this a long time ago, and a lot of Christians were using this to say that Islam is the whatever.
Whatever. This is absurd. Don't get mad at me that you thought that this.
You'll never get Patreon with whatever.
Whatever is not going to cover it, bro.
I don't want to say it. I don't want to say Islam is the Antichrist. I mean,
in a way, it is an Antichrist, right? Because they're not down with Christianity. I don't think
it is.
The Antichrist is a mythical figure. I mean, you know how I feel about all that shit.
Yeah, but I don't think.
Well, and wouldn't the Antichrist, by the very virtue of the Christ figure? So when you look at it, the polar opposite has to still be the same thing.
Just like fart. Did somebody just rip ass?
No, that is my pit bull, and
okay.
He is.
Oh yeah, I can confirm. That was a pit bull. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's
if it had been a pit bull, I would have said something different.
So the anti or the opposite of something can't be something completely of a different vein. So if Jesus was the person that came in and broke up the Jewish law, he was the chaos, would not the Antichrist also have to be in the Jewish vein and then be one that, rather than breaking the law, brought what it was to its completion?
I don't know.
You lost me. I didn't understand.
Let's see. Bill Hicks says Zach K. Hubbard equals 149. 149 plus 201 is 350. Zachary K. Hubbard is a grifting pig snake equals 350. 3 plus 5 plus 8. 8 sideways is infinity. The infinity symbol, because he never stops prattling. I've decoded it. Wake up. Thank you for that insightful decode, and thank you for responding to the extortion.
Game's over, losers. I have all the money. Compare your lives to mine and then kill yourselves.
Okay, so that entire spiel that Flow State broke down to me earlier, which he started the stream with, basically says that what he does is he repeats a whole bunch of different numbers too fast for you to do the actual mathematics on it or to check him on anything that he said. But he says it so confidently that you assume that he must have already done the work on it. And so you accept it because of the tone of his voice. Normal, rational individuals hear that and recognize it for gibberish of someone who's slightly mentally ill. But when you have someone who is also seeing patterns in places that maybe they don't exist, they hear what he's saying, and for lack of the effort to try to solve the same problems that Zach, is that right? Zach
Yeah.
has attempted to solve, they just assume he's correct, just like you do when you hear it, except they accept it and then accept the movement forward that he prescribes. He predicts something, but the prediction is not a prediction. It's something that happened last week. And he has just recently plugged in the recent numbers that he's discovered that does fit and excerpted all of the numbers that don't fit.
I mean, it's sloppier than that, though, because he doesn't just use numbers. He uses weird coincidences and language and phonetics and all sorts of things. He just struts all over whatever system. Like, he just goes all over the place with it.
Make it fit. Make it fit.
Well, I wish I was crazy enough to make 15 grand a month.
9 grand. I mean, if everybody is a $1 tier, then he makes 9 grand.
Some of them people are, there's a handful that are there. And if you do the basic math on it, and you've got, say, what is it, 8,000 subscribers, then you're talking like 70% will be your $1. You'll have 8 to 9% that are your $2. And you'll have like 8 or 3, somewhere between 8 and 3% that are your high tier.
Did I just get rated?
I hope so. God, that would make me feel much better about the night.
I don't. I'm over on the other stream, and I don't see the little pop-up thing. You know.
Yeah. No. YouTube's been a bit weird for the past couple of days.
YouTube's been about weird.
Yeah. No, I've rated a couple of places that nothing showed up.
Well, I'm going to assume that I got rated by Kev.
Yeah,
and,
Kev was doing the thing. That
okay.
I'm not
Yeah, I got rated. All right. Thank you, Kev. Welcome, people. The link is pinned at the top of the screen. I am not doing a wide open panel, but I am bringing people up and cycling them on.
Your boy Pierce is upset, it looks like.
I was just looking for him in the back. I don't see him.
They're good. My head was just starting to gain a hangover.
Yeah, he's spurging away in back chat.
Especially when I was talking. I was a little bit impressed by his loquaciousness, given that he was muted.
Oh, and also Tara Jackson. I think that's actually her name on YouTube.
Does that Paris guy?
Thank you for the Cash App.
Shh! Stop, doc.
Everybody, forget what you said. Here,
You never heard any of this. You never heard.
Everybody, forget what just happened. Where's my little flashy stick?
Imperius is using his access to other panels as a cudgel to attempt to abuse you into letting him back up.
Yeah, he said, now you're talking about me, and when I get bored, I'll go to 100 other channels and repeat ad infinitum.
Okay.
All right, hold on. All right. Imperius, you little rage baby, you're getting put in timeout for 24 hours. Here, let me explain something to you, Imperius. God, you're dumb. And this is why I asked him earlier, right? I said, if you were doing something that made yourself look stupid, would you want to be told? And he said no, so I respected that. Anger might feel empowering in the moment. This is something your dad should have taught you if you had one. Anger makes you feel empowered in the moment. I get that, but it doesn't make you look empowered. It makes you look weak, because anger is somebody who's angry is upset because whatever's going on around them, it's not going how they want to, which means it's not in their control. Anger is actually a visible sign of powerlessness. You look powerless and you look obsessed, and you look like you've got a massive inferiority complex. When you come up and you cannot even control yourself, you can't stop yourself from flipping the fuck out about Andrew Wilson and Jim Bob. They don't look weak, you look weak. You just got timed out in the chat. I don't look weak, you look weak. I'm not upset. I'm kind of like, just, why can't you do better? Why can't you recognize this? Why can't you control yourself? I see you backstage. I haven't decided if I'm going to let you up yet, because you're probably going to do something that's TOS concerning, to be honest.
Put a banner up.
Well, he doesn't do TOS shit with his vision.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I would like to let you up, but you can't control yourself. So I have to control you. I have to control you because you won't do it. That's not empowering either for anybody.
He doesn't know how.
Right.
A little bit for me.
And,
I never heard
probably a little bit for me too, but this is what happens when you don't have self-control. This is like almost like a universal law. Just remember this. The less self-control you have, the more external control will be imposed on you. That's what's happening now.
Does he go by another name?
He's backstage. He probably has other accounts. I don't know.
Dude, with a temper like that and talking like that, he definitely has other accounts. Probably 8 of them.
Actually, I have no reason to think he does. I've not seen it.
Actually, I maybe 2 or 3, but I don't believe he's gone like layered on his trolling. He just screams at people, and I don't have a problem with that. I mean, if that's how you want to communicate, that's fine.
Well,
I'm
not
going to engage it because it doesn't solve anything. It doesn't reach a solution. There's no exchange of information. You just scream at me for 25 minutes and tell everybody to shut up while you try to finish. I don't care.
I used to do that.
I know. I remember.
I don't think it's layered trolling. Just the guys that I've known like that on the internet, they tend to get banned, so then they make another account. That way they can come back in and skip the ban and then again do it again. I mean,
sir.
I went through
the layered trolling thing is when you put together a flow chart of multiple flow charts to keep track of the several hundred profiles that you have in order to influence an individual's perception of himself to end his own channel because he's a loser.
Holy shit. That's crazy.
Retired.
I don't even know how to.
Yeah, that's not what I was talking about. I was just talking about dudes that get banned from channels and get angry. And I saw that a lot like in the 2019, 2020. Because where I learned about TOS is I was on that end. I was on the first viral video against the cooties that Ike re-aired and everything else. And you betcha they, you know, and it's all good. And then all of a sudden everybody started losing their channels, losing their subs, the whole nine. And you saw a lot of those guys would just turn around. So Flow State brought up Mandela. I know one of the bigger Mandela guys, and he got nailed like 15 times because of it. Not because of Mandela, but because of talking about the cooties thing and whatnot. And so he has dose of reality 1, dose of reality 2, dose of reality 3, dose of reality 4, blah, blah, blah. And he'd just keep coming back. And then as each one got nailed, he'd just cycle to the next one, cycle to the next
one. I respect the effort and I respect the determination. Utilizing the same channel name over and over and over just makes it easier for them to block you because they already know what you're going to do, man. Like they're waiting for it.
Yeah, and he just had enough of them. He'd just cycle through them because eventually this one opens up again and he can use it again. And this one's got a ding. This one's got 2 dings, so I need to switch to this one.
Technically speaking, all of that is against terms of service. If you read the TOS, it tells you that utilizing other profiles to bypass a ban or a strike, for that matter, is also against terms of service. And so if your channels are similar enough and you're trying, like, that's why when I'm on a ban, if my channel is banned, it's not that I can't upload. I also am not supposed to live stream, right? So when I come up on ban, I come up as a totally alternate personality doing all the same shit that Sasquatch does. And it's the most retarded name ever.
I know there's you ever heard of Russian Vid? He did that.
Yeah, I know who Russian Vids is. Yeah, his community and my community they butt heads sometimes. Some of the people in my community and that community, because it's the whole Christian flat earther thing.
Bill Hicks has totally broken down the entire situation in chat. You no longer have to wonder because he has solved the problem. Oh, he removed it, you bastard. You could have solved the world's problems if you'd have left those 2 chats in place, but no. Instead, you've done the respectable thing and hidden them.
That's almost like...
I mean, you see what he wrote, right?
No, hold on. I'm in a different tab.
I mean, it's God's truth. It's the gospel, bro. Like,
all right, hold on.
You're talking about the one that ends up with, but they're in an alternate reality, so it didn't. Then this one
matter exactly.
That's fucking hilarious. It's fucking hilarious.
But he's also right. That's the thing. Is like the one before it is also correct.
There are definitely not Mandela, but there are some, like if you ever talk to the more level-headed ones of those guys, there's some that'll really mess with your head.
Right, I got one.
Are you talking about the first that came after the Simps?
Yeah.
First they came after the Simpson 304s, and I said nothing because I wasn't a Simp or 304. Then they came after the Gematria tards, and I said nothing because I was not a Gematria tard. Then they came after the Mandela effect tards, but that was in an alternate reality than this one, so it didn't matter.
And eventually they come after you because you spoke the truth, but only once.
I don't see that one.
Oddly, it's odd. No. That's my own addition to that statement.
Oh, okay.
That's the obvious end result is they come for you, but it doesn't matter because there's no one to speak for you.
Bill is worthy.
No, I agree. I've enjoyed an awful lot. Like I've in my mind been like participation trophy right there. I've given him out.
You know, Bill was actually, I had him blocked for a long time on this channel. I'm glad that I unbanned him.
He's a little harsh sometimes.
I didn't even like him necessarily when I unbanned him. I was like, well, what the fuck? I was like, this guy's, it was one of those decisions like, this guy's kind of a piece of shit, but he's not the worst, right? Because I try to keep my block list as empty as possible.
Right. But consider this. He's not saying this to piss you off.
No, I like Bill. I get,
yourself.
I get Bill now. And I mean, back then he probably was saying, he does say things that piss people off, of course.
Yes, but no. He's saying things. You get pissed off. That's your choice.
Right. Yeah.
That's not his fault. He
Bill's
was
dope.
just saying what he was thinking.
Yeah, Bill's dope for sure.
I was talking to a lady today. She said she kept watching Flo to really grasp the reason that to hate his guts, to where she couldn't watch him anymore. And she said the more she watched him, the more she fell in love with him.
What does she? Because she didn't like me at first, or she
didn't like you at first, yes, but she was trying to get the final.
She was looking for that thing, right?
Yep, that final piece that I've never watched him again. But instead, she fell in love with you.
I'm not going to ask you who it is, but I am very curious.
No, I'm not going to say who it is. Not on air.
No, I respect that. I think that's a fairly common thing. Most like I get told all the time by people that they didn't like me at first, or they start coming around, and that's, I don't know. I've that's actually how most of my in real life friendships, right? Like most of my best friends started off like the first time we met, we got in a fight or something. I don't know why I am the way I am, but that seems to be how I interact with people.
That's actually very
because you're a
confident.
dude. It is because you're a dude, and dudes go to behind the woodshed to make friends.
No,
So we
Jeff,
fuck each other.
It wasn't Daisy.
No. It has to do with respect and pecking order.
The gay jokes stop when you leave prison, Flo. You
So
know this.
when you look at the society of a tribe, like a small group of hunter-gatherers moving through the forest, it's very similar to the society in a dog pack or a wolf pack. It's not the same, but it's similar. Anytime two males meet, whether they do it physically or through body language, they determine who the boss and who the sub is in a given relationship. Although neither one may actually admit it, and they may both play off the round to someone else that are the other observers in the society that are watching. And so the person who's actually in charge might allow someone else to appear to be in charge because it's more effective for whatever it is they're trying to accomplish, right?
Like how I do with Imperius. Or how I do with Andrew Wilson when we're on panels together.
Does he think he's nice? No, how are you?
I just feel like I'm very patient and accommodating with people when they get like that. Anyways, I was just
I'm in love with you too, Flow State.
Big hearts and butterflies on that.
Big
hearts and butterflies. I just
Straight
have to say, Flow State, congratulations on the Powder Dusty. We just need 5 more subscribers to hit 1,000.
No shit.
Yeah.
No shit. Hell, if I'd have known that, I'd have shared that.
So
shit
can we
out.
get 5 more subscribers? There's got to be a way.
Damn,
Hold on.
that's good shit. Welcome to all the new subscribers. That means I've got
Welcome.
I got 50 new subscribers about today so far.
Yeah. We gotta get 5 more. I know we can get 5 more.
I need 45 more.
No, you're at 955.
Yeah, we're trying to get
45.
That is 45, darling. I know you're blind.
Well, wait a minute. She's doing Gematria.
Oh yeah, no, she's it's straight up.
No, I'm right. Screenshotting it.
It's one of the things I do that I do try to look at that you do, Flo. You really hold your cool when people are being real shitty extremely well. And in the debate space, like when I was doing before, the way I always did things, you're just a speaker. Nobody's challenging you or arguing with you or having tactics to get under your skin. So that's one of the things that I've been having that I've had to work and learn and whatnot. And you do it very well. You take some shit.
Thank you. It's because I actually don't care about anybody.
And that's exactly what me and that lady was talking about today. It's because you don't care. It's why she likes you.
That was a people are supposed to think that that's a joke. Oh, okay. Good night, Sasquatch.
I'm gathering them up. We got to get 5 more subscribers.
I don't think that that's true.
Boy, her math don't work right. Oh, wait,
I put it in Discord.
Math is the same as Matthew, right?
Right.
Ew.
Okay, yeah. I forgot to tell you earlier, Flo. I got a call from one of Donald Trump's people today.
Did he want you to donate money?
No, they was just thanking me for the help through the campaign season.
Well,
And
where
I'm
did you put it in
thinking-
Discord, Snow?
It says 955. You have 955 subscribers.
Yes. What's 955 plus 5?
Plus 5.
1,000.
Are you blind by chance?
Here,
Oh my God. What am I thinking?
This is why you need to get rid of the Department of Education.
Put the Donald Trump dial down.
995. Hello. Sorry,
Put the
guys.
Trump dial down.
And I do numbers all day long. It's because I'm doing 9.1, 1.5, 1.5, 9.5.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit. So, like, 9.5 would be, to me, like, okay, it's 1,000.
I see what you did there. I
Oh,
see what you did there.
Lord. That's why I'm quitting my job.
9.5 would be 1,000. Okay. That's
Okay,
even
so,
worse.
like, yeah, because, like,
I'm
you gotta always margin up the biggest number. That's what they want me to
I'm
do.
gonna save you with something.
Some
I don't
frat boy douche with an earring who wants all the time, energy, attention, and resources. He's the hit. He's got an earring, you know, and he's got that frat boy douchey college vibe that you all love so much at the sports bars. You know, and he wears his hat backwards and makes little quips, so he's cool to hang out with.
Oh, thank you for the laugh. I feel
Oh,
so.
in case the Antichrist is watching. Hi, Jack.
Hey, I'm just saying, like, I did a math test today to get a new job, and I passed it.
You did
all
a
right.
mouth test.
Did they just tell you that while they had the nice security guard escort you out?
We'll see if I get the job.
Yeah,
The
I think
security
he was
guard we won't
referring
talk about.
to Talcott. And you know what? While we're talking about people who have blocked us from StreamYard, generally specific, pull it out, blow it out your ass, and unblock me so that we can have more good talks. And if
Good luck on that.
Generally specific has blocked me, and he still had me blocked when I checked. Was it earlier? Yeah, it was earlier tonight. Maybe it was last night. Anyways, he has me blocked in StreamYard. You know, that's like the ultimate level of blocking is when you get blocked in StreamYard. And I think that if he's not enjoying our conversations, he needs to then do better at talking and having his points. Like, he needs to do better, because I don't do no douchebaggery over there. I just ask reasonable questions and tell it like it is. And he rage quit and
Who is this?
Generally specific.
Oh.
I uploaded a video a few days ago where I you know, an interaction with me over on his panel, and
Todd. You might
Todd.
know him. Yeah, you might know him as Todd.
See, they were definitely some reasonable questions. I agree. They were. That was funny. That was funny.
Well, he thinks you and Sarah are getting paid by Wilson.
What?
Yeah.
Bro, there's a ton of those fucking conspiracies. I'm a Fed and I'm getting paid by fucking Andrew Wilson as well.
Look,
everybody's getting paid by Wilson, but see, Wilson's getting paid by
Wilson
Grid One.
Wilson's never paid me a dime. In fact, I'm in the hole with Wilson because last time he rated me, I sent him $100 super chat, and so I'm well in the hole with Wilson.
Oh.
I don't know how these people come up with these great theories that they have.
You know, I heard, and I didn't listen to a lot of it. OTW was replaying the debate last night earlier, and I heard TML. He didn't accuse me. He just said he. Did you hear that? Yeah.
Both you and Sarah. Yep.
What'd you hear?
Let's see if I can find it real quick. But he was speculating that who else was in there? Like, I got sort of an honorable mention, like Flow State's a little suspicious.
Was little Timmy in there then too?
Yeah, little Timmy's bitch ass.
Well, honestly, one of the things my wife said last night when we watched that panel for a little while till that dude gave me a headache.
Yep.
My wife says, Flo usually, when he shows up on Sarah's panel and Andrew's there, Flo's trying to be against Andrew. And it's like, even Flo can't stand with this guy, is what she said. She's like, even he's not standing with this dude.
Wait, who said that?
My wife.
Oh. Last night I was on Andrew's side. See, I don't like
that's
I don't
what I'm
really
saying. That's what I'm saying. My wife,
right.
Every other time she's seen you go on a panel on, it's been to oppose Andrew, and she's like, last night she's like, geez, even Flo can't stand with that guy. Like, nobody can stand with that dude.
I actually think I probably agree with Andrew on more things than I disagree with him on. But yeah. We disagree on religion. Obviously.
Obviously.
For some reason though, even though I'm agnostic, leaning closer to atheist than I am to a Christian, I just, for whatever reason, atheists, the atheist community is full of pussies. I don't know why it is that atheists are such pussies. They are, though. They're like effeminate little sissy. They rage around, or they don't rage really. They just rage quit, like godless engineer.
Yeah, I don't like the atheists that don't know nothing about the Bible but want to have something to say. The atheists that know more about the Bible than Christians, then that's a different story.
But just culturally, right? Like I don't. It doesn't make sense to me. I can't find a rhyme or reason why atheists are liberal pussies, right? Like what is it about atheism? Unless, I guess, if somebody's an atheist as a cultural counter to conservatism, I guess that would make sense. That's probably it.
Did you see where that representative filed this? They're going to try to overturn the gay rights marriage.
I'm
not representative. He got some COVID or something
from Michigan, I think. And putting a bill in so that it has to go to the Supreme Court again.
I'm not gonna get it deep into it because the panel's just not made for it. But you'll get at least what I'm saying, Flo, because I know if you know what you've been studying, old school truther shit. So you can back most of that up to the Theosophical Society, and the Theosophical Society, if you study it out, they had wings everywhere, including even in the Catholic Church. And so the common trope that you're seeing with these atheistic guys is the hermaphroditic type thing, the whole Baphomet hermaphroditic type trope.
Mm-hmm.
And so you see a bunch of very feminized men, and there's that because that's supposed to be, according to their nonsense, the height of humanity, where they're a man, woman.
I'm
the
so
pole.
ashamed of myself right now.
So
Put that
that's
Trump down now.
that's where you can take that to if you ever study that.
Yeah, embrace the feminine equal percentage with the I've heard a few people talk about that.
Yeah, and what it is it's a perversion of actual occult. Because so if you look at it, none of the Theosophical Society people were actually alchemists, but they use all kinds of the alchemy terminologies. So let's say I'm breaking down a plant. If the plant is a root plant, like an onion or a garlic or something, when I break it down, I'm going to get a little bit of oil, and then I'm going to get a substantial amount of salt compared to the oil. If it's a fruity plant, like say a cannabis plant, I'm going to get a lot of oil and a very little bit of salt. This is a feminine plant. And so once I go and I do
Terrell, it says your devices are not connected. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh wow. Weird. He's
talking about snow. He's not talking about you, Balderson.
Okay. So when I do the actual lab experiment, even though there's a feminine and a masculine in each one of these plants, nothing about my experiment makes this one changes one side of it. It doesn't become more masculine or less masculine. The amount of masculine component, which is the salt, stays the same. So all I've done is remove the carbon, the cellular material, and the water out of the plant, and then married the two perfected parts back together. In no way did I make it androgynous in this whole Baphomet character and all that kind of thing. All of this is a perversion of occult.
Today, we've got OTW and the Machine Lies, 2 stars in their own side. I think I might have even done while you were going. Me and Truther Cop kind of collaborated a little bit again today. And others, Zach, Andrew, Paul.
Damn it, Flo.
Whoa.
To do what, Jack?
To create good, like transform. Leading the arrow.
This isn't what I thought it was, actually.
Yeah, but that
I thought I was having a nightmare.
All accept each other's perspective and angle and worldview for that to be a thing, and that essentially seems to be very hard to do.
Right. It's as simple as that, though.
No, I don't think it's simple as that, Jack. Let me tell you why.
See, I told you.
The reason, one thing I would tell you, okay, the Raging Tomato, even Flo, lately, when he talks about Andrew, he's been neutral for a reason. He's got many platforms that usually he doesn't get, and now he gets it. Just like Truth or Cop told him the other day on your show, that are you working for Andrew? And he asked him that question specifically, and Flo answered it in a neutral way as well. So there's more.
Well, the fuck if I did, Tarek. I'm not working for Andrew. Ever.
To it. Like Andrew is controlling literally all these little things. They have to be under his control or not. There's more to it than just that, I think. My belief.
Yeah, it's a mark.
This isn't what I'm looking for, but this is actually kind of interesting.
It's a marketing tactic if you behave and present like this guy Andrew does. Just act like you're the wizard that knows everything, and just constantly be like, "What are you talking about?" Just always having this bullshit veneer. That's why I mean, Slow State is a perfect fucking apprentice for this idiot. Jack, what TV show do you remember? Power Rangers or Gundam Warriors or the Transformed? Any of these fucking shows or cartoons when like 5 of the things like merge into one thing, and then you made this like.
Oh yeah, I remember Transformers did that with the.
What any of them, right? Like, hey
Yeah,
Jack, was any of them where like the 5 things by themselves were like retarded, and then when they joined together, they became like this like amazing,
even more retarded.
Like they're retarded on their own, right, by themselves, and then when they merge together, somehow via the merging, they become like this unbeatable like machine, wise and like just brilliant and amazing. I missed that one, Jack.
No, good point, Timmy. That's true.
Absolutely right, man.
Damn, I'll look at all of them talking shit.
People are their own worst enemies, and I see people holding themselves back, and that means I'm probably doing the same thing. It's how we work. But if we can find ways to work together, if we can allow each other's perspectives just to be, but we recognize that there's shit happening that we don't like, we can.
So Jack's going to neutralize it. Now, if anybody doesn't know who Timmy is, let me introduce you to Timmy. He came over here one time, had a bad time. Here it is.
Gary is correct. I cannot do cocaine. I actually have Wilson's disease, so I would have a grand mal seizure immediately. I did, however, take a fat ass dab. So
Do-nothing bitches are vampires of other people's joy. Instead of living authentically, they feed off masking their true selves, doing nothing and criticizing others who actually put themselves out there. Do-nothing bitches can be highly manipulative. So here are some gold standard clapbacks when a do-nothing bitch starts with their bullshit. When they start to claim you're too much, offer them a mirror and tell them to look for less. Draw a diagram that identifies where your business is and where their business is to visually show them they're in the wrong area. Remind them of the ancient proverb, to fuck around is to find out, and the more they fuck around, the more they're going to find out. So the next time you encounter a do-nothing bitch, hold your head high and know their obsession with you is masking their jealousy of your confidence, your freedom in your self-expression, and most importantly, your authenticity. And also, fuck them. They're toxic.
I'd just like to welcome Timmy to the stream. Timmy is a very intelligent being. He is frail.
Before you get ahead of yourself, don't get ahead of yourself. What's up, Timmy? Why are you here?
Oh, hi. Oh, do you not want me here? I'll go.
I mean, I'm just surprised to see you here because you're kind of always the shit-talking douchebag. So I'm just surprised that you're here.
I was trying to say how frail and pale he was.
Great. I'm a shit-talking douchebag. I was just curious how many of you guys, if all you guys do is just gonna bitch about other people, or like, I was just looking at the
you see, he's in his feelers this morning, folks. I can break this down to you.
I was just interested. All you guys are like big awesome truth people. Like, how many of you guys are not paying income tax and capital gains tax? I'd be really interested about that.
Or drama?
Because I just see the genocide going on, and then I want to press you guys.
He's sitting in Thailand right now.
How many
genocide are you talking about?
Oh, in Gaza. I'm just wondering how many of you are paying income tax and capital gains tax in Gaza. US that's doing that.
In Gaza.
So
I actually need more trigger words for me to respond coherently. More trigger words.
Okay, so are just paying, you're all paying income tax and capital gains tax.
Worthless.
I pay all my taxes.
Alpha, beta, zeta, male. Give me more, dude. Give me more. That's just like
Timmy. We're gonna sit around and gossip about people a lot.
Words that you're calling on me.
In fact,
like,
I know, but I just like to bring it back to something that matters.
Stream. Timmy, I'm going to talk about people for the rest of the fucking stream.
And you can't stop us.
However long that goes.
What does it do with paying taxes? First of all, what does it matter to you if we're paying taxes? Do you work for the IRS?
I think so.
Oh no, but if you do, you're supporting the genocide and slavery of people all over Earth. You fund
that dude with the bumper stickers.
Timmy, how much money did I make last year? What did I report?
I can only hope that genocide comes to wherever you are.
I mean, Timmy.
Hey, really? Why would you
make better income if we don't pay taxes?
Timmy.
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
If we don't pay taxes, does that somehow make it better?
Timmy,
the war's going to happen regardless.
Oh, okay. So you're just gonna fund the
Timmy's got
terrorist
unfettered
organizations
access
and
to
you
being
have
a
no
ho.
absolutely
I funded it. I didn't answer that question. I didn't answer your question about taxes because that's none of your business.
I don't know what's
But-
going to happen if we all the
If
people
we all
don't
just stop
fund these
paying
folks.
taxes, wow, that'd be great. That'd be awesome.
What
That's
about
never done.
Gaza? What about Gaza, Hank?
No, I don't know why. What's the problem here? Like, why can't this be like just a natural?
So we're not gonna watch the whole thing. But you get the idea. We will watch.
When was that? Was that post the show you and I did with Rose or before?
Before. This was a while ago. I'm just gonna I cut a few shorts out of it. But I'll drop the whole thing in the main chat. So would you guys like to hear the results of the poll?
Yes, please.
Is Timmy a cunt? Number 1 is yes at 52%. Number 2 is he's such a bitch, it's unbelievable at 21%.
Oh, hold on.
15%
I
of
gotta
people
switch my
said
vote.
no. 15% of people said no, Timmy's not a cunt. And 10% said he doesn't mean to be, he's just dumb.
Oh.
Can we get back to what Timmy was?
You gotta remember, Timmy's the one that fled the country because of the thing.
The thing. 10 like you're coming here with a fucking real claim. You're full of shit.
Bro,
you're not trying to be
I'm
effective. I don't believe that at all. I don't believe it at all.
I'm
It's not
another
believable.
dude like any of the other people in the square, and I came up and I thought the conversation was about nonsense, the same shit that people have been talking about these fucking panels forever. And
Definitely
I just threw my hat
doesn't
in the
matter.
ring.
It doesn't matter to you if it was. You have no impact or no say in what we talk about. I promise you that the minute that we're done, I'm going to spend every last minute on this stream talking bullshit about other panels because of you. This
great.
is
Okay.
in action. In action, I'm proving my point about what happens when you swim in cunt energy.
And then I'm going to make a bunch of shorts about it.
Anyways, I don't know how anybody still would think that I'm what do you say, a protege for Andrew?
I understand why they would think that of Sarah Tomato. I understand why people would think that of Easy.
Well, Easy would cut his dick off and push it in if he thought Andrew had a vagina.
Yeah. 100%. That's what I'm saying. So I get it with a couple of those guys. I can even kind of see that with Teriak, where
I live in Ireland.
But
well, I
I'm
think
not sure what that has to do with internet type thing. You're kind of in that orbiter, like that ortho bro feeling group. So I'm not making that accusation, bro. I'm not at all even a little bit saying that. I'm just
saying like the Fed thing that gets thrown around. It's like Teriak's a Fed. It's like I'm fucking Irish. Like how the fuck could I even would that even make sense? I'm a Fed, but they're going to send me over to Ireland.
Feds. I thought they were talking about being on Andrew's
payroll
team thing. Whatever.
Yeah, but that gets thrown in. It's like we're all fucking Feds and we're all on Andrew's payroll, and Andrew's the fucking.
What kind of scarecrow are you fucking trying to build over here, you Irish?
That was part of it.
That's what OTW was. That channel with I kind of skimmed through it where they were doing the debate. He was kind of saying,
"With Trump in charge, we're taking Ireland too, because that's what it is." And you're just
good. It's a good thing. Fucking our country's a joke, man. It's literally a fucking joke.
Did you put a Sheeny curse on my cats or something? They just went.
They're trying to put in a policy where they're going to have knife return bins for the criminals. This is the actual legislation they're trying to propose. They're going to put bins around, so the criminals are going to put all their knives in the bin, and that's going to solve all the knife crime. That's how fucking retarded my country is.
Whoa, knives? Can't have
guns.
They already can't have guns, so knives are next.
You ever see those guys that get chased off because they go outside of the buybacks and they put a double, like the buyback's $50. They'll be like, well, I'll give you 70. I'll give you 75 for your gun. And they'll hold up a sign 75 or 100 or whatever for your gun and just stand outside them buybacks. It's hilarious.
Yeah. And buybacks only don't work if they're voluntary because nobody's turning shit. No, the only people who will turn in a gun there are people who are bringing in like shit, right? Like shit. Otherwise, a flat price for guns, fuck it. I could. Most guns are way more valuable than whatever the buyback price is, 100, 150 bucks.
They haven't done that
for that quick fix.
They still
Thank you,
doing
Kieran.
that?
He says, Flo, can we play the video where the bombs are dropped? Would you like to bomb Talcadia, or would you like to do the old school bombing? Absolutely. Let me know. Old school or new school?
I think that was towards the beginning of the stream where they was the part you were talking about.
Yeah, it was. I'm doing word search and trying to find it. I'm not finding it though. It was definitely.
I think
early.
Truth or Cop might have even been on there. I'm not 100% sure.
Well, let me find it.
For some reason, Truth or Cop's hunting me down for some reason. He thinks I'm part of this convoy trucker convoy, whatever the hell he was talking about.
Oh yeah, all men and women have the right.
Oh my God, is that
Thank you, Kieran, for being one of the few people supporting today. Dead ass night. And Chuck. Chuck is. I'm going to add your name to the list of approved users in case we go back into waterboard mode, which is looking like it's going to happen at this point.
Well,
yeah, the whole reason.
Go ahead.
The whole reason. The whole reason for this like conspiracy shit, you're on the take or you're fed or whatever. It's just the typical fucking ad hominem fallacy. It's like that you have to attack the person because you can't attack the argument that they're putting forward. Same shit that you see with fucking Imperius earlier on. It's like fucking he breaks TOS so he gets kicked. So then he can say, oh, they were too afraid of me and they ran away. It's like, no, motherfucker, you broke TOS.
Yeah, it's a way to rage quit and then have plausible deniability.
Exactly.
I wasn't saying nothing about the Fed thing, but I was saying you do associate with that crew, and obviously it wouldn't be hard to say that crew is,
boy, he just backhanded you.
So
I watched OTW's analogy of the debate, and they were like saying like Andrew works for Fox News, and he said that Andrew admitted to once being a Mason or something, and his wife is some kind of feminist has some kind of feminist channel or something. I don't know what's going on.
His wife is very feminist.
They were saying like Flo was close to Sarah, really close to Sarah. So what's Sarah's? So because
Sarah Easy and Flo, yep.
Sarah Easy and Flo. Yes, they were implying that because Flo is so close to Sarah, and Sarah is so close to Andrew, that they must all be in some kind of cabal or something. Secret cabal. I just want to know how come Sarah's neck is so fucking big.
You've seen her ass?
I think that I'm close to the.
I'm close to Flo.
So do you get like a check from Andrew and the Feds, like a double
Right.
double?
I better figure out something. Not that one. this one. Okay.
I get
We're gonna
3 checks from the feds.
we're gonna jump in and take a look at this. I think that I might be about at the point where they were talking. Let's see. Get it out of me.
Understanding this, you can see the ritualism. The first simulation for the pandemic was given on Mercuralia, May 15th, 2018.
All right. Okay. I want to ask a question right away because I already have people that are lost in chat. Chuck's lost already. Didn't take him too much. He goes, I'm sorry. I tried to follow Zach last night, but it was impossible. It was an impossible task. But I wanted to ask the channel members right now, like the ones that are on panel. Guys, do you follow what Zach's saying right now?
Oh, yeah, totally.
Oh, okay. How about you,
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Tarek?
pretty.
Yeah, of course. No, I do. And I actually, as this continues, I don't want to fuck it up for everybody. I would agree with Andrew Wilson's point because he's trying to go to something, and Zach kept on also pivoting. So it wasn't just Andrew pivoting on some things. You'll see him pivoting when actually Andrew got up the corner, the main thing. Yeah, you'll see the questions
so
going to ask him.
You actually watched this yesterday, you Tarek.
I watched it for like 2.5 hours. Yeah, I couldn't watch the whole thing. It was too long. Yeah, I watched it for 2.5 hours, and I pay attention to him and Zach. They were going.
We'll try to review as much as we can. Obviously, we won't do the whole thing, but yeah.
No, it's a good stream. They're gonna go at it. You'll see.
Oh, I know. I actually was. I did witness like maybe 5 or 10 minutes of it, but it was a full panel when I popped in. It was like there were 10 people there.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, what he's saying is, you know, there's a number in the Book of Revelations. You know, there's this idea of icosophy or you know, or something like that. So essentially, that's the letter to number situation. You know, so he's saying this is an ancient art, and it's obvious since there's numbers in this book that don't have any relevant meaning that you know, the whole idea is linked to this concept, right? So he's trying to decode the Book of Revelations. Essentially, he's presenting this false start because obviously they don't actually interpret the Bible. They leave that
in front. A Christian with his Bible, he doesn't fucking know. You do confront a.
Dominic is saying down there is a true fact. It's actually 616. It's a true fact. If you go, so Dominic makes a salient point there in the
second. Is it me? The chat's going by really quick. That's Bex. 422. Holy cow. Okay, old text right here. Okay.
66 days would declare
Well, maybe that wasn't it.
Operation Warp Speed on May 15th.
I think it was at the beginning.
What I didn't like about him at all, and it goes toward what you were saying about the way he would do the did it. Like he'd be like 47. Oh yeah, toilet paper rolls 47, cigarette packs 47, tweezers is 47. You know what else? Screwdriver is 53, and socket extension is 53. And you're like, well, why are we doing 53 now? Like, why are you just? And then he would jump to another number and just and you haven't even really thought about everything he said before. And he said a whole bunch of different numbers. He's not giving you a reason why he quit you saying 47 and jumped to 212 or what. You know what else? 212. And you know what else? 319. 319 is a knife sharpener. You know what else? Like it, and you're like, fuck, he just said a whole bunch of numbers and words, and there's no delineation. And if what he was doing was like 47 is this Pope, 47 is also the Vatican, 47 is also this day. So on this day, the Vatican does its most important ritual, blah, blah, blah. You know, you could start following a storyline of why these numbers have some kind of meaning and what's going on. So now you can go, so the next time that you see this number coming up and you're going, well, is the Vatican about to do a ritual? Oh, yes, they are. And that's where it somewhat becomes prophetic, you know, but that none of that happened.
Agreed with what? Sorry, I'm scanning through shit looking for it. I saw no mistake there, although I just now saw. Play the rest of that video. It gets funnier. With the one you sent me or the one we were just watching, Bill? Rock, get that echo under control. And thank you for the dono. Which one? I assume the one I sent. All right. Let me throw that up. Oh, damn it. Did I close that tab? I did close that tab. Here, I got it.
Imagine if I told you there's a book that predicted the world program Earth books, the Bible Code and the Bible Code 2, in which author Michael Drosnin shows that by feeding the Hebrew text of the Old Testament into a sophisticated computer program revealed by he will kill the assassin. And you can't open the Old Testament without coming face to face with an alarmingly accurate warning about September 11, 2001. Here's twin towers in the end of time. Some to believe it. Australian mathematician Brendan McKay is at the forefront of the anti-Bible code movement. He's reproduced Michael Drosnin's computer program, and Brendan reckons you can pretty much feed anything into the program and get pretty much whatever you want. For example, he fed the book Moby Dick into the program and found predictions of the assassination of JFK and Martin Luther King. So Brendan issued us with a challenge. Give him anything, and he'll find anything. The challenge set, we asked him to feed into his computer program the entire back catalogue of lyrics from 90s rapper Vanilla Ice, and asked, did Vanilla Ice predict the September 11 World Trade Center attacks? Yo, VIP. Let's kick it.
Let's kick it. To the extreme, I rock a mic like a vandal, light up a stage and wax a chump like a candle.
What have you got here?
Well, here I found a New York and terrorist, twin towers. I found 9/11, so it even has the date. I found You Came in the Sky, and we have Osama bin Laden right there, encoded in the lyrics using the same method.
That is amazing. A lot of people thought Vanilla Ice was quite shallow. Not satisfied with this, we gave Brendan the US government's joint congressional report into the September 11 attacks and asked, did the US government's report into the September 11 attacks predict Vanilla Ice's career downfall after his one-hit Ice Ice Baby?
Apparently, this Senate report actually post-predicts the decline of Vanilla Ice, and it's here quite clearly in the form of a star.
Oh my God.
How it says Ice Ice, just like in his song Ice Ice Baby. His real name was Robert Van Winkle, so we see Robert across the same point. And his decline is here, it says wasted, which we can't disagree with, and the word kaput right across the middle.
That is startling evidence.
I think so, yes.
Did you know? Not paying out on Michael Drosnin or nothing, but how come Bible Code 2, which came out after September 11, predicted the tragedy, but Bible Code 1, which came out before, did not?
Religious boycotts. They're everywhere. The American Southern Baptists called for one against Disney when it refused to denounce an unofficial gay day at its Florida theme park. Several Muslim groups called for a boycott of Scrabble, Yahtzee, Mousetrap and Twister, saying the board game company Hasbro invests too heavily in Israel. And a Hindu anti-defamation group called for one against Sony when it released an Aerosmith record with cover art showing Lord Krishna with the head of a cat. Don't get me wrong, I'm not down on religious boycotts. I love a good religious boycott. For instance, when I was about 14, I was at my friend George Weinberg's house and I was wearing a Volkswagen badge around my neck, a la Mike D from the Beastie Boys. And George Weinberg's mother walked into the room and saw me and said, "Oh my God, you can't wear that." And I said, "Why not?" "The Volkswagen is a Nazi car. Adolf Hitler designed it. As a Jew, you should boycott Volkswagen." But I checked out her story, and it was true. Hitler had commissioned Ferdinand Porsche to design the Volkswagen, and the company was originally operated by the Nazis. Thus, I was introduced to the world of the religious boycott. But where do you draw the line?
No, John, not the Fanta. Don't you know Fanta was first produced in Nazi Germany by Coca-Cola's German division? No, not the IBM laptop. IBM worked closely with the Third Reich, providing the punch card machines that were used for counting Jews in a concentration camp. No, not the Christina Aguilera CD. She signed with the record label BMG. BMG is a division of the German publishing company Bertelsmann. They used Jewish slave labor during World War II. Are you insane? Only a self-hating Jew would read Dr. Seuss. His books were put out by Random House, and Random House is also a division of Bertelsmann. No, not...
Do a little TOS. I'm sorry, not TOS. Copyright pause. A little copyright pause right there.
But you can literally do it with anything. I think there's like a game on Wikipedia. It's like you can get like, no matter what like topic you put in, you can get within 5 or 7 clicks of all the links on the page. You can get back to fucking Hitler or some shit like that. You can link anything back to anything.
Don't forget aspirin. Bear
The-
aspirin.
Oh yeah, yep. Bear was a big
The
one.
hilarious thing about Dr. Seuss is Dr. Seuss was one of the biggest advocates for us. There's a ton of World War II, pre-World War II propaganda where he was putting out all kinds of propaganda trying to get us into World War II. And so that's hilarious.
Wait, who was?
Dr. Seuss, the guy who did
Oh, was he?
Seuss. Yeah, he was a huge trying to push us into World War II. He did all kinds of propaganda art to try and get us pushed into World War II.
Because that was his job, or because he just had a
No, that was his personal thing of his. Like he has there's one of them that's very famous where it's a wolf sitting there telling stories to this, or somebody sitting and telling stories to the child, and it's like the wolf's eating the children, but it's okay because they're Jew children and things like that. And it was, to try and guilt the American public, like, why won't you guys go to war? Look, they're eating up and so
It's
he
for
himself,
the kids. Don't you care about the kids?
yeah. So he was a real big World War II propagandist.
Mm-hmm.
Not the photos. Are you trying to put me in an early grave? Akbar and the Nazis were like this. They used Jewish slave labor during the war. No, don't go out with her. She's Catholic. Don't you know the Vatican helped smuggle Nazi war criminals out of Europe after World War II? Hey, you. Yes, you. John's dog. Is that a bear flea collar? You self-hating dog. Don't you know Bear were part of a business cartel that built a rubber and oil plant at Auschwitz?
Did you know this story was filmed on a BASF videotape? BASF were a division of IG Farben, the chemical company that produced Cyclone B, the gas used in the Nazi gas chambers.
Blasphemy. Muslims, Jews, and Christians whining about satanic verses this, piss Christ that, life of Brian this, Bruce Almighty that. So your omnipotent God has got his omnipotent nose out of joint because someone took his name in vain. Well, don't talk to me and my Zoroastrian pals about blasphemy, because we've had it up to here. Who are the Zoroastrians? They're a tiny religious minority found mainly in Iran and India, but also in small numbers in places like Australia. Modern times have not been kind to the Zoroastrians. Not only have their numbers diminished, but a certain Japanese car maker thought nothing blasphemous in taking the name of their god in vain and applying it to their mass-produced shit boxes. I'm looking at you, Mazda. Where do you get off naming your rust buckets after someone else's god? The founder of Mazda, Matsuda Jijiro, claimed that he chose the name of the Zoroastrian supreme being because, like the god, his cars represent the origin of civilization. Well, I've had a gutful. That's why I formed the Friends of Zoroastrians Liberation Front. And you can join too. All you need is a crowbar, a pot of glue, a balaclava, and a taste for living on the edge a la Patty Hearst, Abby Hoffman, or Che Guevara. Go to johnsafranversusgod.com, print out the badges, and sneak into the night. Crowbar off the existing Mazda badge and replace it with a new one offending other religions. You can try the Jesus Christ, the Muhammad, may peace be with him, the L. Ron Hubbard, or if you want to get up the nose of a Hasidic Jew, try the Lubavitcher Rebbe Menachem Mendel Schneerson. Until next time, go to hell.
That's probably a German.
Yeah. Oh shit. There we go. I had to adjust the volume on that shit. That video is low. Is that true? I don't even know about that. Many states in the U.S. have actual laws against boycotting.
Not many, but there are some. Not many, but there are some. I think North Carolina leads the way in that.
Huh. That seems illegal.
Yep, should be, but that's what happens when you allow a whole bunch of members of Congress and the House to be dual citizens with Israel. It's weird how they then do things that are in the best interest of Israel and people.
How many?
It's I don't personally know. I think I've seen 80, but do I know how many off the top of my head? No, it's not something I count or keep that close track of. I do not make a life around it, but we do have dual citizens in our government, and that should absolutely never happen with any other country. There should be no dual citizens making laws in this country.
No, I agree.
I agree.
I'll have to look that one up. I'm curious now.
I've heard that it's up to 80, but those kind of things get blown out of proportion, and plus, every couple of years things get shifted around, so who knows?
For sure.
How do you spell protege? Protege.
Yeah, and then the E is supposed to have the
that little swoops
thingy above it.
Thank
you, autocorrect. New poll is up. I'm curious what people think.
I get to call FEMA tomorrow. Yay.
About what? Oh, your flooding shit?
Yeah. My basement water came up through the bottom of my floor in my basement. Weirdest damn thing I ever did see.
And that's FEMA's deal?
Well, yeah, I'm in a non-flood zone, so I can't get flood insurance. So I called the insurance company to see if any of it was covered. Nope. And that's what she said that FEMA's for situations like that. And I'm like, trying to get anything out of FEMA right now would be like trying to pull a tooth, probably.
Oh, yeah. Flood insurance is its own separate thing. That shit's expensive. That's why people don't carry it unless they're in a flood zone.
Well, they won't even sell it to you if you're not in a flood zone. Weird.
How much information did you give her? If you didn't give her a ton of information, you might be able to look through you should have looked through your policy before you called her and saw what was covered, and then structured your. Oh, did you?
Yeah, I was trying to see if I could slide it through, and it didn't get very far before they caught on. I wasn't being dishonest. I just was withholding information until I had to supply it.
I wouldn't get involved with FEMA if I was you. Some of my neighbors got involved with FEMA and ended up, I forget, it wasn't a very good experience.
Really?
Yeah, somehow you end up paying anyway.
I forgot that I put slow mode on.
Canceled my vacation because of it.
So your basement got flooded?
Flood?
Yeah.
Well, is your basement like fixed up, or is it just a basement?
It's finished.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Had furniture and everything down there.
Sheetrock?
Yep.
Well,
slate, nice floor, marble floor in it. Or
did you get it? Did you get it pumped out?
That's the funny thing. The water came up about 6 inches and it went down all by itself. There is no drain in there. It went back down through the floor where it came from.
It might have an old drain that was in there somewhere.
That's what I'm thinking.
How old is the house?
It was built mid-80s.
Well, if the sheetrock, you'd have to cut the sheetrock above the line, replace it, or it's going to mold. You get black mold. And then put an ozone machine in there, which kills mold.
Got one in there already.
Yeah.
I already had one of those, so I stuck it down there. I mopped up what I could. It was still oozing up through the floor. It's finally quit oozing through the floor.
Was that because of the them floods they had?
Well, we had torrential downpour. I ain't never seen rain like that. Good Lord.
So you guys got hit twice or something? North Carolina.
Oh, no, I'm in Tennessee.
Oh, Tennessee. Didn't Tennessee get hit by that big flood too?
The east side of Tennessee, which is right next door to Carolina. I'm middle west middle, however you want to put it. In fact, I'm on a high spot of the county, but we had so much rain. Oh my God, we had tons of rain.
I used to drive through every time I went. I had to go to Jacksonville, North Carolina.
I don't know where that's at. I'd have to
It's a Marine Corps base, Camp Lejeune, North Carolina.
Oh, okay. I only went to Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Now it's called Fort something. They changed the name of it. You know, that DEI crap. Supposedly they might change them back. I'm not sure.
It was beautiful going through there. Some nice country.
Yep. That it is. I did see M somewhere today, Flo. I forget where I saw her at. Or talked to her.
Was it
I don't even
Richie's?
remember. It might have been Richie's.
Don't they have some?
He was bitching because he couldn't collect his super chat money without an ID. Go ahead.
Have you ever? Is there some big ass huge caves in Tennessee or something?
Oh yeah, there's quite a few caves.
You ever gone to them?
I went to one when it was owned by a country rocker. I'm trying to remember his name now. Can't remember if it was Hank Williams Jr. or I'm trying to remember the other guy's name. Crap. He wrote alternative country outlaw country. Can't remember his name now. But he ended up selling it. What was his name?
Hank.
Well, yeah, Hank Williams Jr. And then there was I got the name on the tip of my tongue and I just can't get it. David Allen Cole owned one too. He's
Yeah,
an
I see
old
some
bird.
videos of them. Them things are huge.
Yep.
I mean, you could some weird shit. That water going through and just
carved it right out. We got a lot of battlefields down here too from the Civil
I need every bit of money you can bring me. Pay me. All the money, all the banking, all the jobs, all the material things. I love spending money. And all these people here know I love spending all that money.
But for every question I answer, I want you to answer.
Grab it, Flo.
Casper, I brought you up on stage because I see that you're backstage, but you're not typing backstage, so I'm curious. Casper.
anti-aircraft guns. You must get under cover at once. Take cover at once, but there's no need to rush. If you take things quietly, you will prevent panic in others. You must not stand staring up at the sky. That's the most dangerous thing to do. If you're within 5 minutes of your home, go home, but keep away from the window. Get off the main road and leave it clear for the defense services. For the same reason, park as near to the curb as possible. If you're in the open with no cover, lie down, preferably in a ditch. Never forget to carry your gas mask. Always remember to see that your blackout is as black as soot. Take cover, you may get hurt.
Game's over, losers! I have all the money! Compare your lives to mine and then kill yourselves!
anti-aircraft guns, you must get under cover at once. Take cover at once, but there's no need to rush. If you take things quietly, you will prevent panic in others. You must not stand staring up at the sky. That's the most dangerous thing to do. If you're within 5 minutes of your home, go home, but keep away from the window. Get off the main road and leave it clear for the defense services. For the same reason, park as near to the curb as possible. If you're in the open with no cover, lie down, preferably in a ditch. Never forget to carry your gas mask. Always remember to see that your blackout is as black as soot.
All right, we're back. Thank you to those of you who donated. Is Rocky still?
God damn it.
Yeah, well, you know what? If people are going to waste my time, I'm going to waste their time.
So you held out. You held out for $47, Flo.
Yeah, no, I know. I actually, and I typed this backstage to the panelists that I was actually planning on ending the stream, and I was just going to waste the audience's time as they had wasted mine. But you know what? God bless you guys. There's a handful of you that are carrying the team, and so I do appreciate it. Kieran is one of them. Rock did too. Yeah. Anyways, thank you to everybody who donated. The rest of you, shame on you. Go ahead, Casper.
No, I was gonna say, I still think like the whole monetization is gonna swing in a good way towards these kind of channels and stuff. Like,
what do you mean these channels?
Like, oh, dude, I was gonna say when I jumped up, the first thing I was gonna say is I just want to chill somewhere without talking all fucking pill bullshit. But it's kind of relevant, so I'm gonna take a whole pass. It's not a whole pass. Who cares? Okay, I'm just filling time. What was I gonna say? Like, is a lot more people like these have become? I throw a meme. It's like a bar, right? Like the size of your audience is like a small radio station, right? So it's like, why the hell wouldn't people want to advertise to a small radio station that is very niche, right? So it's like, tactical soap is a joke, but if I ever order soap online for whatever fucking reason, I'll get tactical soap, I guess.
You know what? Yeah, I got you, because I have the same thought actually. Like, I don't buy soap, but if I ever do buy, because Katie go shopping.
Yeah,
I'm for sure gonna buy tactical soap.
Yeah, like
but you know, you got 2 20s, a 5, and a 2. That's 47. Gematria.
Oh shit, you're right.
Yeah, fucking New Zealand dollar is probably fucking garbage.
God damn that fucking number.
But by the way, Rocky, I'm on satellite phone. Like, I live far away, so I'm satellite phone. Okay, so think of me, yeah, like that. Who gives a fuck though? But yeah, fuck pill talk. What were you guys looking at before? Like like what? What is that term? What the fuck is the title?
Gematria.
Yeah, what? I am so happy. I have no idea, and I'm like, I want to jump up there and be a fucking noob and be annoying. like what is that?
So Gematria is it's properly it's a form of Jewish numerology where they encode numbers and letters. So like even though they don't have A would be 1, B would be 2, things like that,
Okay.
and then they write out codes. But the way that it's used by people like Zach Hubbard, it's a scam, and it hypnotizes and dupes gullible people into going to Patreon and dropping them $1 or so a month.
Yeah, it's dude, you know what makes me think of? Long time ago, fucking Joe Rogan made this comment. He's like, only white nerds believe in the Yeti, right? And I kind of saw it like as an ominous sign because he kept fucking like, it's like a lot, it became a thing for him, like one of these 8 stories bullshit. I'll turn my fan off after this because of Mike.
It's not,
what was
I can't hear it.
Oh, sweet. Okay. What was I going to say? Yeah, like, God damn it, I lost it. No, I didn't. Oh, yeah. So now there's like, because people are so disconnected, it's like magnified. So now you're going to, like, everyone is believing in Yetis. Do you see what I'm trying to say? I'm kind of trying to paint with words and be enigmatic to pretend I'm cool.
You
Like,
are
everyone.
cool, you're enigmatic.
Only on Tuesdays. That's like why people are believing in crystals and fucking manifestation and all this bullshit. It's like, come on, man. Like,
It's how
I
people-
love flat earthers, but seriously?
It's
Sorry,
how
go
people
on.
give themselves a sense of control over their lives.
On purpose?
By finding patterns or codes or like, and I'm sort of a conspiracy theorist, right? Like I'm not all the way down the rabbit hole, but I do believe like things are scripted. I think that what we observe in the media with politicians, I think all that is it's all a show. So I am kind of a conspiracy theorist, but like but to some of these people, and I really think it's people who have a sense of powerlessness looking for some sort of way to feel in control of their life. And I don't mean that to sound as derogatory as I know it just did, or
I know.
condescending.
The same
I'm
thing
really
you
like,
said of
I'm really
religion,
trying to only be condescending to Palomino, Ricky Z. Have a good night, Palomino. Apparently, your time is way less valuable than your money.
I what do you call it? I don't read chat because it's it's bad. Oh my lord. Whatever. But yeah, like people just want to fucking believe in something. Like, and you can even look at that like towards Men or Swamp or like anything really. Like even the fucking politics and shit. It's like I am Green Tribe. I believe in ecology and shit. It's like, okay, dude. Or I am I believe in all liberties. It's like, what does that even mean? I don't know.
Yeah. No, people, and if you've ever read Viktor Frankl, Man's Search for Meaning, like it's
I've read it. Yep.
I read
There's one line. Oh, sorry, Caspar. Well, there's one line from that book that really fucked me up. He said, surviving your suffering is something you can be proud of that nobody else can envy. That line fucked me up. I don't know what it means. Right?
Yeah. No, I get. Yeah, no, I don't remember that line. That is a good line though, and but I think it is something that other people can see, even if they can't identify it as that. People can tell there's something in your character, right? If you think about anybody you've ever admired, none of them had easy life, right? All of them had to do some shit to earn that admiration.
That's really something. Oh shit, that's got me fucking reeling. So is suffering a virtue? Oh my god, is suffering a virtue?
Suffering's not, it's an inevitability. Overcoming it is, or getting through it, because not everybody gets through it, right? There's obviously people who break.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, true. True.
I don't know. I read that book again when I was in jail. I'd read it when I was younger, and it didn't mean shit to me. It was part of a school assignment, and I thought it was good. But then when I read it again when I was in jail, which is really, especially jail, more than prison, right? Because prison, you're doing your punishment. There's nothing else that they want from you. When you're in jail, they still want you to take a plea deal. So it really is, especially at some of the, at certain jails, like the one where I was at, it is actually an exercise in breaking the inmate's spirit to a degree. So I don't remember. I had a place I was going to land at and I lost it.
No, that's cool. That's cool. I wouldn't mind going back to tactical soap. That sounds to me like a contradiction, right? Tactical. It does. It does. So I'm a big, hairy, fucking smelly man, and I'm going to wash my balls with. What the fuck is tactical soap, bro?
All I know is that Glenn advertises it. And so if, I don't know, but if I bought my own soap, actually, I'll probably, now that I'm talking about it this much, I'll probably buy soap next time. I'm probably going to buy some actually now. But if I was going
to. By the way, let me, like, it's a meme. It has history. Like, it's actually a historical meme in the swamp. It's,
there is
because some. Let me land it. Okay, so there's this guy in the Menace Swamp. I don't want to fuck his name. Like, I'm not here to talk about people who are not here. There's this gentleman in the Menace Swamp, and he kind of did run it as a grift originally. Like, you can get soap, and it's gonna make you smell like it was pickup artist thing. Like, it used to be the cucumber smell. Like, if you get a perfume, like the fucking Imperious bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, if you get this cologne, it triggers a female smell fucking hormone shit, and then she's more likely to F you. You know, and then
I know what you're
whatever.
talking about.
There's a meme. Like, that's why.
Yeah, so Casper, I think Lynx deodorant tried the same thing.
Yeah.
They said, they tried the same thing. How about just be a fucking good cunt and the girl, don't worry about girls and they'll fucking come after you.
I'm not, dude. When I came up, I was like, "Fuck Bill talks." Let's just like, I want to learn something. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Okay.
But go ahead.
Like, but I was gonna say originally, because I'm gonna go take it straight to the landing. Okay. I had this thought. Okay. So like right now, you'll have all the humans. Like, why do people believe in this shit? So you have all these humans whose brains are like optimized to function in one way. Okay. So it's like their animal fucking satisfaction. But they're like born in a world that you can only logic yourself into how you're meant to function. You're not allowed to depend on your feelings or your instincts because all the rules are broken. Like, that's where I wanted to land, but I don't interrupt.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Yeah, I'm hearing you. So,
Okay,
is it
but
okay?
like,
Is it okay if a guy just says, "Fuck the head stuff, fuck the rational, I'm going with my instincts"?
yeah,
Is
but
that
that's
okay?
sure. Like, I don't know. No,
I mean, well, maybe 80-20. 80% rational, 20% animal.
A real man is always going to be in control of his body and his actions. Like, you can choose to let go and it's going to feel good. I think you were speaking on this. Was it you? It was you. Fucking, you were saying, like, when you were angry and you were like showing it, it is feeding into your inner fucking emotional shit. Like, you're drawing a virtual line, so to speak. So it's like, yeah, but like a true man is never going to, like, sometimes you have to be a dick in order to show boundaries, but that doesn't mean you give a fuck either way. That's where psychopathy comes in, and people method acting and putting on a face or an act or whatever. But it's like, no, like if you let go into your instincts, then you're an animal. And this is the whole meme. It's like everyone keeps looking at.
I disagree with it.
No, that's fair, but let me land it. Like, to me, it's a multi-dimensional problem. So you have what feels good and you have what is right. And we don't have a guideline to give to kids anymore. We've broken all the rules. They get an iPad. But whatever, I digress. It's it's just a thought I had earlier today. Like, and it was relevant to when
Caspar.
It was
sure.
It was relevant to what you was like. I loved it, to be honest. It really made me think when you're like, it rang so true because it fits. It's like a thing everyone knows, but nobody ever said out loud. Like, when you're angry, you feel good, but everyone thinks you're a fucking idiot. Yeah, I missed that part. But like, I understand Imperius. And what I wanted to say last time, like, I can understand his frustration on the other end, because like those cops, that video that you played, like they were like, that guy was fucked before anything. Do you understand what I'm trying
Yeah,
to say?
yeah.
Like he knew it was over before he opened his mouth.
Mhm.
Doesn't matter whether he was guilty or not. Like, and it was the meme. Like it's the bad example. I understand there might be like 1 in a 10,000 what happened, right? But it's like accountability. Like if you're a judge, you're not allowed to get caught fucking in the Congress. Like, what are you doing, dude? Like you have different
No,
rules
it's
for
fair
you.
call.
You understand? Like if
It's
people
fair
want to
call,
fuck,
Casper. I just want to go back. Want to go back a little bit. Do you think parents should impose rules
I
on
don't
their
want to
kids?
answer question, bro. I'm nobody. Okay. Yes, of
No,
course they should. What do you mean? Like, here's the problem. Okay, here I'll spin it into a pill. Fuck it. So it's like if you know it's bad for people to be fat. Okay, it's bad for their health. It's bad for their joints. It's bad. Okay, you should be fit. You should always be capable of seeing your penis if you're a man. Like, if you can't see your dick, you have a problem.
Casper, if you had a fat daughter, would you tell her to lose some weight?
I would, from the process of going from slightly fat to really fat to obese, I'd be telling her to constantly lose fat, and I'll be looking at my supposed wife because that's her fucking job. If my boy was fat, that'd be my job. I'd be like, bitch, we're going running.
Oh, that's different. That's different.
Okay.
That's different.
But I'd be telling them they're fat. Slav girls are not fat. Okay, Slav men are not fat. We're not fat. Like I saw a video, and remember, like Goonies, there was the fat kid, and he was comedic relief. Pull up a picture of him. He's not that fat.
I know who you're talking about. Well, not
Yeah.
compared to kids today.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Sorry, but bad fucking leg. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like the definition of fat now is hilarious. Like I am fit, and I'm not
It's almost
fit.
like it's almost
because I
like
can- Sorry,
it's
go
almost like fat. Fat is the new black.
Yeah, but to tie it up into what you were saying, it's like clearly you
Sure.
should if you want to take it all the way to black pillars would say clearly, bitches, if you f x amount of men, you're likely going to first of all spend your time doing that. So it's biological consequences to it, and second is psychological. And just because it felt good sitting on the cock carousel doesn't mean it's good for your soul, for you, whether you're religious or not, whether you believe in karma or whoever. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, you can even be an atheist and some sins will chase you. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter whether you believe in God or not. But whatever, I digress.
I mean, so you made a lot of points there. Why don't you?
I'm just giving you whatever so you can start. Yeah,
Okay.
I do this. Sometimes it's like,
Okay.
it's up to you.
Do you
sir.
have one
It's
you
your point.
particularly want to start at, or do you?
Whatever you want to talk about.
I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it.
I don't want to argue though. Like, get some people up here. What the fuck?
I don't
We're
think
gonna
anybody's
argue.
trying to argue. We're just
I'm
discussing.
going to argue.
I know.
So angry. Do you
Yeah.
think a husband has
keeps asking me
responsibility? Oh, bro, yeah, I'm asking a question.
Yeah,
Do you
I'll
think
ask
hate
the
it.
question, or I'll answer the questions. Ask me the questions.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'll ask. Do you think a husband has a responsibility to be strong and a wife has a responsibility to be tidy?
I think that the responsibilities for each party depends on the dynamic of their relationship. Honestly, I think that there's norms, but I think that if you want to talk about a responsibility specifically, it'll be set out by the structure of the relationship, not explicitly but implicitly. I think that if a man, what were the two things you did? Tidy and what?
A man should be
Tidy and
strong, and a woman should be tidy.
I think that if you're strong and tidy, respectively, you're going to have a way easier time finding a partner. But if you're not those things,
I mean in a relationship after it's
Right.
already done.
no. If somebody gets into a relationship with a slob or a weakling, then they chose to be in that relationship with the slob or the weakling. You don't automatically get a responsibility after, once you get in a relationship.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Let's boil it down. Should a husband be fit for her wife, and should a wife be fit for her husband? Like, I mean, fit as in
Attractive,
not fat. Yeah, not fat.
Let me put it. Yeah, I mean, I think that Here's the issue that I have with these questions is that I don't actually believe that there are universal shoulds that I could apply to other people's relationships. I think if somebody is happy with a sloppy, untidy, nasty partner who's weak and cowardly, I don't care. If that's what you're into, that's what you're into, right? But obviously the opposite is more attractive to most people. And I guess it depends on who you want to be in a relationship with. I personally, and no offense to my fat viewers, I don't fuck fatties. I don't do it. I'm not going to do it. So
no offense to my fat viewers.
No offense to the fat viewers. If you're fat, we're just not having sex. So, I mean, I guess it depends on what you want.
Well, how many viewers do you have? How many viewers do you have sex with, bro?
80 watching right now.
To keep it, we'll go degen. Okay,
I
sorry,
know.
keep going.
I mean, so okay. Well, let me make it undegen. I'm not gonna get in a relationship with a rotund person. How about that?
Well, we could refer to Frank Monday in the chat who says plump is good.
Right.
Is plump good?
Not for me, but it is for a lot of people. One of the most interesting polls I did, and I actually ran it twice because it was so close each time that I, or the first time that I did believe, but both times when I don't remember how I phrased exactly. It was something like, would you rather have what's hotter, a girl that's too skinny or too fat? And both times it was like 50-50.
50-50. Yeah. Can I cook this for a second?
Cook it.
Like, because, okay, I've heard this question before. The coolest answer that I've heard, because whatever, is you should be like within half a, fuck it, I'll go full black pill, okay? You should be within half a point of who you were when you hooked up with that person. There's obvious caveats for fucking chicks pregnant. Half a point. So like, let's say you're okay, no homo. So you would have been like an actual 7 at your peak, right? And like that means like, but you could get so fat that your masculine Chad jaw becomes a chubby fucking tire. Okay, so you go from Joe Cool to Nightish
rating scale. I like out of 10.
Yeah.
Oh,
sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah. I've seen that.
Because I remember I said, let me fucking, Kieran, God damn it. Let me cook
Angry,
a bit.
Go on, bro. Go on.
You did such a bad habit. I don't want to. So as I was saying, it's like my apologies because Dusty, like I used full black pill terminology, but yeah, I should have prefaced that on a scale of 1 to 10. So it's like if your wife was a 6, she should be a 6 for her age group and her season of life within half a point. That's the full black pill fucking answer, you know, like that's the one I kind of like the most. So it's like you can't expect a woman that's a knockout 9 for her to be a 9 her whole life, but the 9 is frozen in the man's mind and her aging is irrelevant. Okay, so you bitches are tripping. Okay, he's gonna remember you how he met you, and I'm sorry if this pisses people off, but it's true. So if you pass the Bonner test when he met you, you're gonna pass the Bonner test in the nursing home. Okay, it's fine. Relax.
I don't know if I think.
Can we fuck pills? Which part?
Look, so sometimes, like, I don't know if anybody ever in the chat, like,
I don't die on this cell, by the way. But, I don't die on this cell. Okay.
Okay, so if you ever go back, like, if I were going to go to my first girlfriend's Facebook right now,
yeah, you'd see the difference.
I would not touch her.
Yeah, but you'd see the difference. But if you saw her aging with you, you don't see the aging itself.
Okay.
It's really like, I'm not the first person to notice this or to say it out loud. Like Muslims have a fucking whole theory on this shit. Okay. Like they have an explanation. They have a tale that they pass on, but I don't know if there's any
I
of them in
understand the
here.
phenomena you're talking about, and I don't
that's what I mean. I don't die on this hill either, by the way, Dusty. Like, sorry, I'm strawmanning. Remember how I said it's full black pill? But because he asked, it's like, if your bitch gets fat, should you divorce her? It's the same question, just that's purple pill.
So, but fat for me, I'm more fat sensitive personally than most people. So for me, it would be, but I don't think it would be for everyone, nor do I think it should be for everyone. Whereas for other people, Katie smokes, right? That would be a deal breaker for a lot of people, but it's not for me at all.
No, not just that, but what I mean is, like, if the guy likes chubby chicks and you hook up with him chubby, then you took me chubby,
right?
Yeah. Do you know what's funny? Chick that's chubby and then she loses weight is a red flag because she's likely like she might be divorcing you. Whatever, that's a black pill. I don't fucking believe it. But there's some truth in it because she's like, I'm about to jump ship. I'm gonna get real hot. And then, so if you see your chick going to the gym, okay, and you're a married man, you should probably go to the gym with her. Okay.
Actually, Caspar, I can agree. Believe it or not, I spent some time as a counsellor and therapist, and I saw many couples where one partner was going to the gym getting fit, the other one wasn't, and sometimes they went opposite. They went in different directions. One would go, "I'm getting so fit and sexy." The other one's going, "I don't give a fuck. I'm going to smoke and drink and eat and get fat." Right? No, it's true. It's true. But the ones that worked were the ones where one goes, "I'm going to the gym, I'm getting fit," and the other one goes, "Oh shit, I better catch up."
Yeah, and then they do it together, and then they get a hobby.
They do it
and then
together,
they go
yes.
fucking do couples yoga or fucking couples.
Yeah, couples yoga. But there's a trap.
I'm kidding. Like, it was an extreme example.
No, it's true. It's true. But there's a trap. Yeah. Once they both become sexy and hot, they start thinking about becoming swingers. It's fucking it's true. It's true, bro. It's true.
Do you want a black pill? Here's myths from the black pill, okay? And
you think these are myths?
They're not, but I don't want to argue, okay? Because like I'm triggering people, but fuck it, okay? Like, so when Hustler TV and Playboy TV came out, they used to run all these shows and shit, right? And then people noticed the pattern. So it's like, what are the types of people that go into these spaces and share their partners and shit? And it's funny, like, I don't want to dwell on it, okay? It's up to you. But like, one of the things was IT people. So IT geeks would get a hot girlfriend, and the hot girlfriend would drag the IT guy into these spaces. And the IT guys didn't care because autists can like separate the fucking morals from the, like, they're like, okay, fuck it. Bitches like, come on, I'll get you fucking, this is what I used to do back in college. Let's go.
Did they not care, or would they just deal with it?
I don't know, bro. I don't watch this shit. Okay. It's not my kink, but like I've seen shit on it. You can go
you're
fuck.
The one who knows about it.
Yeah, because I took all the pills, man. Come on, like I researched whatever.
There's also a correlation. The more a couple post on Facebook about how amazing their life is, they renovate a house, they do all the things, the more likely they are to break up. Yes,
yeah, they're fucked.
Yeah,
but it's like if you say this, like if you said this 10 years ago, you're a fucking misogynist, black pillar, anti-feminist, and now when you say it, even people who don't subscribe to this are saying it kind of rings true because everyone knows an example, and it's fuck all. It's like 1% of people, but like it's noticeable. Like there was a screenshot I saw, and it's like this screenshot of this chick on Jerry Springer, and what do you call it? The outrage causing title, the fucking bait. The rage bait was that she had a body count of 50. Like the rage bait was some like buzzer shooter who had a body count of 50, and fucking whatever, like 2 nights ago had a chick who at 22 had a body count that she said was 95. I'm like, God damn. Like,
well, here's a serious question. Caspar, you'll know this, right? Is it okay? Is it okay? Well, let's say a girl has a body count of 50 and a man has a body count of 50.
Yeah.
Are they different things?
Yeah.
I can tell. Do you want me to pretend I'm Rollo? I'll pretend I'm Rollo.
No,
okay?
bro. No.
We don't want Rollo's opinion. We want Casper's opinion.
It's not the same.
I know.
Why
I'm not talking to Rollo. I don't want to.
Why do you think it's the same, Kieran? or why not?
I don't think it is. I don't think it is, but I'm not sure why.
Okay, so there's this. Oh, sorry, Rock, if you want. Oh, he's lying down. So here's a saying, okay? I ponder it, okay? I don't die on this, but it's like the saying goes: a man has the same sex with different women, and women have different sex with the same man. So the experience itself is not the same because the experience seems to be, to me, only gets passed one way, because for the thing to work, unless, and I'm not going to get into the kink, okay? Fuck off. Like, can we just like eliminate the kink cunts, okay? Like, and all that shit. But what I'm saying is, it's like the man is meant to be the dominant one, the one who asks for kitty. So if he's the one that's asking for kitty, he's the one leading the dance.
Yeah, Caspar, I did hear a saying, which is I'm going to try and get it.
I don't know.
I'm going to try and get it right. I'm going to try and get it right. Okay. If you want to have sex with the same girl for the rest of your life, have 1,000 one nights. Have 1,000 one night stands. If you want to have sex with if you want to have sex, hang on, bro. Let me finish. If you want to have the same sex over and over again, have 1,000 one night stands. If you want to have sex with a different woman over the course of your life, get married.
Shit. What?
That's kind of true if you want to have different sex with the same woman, because that's what ends up happening in a happy relationship. That's the whole basis for Kama Sutra, apparently. Right? Like I go toward this. Let me. So sure, like I go toward like I remember when I was 20, I got taught this fact by a 28-year-old. Okay. Well, after while we were watching, like the whole. Well, let me give a funny story. I don't give my stories that often. Okay, so you can get some background about my psyche, because everyone seems to be interested. But it's not that original, okay? But we were watching Caligula, okay? And then she made a comment how she believed at that stage in her life, you can't have the same, your relationship can't rely on the act of sex itself to last, okay? So I was 20, she was like 28.
Correct.
And like, she was giving young bucks some wisdom, because I fixed the car, okay? Whatever, like, it's not that deep. But like, she's the chick I found out about. She said some people like sticking hoses up there and letting the water blast. Like, I don't even know what kink that is, but she actually referred to that at some point. Yeah, but like, all I'm saying is like, but at 28, but here's what you didn't hear. So it's 28. Okay.
You got a bunch
when I was
one bull.
wait, yeah, but like 20 years ago, this chick was that devious. Like, and she was that fucked already. And if the outrage back then was Jerry Springer with a 40, okay, and now you're getting a chick at 22 with a 95. And you can choose to believe it or not believe it, call it rage bait or not. Like, just look at it on its face value. All I'm saying is, like, I want to be wrong, but fuck pill talks. Like, we're kind of like, this whole doesn't end, Kieran. And it's all secular.
I'm not sure what, like, are you, I don't, what's the, bring it to a point, like, sum up what you're saying. You went a few places.
That's what I mean. It's like, because Kieran asked me a question and I just kept elaborating further. That's all. All I'm saying is, it's like the rate of degeneracy is going up. And I think at some point you have to say, like, there is some obligations individually and societally for everyone. Yeah, that's for sure. Bro, I reckon cell phones, can we just swing it to cops? I reckon cell phones have eliminated the need for police. Because, like, chicks go on runs and shit and they carry a cell phone. Like, everyone has a cell phone. The moment you start doing something stupid, you're under surveillance. Like, you don't even need many cops anymore. Now they get bored and fuck you up. Huh?
I'm so happy that I'm old enough that, like, I just barely miss cameras being everywhere on.
Oh, dude. Cook. Dude, I never had Facebook in my life. No, I doxed myself. People didn't know me. Never had Facebook. Huh?
Flo.
No.
How old are you?
38.
Oh, bro, you're the same age as my oldest. The same age as my oldest son, bro.
How old are you?
I'll be 55 next month.
You said, how old were you when you had your first kid?
I was 20. I had 3 by 23. Had 3 kids by 23.
And like, are you still with their mom, or did you stay with their?
No, married 26 years.
For
But
26.
we still married 26 years, but we still talk.
Mm-hmm. Was it
I'm now married to-
amicable? Did you get along, or did you separate amicably?
This is how much we got along. When we sold our house, and the lawyer said, "Can we please have separate bank accounts to put the money in?" We said, "No, throw it in the joint account."
Really?
Yeah. And they
That's
said,
crazy.
"No, we don't want to do that. We prefer you to have separate accounts." And me and my ex-wife are like, "No, we don't care. Just put it in the joint account. It'll be fine." Yeah, very amicable.
Here's I want to know, like, actually, because okay, both of you like separate takes. So everyone keeps talking about nuclear family. This is just if you want to sidetrack it, okay, Flo? Like I do this
Hey,
sometimes.
I'm chill.
So
Go wherever you
okay,
want.
so everyone keeps wanting to define the family unit as father, fucking mother, and a kid. Okay, so
And
here's
pets. And pets after that. Yeah.
yeah, but not to like I don't want to talk about BDSM, okay? That's what I'm like. Let's not get lost in fucking 1% bullshit, okay? So it's like on average, okay? So on average, it's 1.6 kids. So I'm gonna round it down because it's like the average family is man, woman, and a single kid. My argument is that one of the biggest problems and why you see so many autistic people that can't communicate is no one has as many siblings anymore. Okay, so first of all, it should be mother and father and a few kids. Furthermore, okay, and this is a big one, and sorry, Kieran, I'm not picking on anyone. I might be picking on Flo a little bit too, and myself, whatever, fuck. But what I'm saying is like it should actually be like mother, father, their siblings. So you have some uncles, okay, couple of grandfathers. Maybe one died before you became sentient, okay, but they'll be the oldest kid probably knew all 4. Okay, so you have this spider web, and then the grandfathers, they get to spoil the grandchildren. Okay, so the man in his elder age, he has the season when he can be a pussy. He can say, "What do you mean? Mom said you can't play with the chainsaw. Come here." Here's one, like, you know what I mean, or like be the grandpa who says, "Go on the motorbike and fucking go do some jumps." Like I used to drift.
Correct.
Let's go fucking blow up the old Holden. Let me keep cooking, okay? And then you have the grandmother, who, when the grandfather dies off, she finally becomes the matriarch. Okay, so she's finally the boss of the families. Okay, the old bitch. An actual kid, but she loves the grandchildren. You know what I mean? So everyone gets this because the man is usually older and he's gonna die first. So at the end, it'll be 2 grandmothers. Okay, and not just that. It's like you have siblings and shit. The reason I'm saying this, Kieran, is because remember how I was talking, like when it asked on that questionnaire, do you meditate? I didn't answer it, and what I mean by this, like I thought about this. I'm trying to land somewhere. Like,
yeah,
fuck
not
me.
getting it.
No, I think men are very simple.
go.
Men. Thanks, bro.
But you're missing
Men,
the point. I was talking about the family units.
I am too.
And what
I
I'm
am too.
trying to say is, if you divorce people, and I'm not talking about you specifically, okay? If the shoe doesn't fit, don't wear it.
No, fair cool.
So many people divorce people, and when you divorce somebody, not only does your kid not have a sibling, if they get another sibling, it might be split parents, okay? So and then shit gets fucking weird. And I'm not even talking about inheritance between rich people. Fuck you, Elon Musk. Why he doesn't want his name on the birth certificate.
Okay, bro.
Like,
Okay, hang on. Hang on. I'll go back
It's
to
not
your.
tangent. I'm saying divorce removes half of your family tree.
I'll go back
And
to
you
your
think that
point. I'll go back to your
statistic-
point. If you file for divorce, you detonate your family.
Yeah, you do. Well,
No,
no,
sometimes
maybe
that's
you
the right
didn't.
thing
The
to
way
do.
you described it, you didn't. But all I'm saying is it's like when people talk about nuclear family, like red pillars, look at it as a problem of just the family unit itself. You know, the fucking the what do you call it? The statue that you have in front of that fucking Washington shit. Okay, so they're talking about the nuclear family. But to me, it's like it's not a nuclear family. It should be a fucking family tree. okay, with branches and shit, and it's not even there, and no one even talks about that. So it's like, if you want to fix this problem, because everyone keeps asking fixed solutions, it's like when you divorce yourself to be happy because you think your kids don't want you to see you sad. What you're actually fucking doing is not only incest statistics between different father or mother single households, whatever. What you're doing is much more sinister, because not only are they less likely to have siblings, they're more likely to have family drama. Because when you look at whatever girls, half of them will say, I love one parent and I hate the other. Okay, go.
How many children do you guys got?
I have one.
I'm muting. I digress. That was me ranting. Thank you for letting me fly my plane. Go.
Absolutely.
I got 9 children.
And
my oldest is 45. It's older than all you fuckers.
I want to say that I disagree with the divorce thing, about how you have more drama if you divorce. You would have so much more drama if these bad marriages stayed together.
You're probably right. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. But all I'm saying is, like, it's fucked. Like, doesn't like I agree with you. Yeah, it is.
Marriage
but,
is hard work. It's not. It's hard work.
He's actually saying what I was gonna say. It's like, if the purpose is kids, then it doesn't fucking matter.
I think that that's the responsibility. It might not be the purpose. There's lots of different reasons to get married, but once you are, if you are married and you have kids, the kids are your responsibility. And so if one of the parents is off their shit, and you decide that, like, you need to act in a way that's in the child's best interest.
No, I agree. I agree with you. Hey, like, this, I mean, it's like, it's touchy, bro, and everyone gets affected. But
yeah, you're all right. I'm not sensitive about it.
I know.
But
like,
I do.
fucked.
You know, I always like to defend no fault divorce for the people out there who need it defended.
No, I'm all for it, because when chicks ask, like, why would you want a woman who doesn't want to be with you? I agree with them. But if her mindset is different, like, the whole situation might change, like, completely. Like, that's what I'm trying to sell you a white pill. I'm trying not to be a nihilist. What the fuck, me?
Rock, what do you
beat up by everyone, dude? What I'm trying to say
Nobody's
is,
beating you up.
I know. I'm saying is, let me defend my point. What I'm saying is, no, I won't. Let me defend my point before.
Hold on, Casper. Let other people get in.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure, go.
Thank you.
Thanks, Caspar. One question. What's the white pill?
White pill's like happy-go-lucky.
I'm not
like
really
optimistic.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is. Yeah,
I'm going to look it up.
That's a big game.
Rock, go ahead.
No fault divorce. That started around the 70s or 80s, I think.
60s.
And
Nixon, right? Whatever. Fuck. Who cares? I'm sorry.
Kind of part of the feminist movement. But
Yes.
White pill is being aware of a difficult situation or position and having a fighting can-do attitude and not giving up, plus accomplishing said things within the difficult situation.
Anti-nihilism. So it's acknowledging the problem and choosing not to give up. Some would like put religion as form of a white pill. Let me, like, because you asked me what white pill is. So some would say, like, if you're religious, you can't be black pilled. That's why you can't call, like, you can call technically Pearl Davis a black pillar because she's not technically religious, or doesn't seem to be. But you couldn't say the same about Glenn because he's technically. I'm using it as
be a religious black pill person.
Kind of not. Then you're more like a Satanist by definition. I hate preaching.
It goes against. I guess it goes against be fruitful and multiply, or
yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
but so does. But there's lots of gay Christians. I mean, there's all sorts of things that go against some part of the Bible.
Dude,
I'll offer an opinion on white pill. White pill is having a amicable divorce from your ex-wife and having your current wife meet your ex-wife and everything's cool.
Bro, you took it personally.
Yeah, of course it's personal, bro.
Yeah, but I fucking prefaced it, even though I hate prefacing shit at the start with saying you two are going to get triggered and this is going to...
Casper,
and I'm going to end up fighting.
You're getting triggered. Just don't get triggered. Nobody's but hurt.
Yeah, because I want to talk about the point, not about you two, you fucking cunts. No, I'm kidding.
Get the fuck out of there, Casper, you fucking cunt.
Okay.
Love you, bro. Love you, bro, but
I want to go here. Let's Casper.
Sometimes.
Okay, say it one time, and then let the other two guys get their thoughts out on this topic, and then don't start a new one. I want to go back to an old one.
Okay.
All right.
So all I'm saying is, like, let's say you have a couple that's going to divorce, okay? Because who do you want me to blame it on? The man or the woman? I'm going to blame it on the woman, okay? Because I'm allowed to be a misogynist. So the chick decides she's not happy because she remembers a better penis, okay? She wants to go and try again, okay? So she monkey branches off after 8 years on average. Bullshit. Okay. So if you have a family tree, like you have support structures, and everything is about kids and the future, okay? So you're not going to be the boomer generation, Christianity, leave something for your grandkids. Boomers ain't doing that collectively, not individually. Like,
yeah, but bro, what if your kids are fine? They're all fine. They're all doing their thing.
Talking about you.
Hold on, I'm trying to put some structure on this. That's why I want Casper to land his plane, and then I want you two to have a turn to say your thought on it, and not to ask Casper more questions.
Kids are baby goats. I never had any kids.
You can't lie online. It confuses things.
I had children. I had 9 children. I never called them kids.
Okay,
you can call your kids if you want to.
Oh my! Can we define some terms?
No fault divorce.
Imperius was a god, bro.
That what that does is if no one's at fault, then what? Someone cheated on someone or someone did. Someone's at fault. There should be someone, and then that way, the one at fault doesn't get your shit. Like if my wife cheated on me, she can't sue me, take my money, because she's the one's at fault.
Good.
I just don't
no fault divorce is fantastic because all the courts do. Look, the court is not, despite what people say, the government is not part of your marriage. The only
I agree with that part.
Right.
Yeah.
So why would the court be involved in deciding who's right or wrong in this shit? The only thing they do in a divorce is liquidate assets. It doesn't matter who's at fault or who's not. We're just dividing up assets. So introducing fault divorce introduces a punitive component to it that I don't think is the court's job. I don't think it's the government's job to decide who was or was not okay in this marriage. That's overreach. They need to fuck off and just divide up the assets.
Before you go, Kieran, because
adultery used to be
two people here. By the way, congratulations, Rock, because like most of the times, the best a panel can deliver is a divorced person. You actually have a fucking wife and marriage and kids. Okay, like you beat me. Congratulations. And what I'm saying is because you have 7 kids, your kids are less likely to divorce because first of all, they've grown up with other kids, so they know how to communicate and how to share, how to whatever. They're normal humans. You've had 6 siblings. Okay, you're not going to end up being a degenerate because the other 5 siblings.
What are you talking about, bro?
Let me cook.
Well, the only reason
it's burned. You burned it.
No, just saying. Who are you talking to?
Rock, I was giving him flowers for having a lot of kids.
Sorry, bro.
And I was
Sorry,
going
bro.
to say, because I'm not a divorced person, I'll step out of
Thank
this
you very
conversation.
much. I appreciate your comment.
Fuck.
But
And
I
what
was
we
trying
did-
to explain no fault divorce is because, okay, the adultery used to be against the law, and so you could sue your spouse because she broke the law. And if you didn't break the law, then you shouldn't have to pay. Like if your wife cheats on you and you get a no fault divorce, and she can still sue you and take all your shit, but if she's the guilty one of breaking the law, because but I know marriage you should never go to court over your marriage. I don't agree with that. True, but
then you would want no fault divorce.
What I'm saying is nowadays you don't even need to commit adultery to get a divorce. It could be for any fucking reason you want.
Sure.
Oh, I don't like her no more. She's getting fat, so I'm going to divorce her. Oh, so
So
but
you
it
want the
used to be
government to come
only,
in and
it used to
decide?
be only for breaking the law. Only for breaking the law. It used to be against the law.
So you want
Commit
more
adultery.
government involvement. You want the government to decide whether or not what to do with your marriage.
If I could,
Well,
it used
also
to
there
be.
used to be
It
church used to be involved.
it used to be marriage laws had responsibilities and conditions for both parties.
Why?
Modern what do you mean why?
Why would that be a good thing? It is not the government's place to get involved in your marriage.
So you're arguing for non-state marriage?
Well, I mean, that wasn't the argument I was making. I was arguing for no fault divorce. If you want fault divorce, that means you want more government involvement in the marriage because you want them to decide what to do with your marriage.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that most laws around marriage aren't marriage laws; they're divorce laws.
Well, there used to be that there at a time that they wouldn't even allow you to get divorced unless you could prove one committed adultery. It was
Well, there used to
like
be a responsibility that there used to be like literally the marriage contract was how much sex is available for a man. It was like once a week. That was an actual law.
That's actually retarded.
Why? Why?
well, it used to
Because-
be based upon the scriptures. The scriptures is what the common law in America used to go by the scriptures. The scripture
Yeah.
says that neither one could deny the other.
Exactly.
Sexual.
Okay, so
And
here's what
the only reason for divorce was because one committed adultery. That's biblical principle. That's what we used to go by.
So why
You're gonna. Can I? Sorry, just for 2 seconds. I'm gonna try stay out of it. Even I don't want to. Like, if you end up jumping into historical stuff, I'm gonna get triggered like fuck because I've done my homework. That's all I'm gonna
Well,
say.
it doesn't matter.
It's like what relationships were like 60 or 100 years ago, whatever. It's like even the interim ones are not going to be that. Whatever that's going to be, like the hardware and the software doesn't match. That was literally what I said at the start. It's like genetically we're programmed for this scale of hypergamy to be optimally functional, okay? But because of this insane technological shock with added ability of not having to get pregnant, which magnifies the problem indefinitely, we're all fucked. But if you guys jump into historical and biblical fucking relationships, your conversation is going to end up being a recycled piece of shit. I was just spitting it back. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, so Caspar, here's a question. Right?
Do you think
in the modern era, when we
no,
have contraceptives-
hold on, sorry, I'm going to step in, and I don't want to move off that, and the question's going in a direction that
Yeah,
I
you
didn't
guys are doing well.
Hold on.
Do you think that no fault divorce culture made things better or worse?
Better.
Worse.
Do you think that there's more degeneracy now, or
I mean,
there's
that's
more
not
degeneracy
because
now.
of
It
no fault divorce.
Definitely didn't help things.
There's a lot of things going on. Hold on. Let's look at what marriages are individually and construct it from there. This is a relationship between a man and a woman, right?
Sure.
And the government's role is to record it when you get married so that they know how to deal with you if you're like, in an emergency and next of kin at the hospital or whatever, right? It's a formality so that you're treated as such and not just anyone can claim your spousal rights. At divorce, they're requested in. It's literally a bit like a liquidation, asset liquidation. All they're doing is splitting up the stuff. Aside from that,
It didn't used to be that. Didn't used to be that way.
I don't care how it used to be.
Yeah, I
Aside
know
from
what
that,
you're
they're okay. None of us lived 100 years ago. I don't give a fuck about it. We're talking about it right now, right? If we understand that a marriage is a relationship between two people, and that right now the government only records it and then does a liquidation if requested to. This is the minimum amount of intrusion into your relationship. Why would you want more government oversight in your personal life?
It's actually less oversight.
No, it's not.
No fault divorce gives them, they can split your shit up in a
They split it
before
way. If you're getting
before
divorced,
that
you're splitting it up.
they just
I
gave you
could-
divorce. They
If
didn't
I
necessarily.
could, if I could, if you love your wife and she loves you, and you don't give a shit, none of that matters.
Yeah,
Are
it's
you
not
saying that I don't have a
No,
dog
true.
in that fight?
No, it's true. No, it's true. If you really love your wife, she loves you, 100% trust.
Well,
none of the fucking law matters at all.
But yeah, but when you're getting divorced, you don't love each other.
Didn't say divorce. I said when you're married and you're both in love.
Okay, but we're talking about divorce. Divorce, obviously, you're not still in love.
Yeah,
So,
I agree with you, Flo. That the states shouldn't get involved in the marriage. It's between a man. It's a contract between a man and a woman, but it is a contract. You did agree to do. I mean, you had a contract, and if you break the contract, then who's gonna do the? It's the state is gonna decide, or
it's going to
but
divide things up.
doesn't-
But if you get
doesn't
married,
necessarily-
if you get
I don't
married
know
and you
how
don't specify conditions, which they are not specified ever, why would you want the government to come in and decide how your relationship should be?
I don't. I know what
Well,
you're
you
talking
do.
about.
If you want fault divorce, if you want the government to say no, you can't get divorced unless X, or if you want the government to say, well, you know what, we're not going to split this evenly because we think that you should have done this when you were married and you did this. You're saying you want more government oversight of marriages.
Well, I know that when my grandparents got married, they didn't even have to. It was in your Bible. You put it in your Bible. That's how you got married. You got married by the church, and the church you wrote your thing in the Bible. You put your kid's name in the Bible and all that. And I don't really know how it changed, but I think it got worse.
Because communities got bigger and the government needs a way to, like, it's a practical thing. These are two different types of marriages. Whatever you do with God is whatever you do with God, and whatever you do with the courts is what you do with the courts. You can have two types of marriages without them interrupting each other.
Yeah.
And the church is another system of well, it's a government of sorts, right? It's another system of where the group has control over the individuals. I don't know what right the church has to get involved in anyone's marriage either.
It's accountability, I think, is what it is.
Why is my business
the
anyone
community
else?
want some kind of accountability?
It's a power grab. It's because everybody wants power over each other. It's not because they have a right to be there, and it's not because they're acting on God's behalf. God, who created everything, can surely figure out a way to get his own, get what he wants out of things, right?
Yeah,
and money. Yeah,
gets complicated. Divorce
it's not.
is,
It's not complicated. It's simple.
Divorce sucks.
I've been there, and it was one of the best things I ever bought myself.
Well, what happened? Did she cheat on you?
Bought myself.
No, she didn't cheat on me.
Oh.
There was no cheating. There was no physical abuse. You know, if you have fault divorce, then guess what? You just put a law in place that incentivizes cheating, abuse, substance abuse, or at the very least, false accusations of it.
Yeah, I hear where you're going.
Did you watch that movie, by the way? Dusty?
Which one?
Oh, fuck, it has such a good line in it. I hate you. It has like a line that I know you're going to have on your show. It's like perfect for you.
I don't doubt that, but unfortunately,
You'll know when you hear it, you will laugh.
It's not that I don't.
You.
It's not that I think that you're wrong. It's that I spend too much time here and doing other side hustles because you know,
Well,
so
it's
many of my
okay.
viewers,
I
so much of my
know.
audience is cheap and freeloaders that
Yeah,
I
but
do
they're
have.
regulars. They're regulars.
I know. I'll still talk shit to my regulars if I want to talk shit to my regulars.
Yeah, but what do you think about it? Because see, that's my theory. It's like these spaces are becoming bars.
Yeah, they are.
Like I don't know, clubs, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Like people you used to have social meetup fucking groups. Oh, no, actually, I'm not doing it. But you can look into this. Like there was an article about there not being enough cis white men that go to meetups. And then not enough white people. Whatever, I'm done. I don't want to go down racist.
I've heard people talk about like the, you know, the loss of male spaces or whatever. I don't know that I.
No, that's true. That is true.
It might be true. I guess I just don't feel a certain sort of strong way about it. I mean, I was a Boy Scout when I was growing up, but as a man, I never like went to
yeah, that's the perspective of me because it's like here, like fuck. There's this I'll use gaming as an example. Like whenever a chick plays games, like you can see the lobby changes. Everyone talks differently when there's female present. So the nature of the space itself is going to automatically change when you introduce a female. Like Better Bachelor, I like him. Okay, I like him a lot, but fucking Glenn doesn't. Whatever, I don't care. That's another fucking topic. But he did a whole thing, and it was covering this Reddit post that went nuclear viral, and it was a mother complaining that the father doesn't want to take the daughter together with their son and the son of, I don't know whose sister it is, if it's his brother's sister or his sister who's divorced, and his son. So the dad wanted to take his son and some divorced family member's son on a boys thing, like fishing or whatever. And then she's saying like, am I the asshole because I told him, nah, you can't use funds. Like she was like vetoing using money on that because he doesn't want to take the daughter. It's like, why don't you just take her fucking nail polishing or whatever? Like, what the fuck? But anyway, what's your thoughts on that? But take it as true. Doesn't matter if it's.
I mean, I think that there's something missing there, right? Like I don't know the dynamics of the family, right? There's a vibe that
take
you
it at
feel
face
people,
value.
right? I am. But what I'm saying is the context of the family, the way the family interacts with each other matters. It might be a snub to the daughter, right? But framed innocently, or it could be not a snub to the daughter, and they're just being fussy.
Why would the dad want to snub? It's like you know, like sometimes
you don't
just
think
wanna
that
go
their
hang out with
parents
the
who
boys?
snub their kids?
Oh, bro, now you're the black pill nihilist. I don't know, maybe.
Well, no,
but
I'm
a
white pill
father.
realist.
Oh, I hate you all. This is why I hate everyone.
There are some
imperious, bro.
asshole parents out there. Asshole parents.
Yeah, it's called Megan. Okay, me again. Like that's what you call those kids in black pill. It's a Megan or Junior. Like
Megan.
For boys. Megan, me again. Or Junior, you know. You've met juniors. You must know at least one junior in your life. You know 11 of them.
I do. I probably met a junior. I've met a few juniors. Yeah, and I've known more actually. Like I've known a few trips, like triple, like the third.
Oh God. Okay. I was. Yeah. That's even worse.
Rest in peace, Trip.
Oh, dude. But yeah, it's like daddy again. It's like he's gonna go to the same school I did and go to the same fraternity and meet the same people. Yeah. Oh, there's a video if you want to cover that. If you're looking for something new, I'll link it to you later. But I'll give you the premise. Okay, I'll give you the notes. So here's what the video was saying. So it's saying that we have created too many for the ruling class. So it's like everyone can go to. I'm jumping a lot. Okay, but everyone can go to university. That first of all, they cucks the smart people because now they don't excel anymore. Okay. Second is it's like you're training all these people only to end up working in a cubicle.
Wait, did
or
you
as
say
baristas.
cuck for the smart people?
Yeah, that's cuck them.
What? Why would they be?
I'll Okay, I'll give you a couple of different examples. So I remember once you highlighted the comment, and it's kind of similar, because so keep that in mind, which is like every time you see a police officer that's a girl, if a guy had that job, he could have started a family with it. She's not going to. Like, funnily enough, today, Mr. fucking Brian Atlas worked out something. So like this knowledge keeps getting discovered, okay? And he's saying how he noticed when a guy makes a lot of money, he's looking to start a family. He starts, like, people call it midlife crisis, or some call it, that's what Blue Pill calls it, okay? Purple Pill will say he's pigeon, what's it called when pigeons do the fucking feathers and shit?
I have no idea. Molting or something?
No, like when a bird's saying, look at me, I'm pretty.
Oh, like peacocking.
Peacocking with the new sports car. So it's like the same information, just different language. I'm kind of killing you. But yeah, like, and he was saying how women will start a job or whatever. Will start a job, but they won't start a family with it. Like, they're independent. They don't use their excess resources towards it. Like, that's a natural behavior. It's like, bro, we can't do what's natural. That's fucking, I'm not an ape.
I mean, I do think it's natural. I mean, because
Yeah, I
women
know.
have to be the one to take off, right? It makes sense that way.
Yeah, no, I get it, but it's like we're setting people up. We're giving people the wrong tools. Like a woman doesn't need the tools to create. It's not optimal for society, so she's just fucking herself. Like a chick that gets a PhD and is 29-year-old that has a PhD and is a lawyer. Okay, so she's imperious. Okay, she's imperious is equally yoked by Blue Pill definition. Okay, so they make the similar kind of money. Okay, they're the right age to marry, whatever. Do you think Imperious is marrying a 29-year-old lawyer?
No.
So that's the problem.
I don't think. Do you think that what is good for society can be different from what's good for the individual?
Yes. Well, kind of. It's optics, man. Because remember, like, I'll pretend I'm Andrew Tate. It's like, imagine my grandmother sits there and she can see all these people that came out of her vagina. Remember his whole speech? Yeah, he said something similar.
Because I
Like
think
he
that
did.
if something is bad for an individual and you scale it up, it's going to be bad for society and vice versa. So I think that with the case of the 20, like
No.
the college student you just talked about,
Yeah.
I think that women are being sold bullshit by feminism, and I think that they get
Yeah.
tricked. They get tricked by the education industry into creating a life for themselves that they will regret later. I think that's
Yeah.
bad for the individual.
Yeah, but you're agreeing with me then, because remember how I said before, it's like if you tell your kid, if you have control of your kids and you tell them don't be fat, like it shouldn't be different to telling them don't be a whore or don't be a criminal, don't be a drug addict. So who gives a fuck if chicks have hypostophilia? It's like, bitch, who cares? Get over it. It's your demon, okay?
Oh, is that where they
do-
like bad boys or something?
Yeah, go do CNC. You know
Oh
what
no,
that
there's
is?
a great reason. I actually, who was it? I was talking. To
I know,
Sarah.
I know. Yeah, kidding
Well,
around,
okay,
like-
whatever. I was talking to Sarah about this though. I actually,
Yeah.
the more I get to know about this sort of shit, the more I am impressed with women's ability to instinctually, just by nature, suss out traits. I don't think at all, and you're going to disagree with me. I don't
Yeah.
think that the bad boy fixation actually at all is immature or wrong. I think
Yeah,
that what
but-
they're looking for. Hold on, let me land. Is
Yeah,
certain
sorry.
traits that there are good reasons to prefer, like with agreeableness. How men who have actually everybody low agreeableness, disagreeable people have higher earnings in their lifetime. I think
Yeah.
that women are naturally, just naturally optimized for certain traits.
Yeah, I get it, but it's fine. Like, and people will say, how can I put this? You know, like fucking Satan will say, female hypergamy is great. It's like, yeah, it's great in an animal kingdom. Because
We're in
here's
an
a question.
animal
I'll explain this to you. Okay, I'm going to use you now as an example. Even you said the moment I had
Bring
my
it on.
kid, I knew I'm not picking a fight unless I have to.
Correct.
It's like, how many fights do we like? A square jaw. Seriously, brother? You
What?
think I gave a like? Because you've been in fights, and I'm being a dick. Okay, I'm being sporty. Okay, like a square jaw ain't stopped some kind from knocking me out or being knocked out. Okay,
Sure.
that's all I'm saying. It's like, so it's like, how much can you can't allow pure intuition to be the determining factor for mate selection because men still hold the keys to marriage.
I absolutely
And-
disagree. You can allow every individual to do whatever the fuck they want. Mostly, like, first and foremost,
get
that's
it.
my moral view. But also I disagree that there's any system that is more suited to optimize society as a whole than for
Than
each
freedom.
individual to choose for themselves, because everyone knows what's best for them. Right?
That's the thing. Remember, and I'm sorry, but remember how I say like disconnected fuck meme? It's not disrespect to you, but that's the black pill term to that view. It's like that's people who have a single unit family thing. I'm not at you. It doesn't fit. Don't wear it. Okay, you're a container. You're Andrew Tate. So it's like people who only care for their circle.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't have empathy for like the community. They don't have a shared goal as a nation or as a family tree structure. That's what I was saying before. Like if you have a family tree that intersects with other forests and all this other shit, and you have a community. Now I'm going back to tribalism. You have a community. It's like the branch is not going to break.
What I'm telling you is that I am
bro.
better to optimize my own position as you are better to optimize your own position. So if you think that you should be involved in my business, it's because holy shit, Rocky, Jesus fucking Christ. He just grabbed that microphone.
Sorry, keep going.
Yeah, if you think that you know what's best for me, you're wrong. It means like you need to focus on yourself and optimize your situation.
I'm not.
And then I'm just saying you and me, or you know.
I get it. I get it. But that's now if you zoom out and you look at all of us humanity like as an alien, you'd say that I'm correct because it is what it is.
Because each blade of grass knows what it needs.
Yes.
No alien knows what each individual human needs.
I hear you. But unfortunately, in practice, it looks like more often than not, it leads to self-destruction because people are too gluttonous. That's all I'm saying.
Humanity hasn't self-destructed yet.
Well, the meme is that this is going to cause a genetic loss level of black plague in male, like this current rate.
Are they? Hold on. Is the black pill saying that because women are choosing too small of a handful of dudes to mate with, that we're going to lose our immune system diversity?
No. Yeah, well, they didn't cover that shit. Okay, this was some video I watched with some data and some study. Okay, so
that's fucking crazy.
I'm just telling you, like we can Google it. Go ask an AI. Okay, prove me wrong. I don't give a fuck.
I'm not Googling it. I believe you that it's out there.
Yeah, but it's like they're saying like the genetic loss from 50% of females by 2030, all that bullshit. Okay, I'm not doing numerology here. Okay, but because of those numbers and those stats, like the genetic loss is going to be comparable to the Black Plague genetic loss.
Did you know that LeBron James was born on March 28th?
Fuck you. Sorry, are you trolling? I'm not sure. No, 10th May, I remember.
And he was the author of the King James Bible, and his dad was Illuminati, Jesus, or something. I don't know what it was.
All the things.
I'll be the 13th man, okay?
Oh,
if you
yeah,
know the
this
name,
is
you
a
know it.
30-second warning on the poll if you would like to vote in the poll.
I don't want to vote. If I look at the chat, I'll get triggered. They're probably, whatever.
Everybody in the chat is talking mad shit on you.
Good. You can all hate me. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, because you got a lot of women in your chat like I used to, and they ain't going to like this.
Line them up. Come up here, debate me. any feminist topic. My record is higher than my body count. Okay.
So, the interesting thing though about like what hypergamy, I think is the word where they want like everybody wants to optimize their mate selection. First of all, it's not a female specific.
Yeah.
Everybody does, but that is good for humanity. It creates competition and it incentivizes men to up their game. Whereas otherwise, like, let's be real, we'd probably be lazy as fuck.
Can I cook you? Let me cook you because just for a second. So it's actually it's actually one of those fallacies. Like when planes came back and they were
don't burn it.
Okay, I'll crisp it. A little bit. So the actual thing is that more monogamous a society is, the higher its technological advance, because more men have a stake in the game. Like there's papers and people who've done this research.
I could see that, but that still allows for individual mate selection, right?
Yeah, but yes, well, no, because in those societies there is different rules to mating. Like if you look at Indian ones, okay, like there was I'm getting derailed. I'm sorry. I do that sometimes. So when Kieran was mentioning Paul Elam is currently talking, and he has a whole series of shows. I'll send you one, and you can dig down the hole if you want to educate on this, with this Indian fella. And what he's finding is, he calls it like the plow theory. Like, you know, when societies move from a plow to working with machines. So he's referencing the Industrial Revolution. And what he's found is that the societies beforehand, so what I was saying before, don't fucking jump into history, because most people don't know, it was more diary based, and that was kind of protecting a lot of things. So families would hook up their kids, okay, and they're both virgins, but like a rich father is going to select a rich daughter, like a DuPont level French bitch is going to marry his daughter off to some
It's a
offshoot
business
royalty
aspect.
in England. Correct. Okay. And what would happen is, like, women would quite often come with dowry, which would kind of count as the whole divorce thing, because she's bringing something to the game. And this is kind of where the whole saying comes from, which is like, marry your daughters when you can, and your sons when you want, whenever the fuck you want to, which goes to the whole fucking biological clock. So it's like hypergamy ends up biting females in the ass if they abuse it too much. Because I'm sorry, dude, there's just not enough of you or Glenn. Like,
I
I'm
agree.
whatever.
Women who,
So
yes, if you
Okay,
women
sorry.
who are smart, it's. I don't envy women the balancing act women have to.
Neither
with sex, but yeah, giving that shit away too easy gives away your power, or their power to agree.
Yeah,
It's gross.
Well, dude, when fucking Zika said today all females are 3 or 4, he started the whole meme on Fresh and Fit. When he said, like, today average woman has more bodies than like Lucy back in whatever days, because she would have kids.
All right,
whatever.
Results.
Anyway,
If a man and a woman
if you want
both,
to change,
if a man and woman
Sorry,
both
go,
have
go, go.
100 body count, is it the same? And 47% said no, it's worse for the woman to have 100. 38% said yes, it's the same, and 13% said no, it's worse if the man has 100.
Okay, better I piss you off than fucking you debate Andrew Wilson or Andrew Tate or whoever, and they fuck you off. Okay, Dusty, don't hate me. Sorry.
Oh no, I debate. The
Okay,
shit
so
out.
let me explain why. So
Hold on.
you
don't get to be Andrew Tate. You get to be Casper.
Okay, so the reason for that, simple reason, women don't punish men with high body counts. Like, everything else doesn't matter. Okay, it's irrelevant. Chicks don't give a fuck about the man's body count. Men give a fuck. So everything else, who gives a shit? If it's natural, cultural, like, I don't care. Like, girls can say men's body count is just as bad. It's like, yeah, but you're still fucking these guys, so it doesn't matter what you say. Watch what they do.
If I may,
Go
as
ahead,
being
sir.
a reformed ho since I got married, and being bi and stuff, is just, this is the thing.
Why do you have to double dip? Okay, I'm done.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I'm a lot of stuff, man. Anyway, this is the problem. I sat around for almost 50 years now, listening to women complain his penis isn't the right size, he comes too fast, on and on and on and on, with all the things that they expect as if they're special somehow. And I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm really not. But I've also had to listen to, oh, we're the ones who bring life into the world, yada, yada, yada. Someone's feeding back. And no shade to ladies, because you're an integral part of our society. But men are the ones who actually make the life, and all you are is an incubator. And that you can't just come to terms with that and stop acting special. Dudes do not like other dudes who are overly confident to the point where it's absurd. And that's where most women are. Even my husband, when I met my husband, was all about like he was very feministy and like woman power and stuff like that. And he has fake fingernails and uses makeup, all that stuff. But he was quite young when we got married. Over the past 10 years we've been married, his attitude about that stuff has changed, about women power and stuff like that, because he watched where it got them in their life.
I'm kind of confused. Are you a dude that's married to a dude?
Yes.
Yeah. Can I just say something? I think I've said this and you heard me say this before. It's like these people who are LGBT or whatever, I have no problems with them, like zero. But I do have issues with HDTV. He's not HDTV. Okay, he's not a Furby. HDTV.
I have a okay. My view on this.
I'm sorry, I had to. It's a lame joke.
Okay,
Keep going. I'm done.
Like bulls have they have many.
We're gonna derail the conversation.
They have many cows, and women are emotional, and they get more attached than men do to like a sexual partner. It's more of an emotional attachment, and so I'm sorry I speak so slow. My thoughts are anyway, but bulls in nature, lions have many the male lion has lionesses, and the bulls have, and the wolves have. It's kind of like nature, like and men are not, it's not an emotion. It's not as emotional as for a woman. So a woman gets more attached, and so the body count is like, did you really get attached to that many men? Like a man is just out for the the thing, but women normally want a man for emotional things. Men just want to get off, that's kind of how it is. But it just seems unnatural. Like even in the scriptures, David had 300 wives and 1,000 concubines, but there's nowhere in the Bible that says a woman had 1,000 husbands, and it just doesn't seem right. What I'm saying? It's different. It's different, definitely different.
I think that you are typically right. I mean, it seems typical. I don't even know if that's typically right now that I think about it. In my experience personally, I think that that's right, but I don't know that. But I've seen a lot of dudes who are crazy as fuck and get enamored. I think that the need to justify it is the wrong approach entirely. I mean, like, let's be real. The fact that somebody said in the chat, like, old DNA fragments that you didn't, I mean, that's junk science, but like, this is shit that you don't know about or won't affect you at all. And if somebody can bond to you, they can bond to you regardless of their body count. Like, these reasons are not reasons. They're just rationalizations. They're just justifications. The real reason is you don't want it. That's the real reason. And you don't need to justify why the fuck you want what you want. Don't justify it. Like, it's
right.
worth.
If she was with 100 dudes who had 5.5-inch penises that were not very thick, and you were 8.5 inches and a thick monster like an anaconda in your pants, you wouldn't really care, right? But if she'd been run through by a bunch of 14-inchers and you got a 7-incher, then you might care.
I mean, I know that you were joking, but no, that's not at all true. I don't know why.
Well,
it matters to me, and like, so that's it. Like, I would never think that I need to justify that shit.
Well, when you start, if you have sex with a lot of, what do they call it, count? If you have a high count, then you're always going to be like comparing. Well, that my first girlfriend fucked a lot better than my third girlfriend, and then you're going to keep looking.
I don't even know that I think that that's true.
I'll give you an extreme example.
Comparing,
Okay,
comparing.
Hold on, let me. I'll go quiet in a second. I'll give you. Wait up, brother. I'll give you an sorry as well. Like, I'll give you an extreme example. So there's this phenomenon when you look at corn stars. And I'm not talking about like their Minecrafting rate, which is more prominent in the female nature. What they found is that men quite often who are like stealing, for example, but he wouldn't say it, or there's like prominent cases, you can Google it, that end up going more for the HDTV kind of people, because the kitty to them is they're all the same after a while. Like they need fluffers to get up.
That's
with some of the hottest females. Like it stops, like the female beauty stops being alluring. So there is something to pay upon to men. Like when people that say like it doesn't matter if a man has 100 bodies, yeah, it does. Men is on so many levels. First of all, by the time you get to 1,000 bodies, you're in your 30s, 40s. So you already missed the boat to be a young parent. Okay, so you're not going to be a grandfather. I'm exaggerating, but second, it's like you can't pop cherries, and that cherry that you pop at the end tastes the same because you've licked too much ice cream. Like you've tried too many flavors. Do you get what I mean? Like one chick liked to be breath played. Okay, another chick liked
David Carradine.
Yeah, or another chick liked pony play. Okay, another chick liked to use a water hose up her ass. Like it doesn't matter. And then you compare this shit because you're a degen. That kind of a man, like you have to be a degen to do that to begin with. You don't have a.
I resemble that remark. Calm down now, sir.
Well, it is what it is. Who's your boyfriend now? Okay, I'm done. But I'm just saying it how it is. And then it's like at the end, you have this huge mismatch. Because if you look at the average man and the average woman, they're so mismatched. Like you can say whatever the fuck you want. They're not equally yoked in bed. They're not equally yoked in manipulation. Like it's that's why you're getting divorces. Because a man's meant to have a higher body count. There's meant to be a bitch that fucks the young boy to make him a man.
The urge to standardize things that are not standardizable is going to be the downfall of all you fuckers.
No, it's the lack of is why we're downfalling, because all of this was done through religion. Religion was
and
I hate the strawmanning this too. Okay, I don't give a fuck, like
look,
personally. But yeah, go.
There's no relationship, like everybody's relationship is different, and there's no way to just cookie cutter out what will make relationships work. And to Rocky's point, if you are married to somebody and you've had a bunch of bodies before, presumably you had sex with your wife before you married her too. In which case, you're not going to choose to marry somebody who you have bad sex with.
You look at it from the other side. A woman is likely to fake an orgasm. A man can't even do it. Like it's not physically possible. So check
I did it.
Well,
I did it once.
Now.
Actually, and it
you,
wasn't
sir, are wrong.
Okay, can we have some pips, 10th man? Okay, I'm done. Okay, I'll digress.
No, and actually, I didn't really pull it off well. I just said I am done, and she said, or I said I came, and she said, no, you didn't. I said, yes, I did.
Done.
See, you're doing it wrong too. You got to make the grunt, and you got to be like, oh, and then it'd be, you got to get right into it, and then be like, it's because you're just too tired to keep
Hold
going.
on. Can you do
it
it again
happens.
for Casper?
No, that's all you get. That's all you get.
Are you sure? I just put you two in the slot.
No, that's all you get.
Okay, here's a free tip for the girls. Okay, if your man is quiet when he orgasms, he probably has a porn habit.
Wait, what? See, you gotta stop with the mental impulse to standardize shit. What?
Because listen, so
that's fucking crazy shit.
Let me explain it. Okay, so the theory is like quite often
I can figure it out deductively. Like,
so how's that not true?
Because what is your control group? Have you,
bro? I don't fuck dudes. It's a thing I've read.
Okay, right. So what is the control group? What I'm saying is you either have you can't make it. You can't set up a study where you've got like let's use Morgan for example. Let's say that Morgan is very loud when he orgasms, and he never looks at porn. We don't have an alternative scenario in which Morgan did look at porn. There's only one Morgan. We don't know what he would be like otherwise.
Okay.
As a dude who has been with a lot of dudes, I will tell you that most dudes do not make a lot of noise. when they orgasm.
Yeah, they all jerk off all the time.
No, I'm telling you, just most don't. They just don't make a lot of like. I've lived with a lot of dudes. I've been polyamorous multiple times, and most dudes don't make a lot of noise when they do it. That's a porn thing. I, on the other hand, am a noisy orgasmer.
Thank you for telling us. So is Morgan.
So Morgan, since you're on study, how much porn daily do you consume?
We gotta swerve
All right.
this.
Yeah.
All right. To be true and to fit with what I've spoken before, okay, like on this, where I sit, I do not have to touch myself. You see, because
You're saying you got all these hoes around.
the mind will do it for you. If you don't even have to be healthy, like if you just don't jerk off, starving for that eroticism, it will make up erotic scenarios in your mind. It will pick whatever gets you off the best and place her into your dreams to get the job done, as one would assume.
Pull up the proof of me putting hands. Last time I checked, I put dick on a bitch. Unless you can show me otherwise. Show me that I put hands on a bitch outside of my dick.
Were they alive?
Put some tongue on it too.
What are dreams for otherwise? Obviously, they're to give you release of the stress during the day and everything. So you fall asleep and you have not ejaculated. Into your dream, all of a sudden, will come an erotic scenario and you will ejaculate because it's healthy and your body will do it.
Sir, are you suggesting that we just rely on wet dreams? Is that the discussion right now?
If you want to make the conversation stop, but you don't want to make the conversation stop entirely, send in some donos.
Yeah, you should like, share, and subscribe and donate to Flow State and or Dusty.
Yeah, I appreciate that too. They
No,
do
but
have.
why am I the only person that starts to think about giving him some money, actually go to the money thing and goes, you know what? I do respect the man. I'm going to give him $2. Why? Because it's worth it. He provides quality. Why am I the only one who does it?
Did you do it? Did I miss you?
I'm doing it right now.
Okay.
So is that what Buddy's saying? He said she should just rely on wet dreams.
Yeah.
Well, no, like I enjoy
my
attractive
goodness.
women. I might watch a stream or like, you know what I mean? Like I do have time obviously where it's like, hey, pretty girl time. I enjoy it. I like it to happen kind of naturally. You know what I mean? Like I'm watching a girl, she's attractive on a stream. I appreciate it, but I don't want to frustrate myself with that. So I don't. And then I'm not. And then yeah, exactly. And then I have an unfrustrating life. And I end up having a conversation where I can look at women with my eyes and speak to them like people because I can talk in a normal eyes to my mother or to my sister. I can speak to women as the people that they are. And then I'm not denied that relationship that I think so many men are actually starving for, so that they end up having those imbalanced relationships where they're touching themselves, looking at a picture of women when it's like, you do know they'll do that in real life, eh? You're just tricking yourself, which is why they call them tricks. So like, which is why I was saying if you paid for 100 women aren't going to go, oh, that guy's desirable. But if you had 100 women naturally in your life, I would tell you that, you know what, I imagine that if that women got those women naturally and none of them were raped, I imagine that man is wanted by a lot of women, and not because he's a jerk, because he's a quality man.
Here's okay, Flo. Like if you ever end up going on Pearl, okay.
I've been on Pearl a couple times.
I know. That's why I'm giving you language. Okay. So have you genuine desire is why prostitution doesn't work. Like, do you understand the idea? I'm not dying on these hills. I can if you want
Prostitution
to.
works. What are you talking about?
Yeah, see, fuck me. That's the thing. It's like this.
It doesn't satisfy. No, I understand where you're coming from, brother.
Hear me out. I'm just telling you shit that you're gonna hear one day, hopefully. Okay, if you're on Joe Rogan, okay. I'm kidding.
Hold on. Frank, I appreciate the help that you're trying to do, but honestly, it just irritates me when people who don't donate run around like cheerleaders.
That is kind of lame. I'm not reading chat. But yeah, this concept. It's this concept of genuine desire. It's
All right,
actually
then I won't
the thing
promote you no more. Go fuck yourself.
um, here's a funny one because God damn it, I wanted to tie it up with something I said earlier with genuine desire. It's the same for no fault divorce. Why I'm for it on principle. Okay, like I don't care about anything else. Like I don't want somebody. I don't want somebody to be with me.
Non-Napoleonic law. Okay, got it.
Yeah, but like, why do you want somebody? Like maybe I want the process to be different. Okay. Like all
The
that shit. But
form
I'm
of
saying
it.
if a bitch wants to divorce you, you're getting a divorce. Like it doesn't matter if there's a fault or not, because you don't want somebody who you don't want, who doesn't want to be with you. You don't want that. You're not a jailer. For the
Why did you
same
choose them
reason,
then?
bear with me. For the same.
Why
For the
did you
same
choose each
reason,
other?
I don't know, bro. I'm fucking incel. It's for the same reason, like what do you call it? A man wants a woman to desire him, to be mirroring for him, or however you say it. Okay,
To
so it's
need
like
me.
a prostitute can't give you that. That's the girlfriend experience. Like if you're a healthy man, you're not going to be a trick. I'm not going to pay for a girlfriend experience. I'm speaking as an incel now.
Right.
Okay,
No, we're on the same page. We're in
yeah.
agreement. That's right.
That's you don't
Disagree.
have to die on this. Why do you disagree, though?
Because you're not buying a girlfriend experience. You're short. You're different. They're different desires. You're short tracking to just a sex experience. You just
Yeah, but those men are shallow, dude. That's the dudes use pickup game to lie to girls and fuck them for free, and then they call them all narcissists.
if you think you're not that shallow, you're
morals,
just out of
bro.
touch with your dark side, or with your
I am,
shadow self.
personally, yeah, I am.
Everybody. Yeah, okay. Well, you should. That's a dark
I'm
thing to
religious.
be, is out of touch with your dark side. Everybody has that shallow of a side, because to get to the deeper levels, you have to
Yeah.
go through the shallow sides. So you
And
are
then
that
they
shallow.
don't get to-
Everybody is.
I hear you. Okay, I'm not just bear with. You see me end up fighting. Fuck, I hate pills, bro. I'm just giving you shit so when you go speak to Pearl or somebody, you end up sounding like fucking.
No, you're
I
good.
want
Come on.
people- yeah, but like pills. Fuck pills. But yeah, bro, I don't want to pay for it. Like personally, I just don't. I've had it for free. Why the fuck would I pay for it? I can go get it for free.
So
Whatever.
I think that there's a misperception there, or like a wrong attitude. Nobody ever gets it for free. It's a time. It's an attention and time.
That's right.
You being pedantic now.
No, I'm not. Nobody
I
gets
used to get it for free.
Yeah, nobody gets it for free. If you don't like, paying for it lets you shortcut the having to work for it or put too much attention into it.
Yeah, you're transactional. That's the thing. It's like nobody. There's men of moral standing. And can we be kind to men a little bit and say that's like
Why are we being
a
kind to men? Or why? But nobody's being unkind.
to be contrarian. Okay, so I'm saying it's like when Fresh Fit says every guy would be a degenerate. No, not every guy would be a degenerate. Okay, maybe I don't even think you would be a degenerate.
If what?
You would have grown out of it.
So you want to speak in generalities for a moment? I think it's a problem.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is generally, like most men, like today, you have high value men who can't find a woman.
Why?
You have some of them coming up on these panels. Like I'm not the only guy raging, and can't be all of them are lying or they're all AI voices.
Why can't they find women?
Because they're licked ice cream. Fuck, bro. I don't know. If she's 33,
Because-
it's like you got to have a kid in 6 months.
Because they're misvaluing themselves in one way or another.
Oh, fuck you, bro. Jesus.
Nah, you're right about that. I see.
Now it's
I
my
see that a lot.
And their value in their
All
20s.
right,
Now, wait. Now we're going back to Pearl's definition of a woman's life cycle or seasons.
I don't.
So now
I
every
don't.
chick has a season in her 20s, and some don't bail out till 29. Like there was a girl or whatever who's 33 years old, and she said, "quote unquote," my eggs are getting old. I'm looking for somebody to have a kid with. And she's 33, and she was like this fucking.
So
half
what?
cut.
What's the?
Is
what's
she
the-
rich?
No, she was half
Why
Indian,
can't
like a native
Boring.
Indian. Gorgeous though. No, well, whatever. Fuck, I like him. Whatever.
What's
But I'm
wrong?
saying
with
like, she's 33, dude.
Okay. Hey, Warpig
want the
Gaming
kid in
does say
6
our
months.
high
She's
value,
Masonic?
though. The thing about
Oh,
value
man.
is that you don't get to self-ascribe value. Somebody else gets to ascribe it to you. They're not
Yeah.
high value. They're just not.
Oh,
They're just not. Because it's not their call.
That's
I
Yeah.
think both sexes are getting a little picky, trying to
No
find the
women,
perfect
no men.
shit.
A guy will
There's
fuck
no
anything and marry anything. Seriously, dude, they're marrying chicks who've had
woman
OnlyFans
and
accounts.
there's no perfect woman, there's no perfect man, and everybody's trying to find the perfect fucking match, and they're not going to find it.
No men.
Just pick a woman, settle down, get married, have kids, and you'll fucking be fine.
Morgan, if you were 30 years of age, okay, you're 30, okay, and a
The longer
28-year-old,
you wait,
wait up, and a 28-year-old with a decent BMI rocks up to you. She has zero debt, okay, and she says, "I want to get married and have some kids," and you have a job that could facilitate that. Are you doing it? Are you going to ask me more questions?
No, okay, no. Your definition of marriage, I just wanted to know, can it be two people agreeing to make love by making love?
Are you a unity that creates
I'll make
3
love
kids
to her if she wants to make love to me, and I will not be with another person, and I will be with her.
I'll define it for you. You two become grandparents one day.
Nice. Oh, wow, brother. Thank you so much for giving me that. Yeah.
Yeah, would you do it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're 130 years
I would
old.
totally be
You're,
with that woman.
Yeah,
you're a
but it's
130-year-old
like-
grandpa.
I'd be a fool to say no. I'd be a fool to say no.
There you go. But it's like what they used to qualify. She's healthy, and she's willing, and
You gave me a lot more than I needed to say yes, brother. That's for sure.
Fuck me, bro. Yeah, men are not broken, but men will fuck anything and take anything. Okay, like come on, dude. Like the men rape women.
I don't know where you
Well,
live,
you
but
told me
that
a
ain't
few
true.
things about her already. She's working, I think you said. You know, like she's got a
Doesn't
healthy
matter.
BMI. At 28, that means that she has to have taken care of herself and has self-respect. Now, I assumed those things, but I mean, I think they're okay assumptions to have made. You gave me a pretty good description of a woman that I could make a few good generalities about, and I mean, I take her, and I mean, and you know what? We just had our 3rd grandkid last week, so right on, man.
Yeah, and that's what I mean, and that's the success, right? But it's like whatever. Like I can't marry a 29-year-old whose minimum income is 100K, and she's like drug fucked. I'm exaggerating. But.
So I'm gonna cut through and let me cook for a second, Casper.
We're going on mute. I'm sorry. Fuck you.
He cut himself off. I didn't cut him off. The reason that you're wrong is because you're treating your attempt to treat individual relationships as Legos or uniform things is the wrong. It's absolutely the wrong approach to take when actually connecting to a person. With relationships, we're talking about you connecting with another individual, 2 individuals connecting. If you treat relationships like they're anything besides that, you're not going to connect with somebody. It's that simple. The standardization and the mental, just the way that not just you, the way that the pills that do whatever you want to call it, whoever, when people have this standardized, uniform, mechanical conception of relationships and how they should be, you're interacting with a potential mate in the way it as not a human. They're a cog in your mental system. They can sense that, especially women. Women especially can sense that, and they don't like it, and that is an issue. Done.
He's casting for a role. Got it. For a part in a role that you've written for her, as opposed to letting her define herself. Thank you, Flo. You really helped me get there.
Can I just for a second? So it's like personally, Flo, okay? I want a woman whose mission is children. Like I don't give a fuck about anything else. Okay.
That's a gift from God.
Yeah, that's personally, okay? Like I'm talking generalities, like that we have to. Otherwise, what the fuck?
Agree.
Like we have to. So yeah, personally, dude, like no, if the chick can give me healthy kids, like the shit I described to Morgan, I'd take it.
Well, they used to marry younger.
I wasn't even going down that path.
Women decided they wanted a career first, and they put off having children so they could have their fucking career. And then when they get their career gets started, they're too old to have fucking children because they fucked up. Their priorities were.
And all 5 of their cats died last year.
Yeah, well, it used to be people got married younger. And now everybody's looking for the perfect mate and they can't find them because everybody's fucked up nowadays. And now they just don't get married because why get
Pretty
married?
much. Well, because they're doing whatever they want. Because at the end of the day, they're going to say, well, everyone else is doing whatever the fuck they want. So why should I be a martyr and be the shining example in the
Why
local
would anybody
community?
settle for what they don't want? Morgan, you got that feedback.
Well, if you get married young,
or
you grow
somebody does.
together. If you get married younger, you grow together, and your values are synced because you're growing up together. You're having children together. You're experiencing life together. You get married when you're 40 or 45. You've experienced all this stuff, and it's not as good. It's just not as good. You get married, young. Now, I didn't get married that young. I got married at 24.
24. Fuck me. Okay, I'm sorry. 24 is not that young. Did you hear what he said?
That didn't used to be that young. It used to be people got married at 17, 18. Some even got, married younger than that.
Yeah, and I think that there is something to that. I think that you're better off getting married. Well, let me put it this way. I think that people are better off growing together than they are. I don't at all believe in the whole, get your bag first, then find a woman. Fuck that shit. You build together and the relationship will be better.
Exactly. I wasn't rich when I got married. Having children motivates you. It motivates you to get out, go work for your family. You got kids, you got to support. It makes you a hard worker, keeps you in shape because you got to throw them up in the air every time you have a baby. You got to throw them up in the air and catch them and shit. Keeps you in shape.
No, I think whoever said about the picky thing, they're the one that's dead on. It's but somebody earlier said that people are just picky, and it's not just one side. Men are picky, women are picky. It's phenomenal what I've seen in my lifetime, where just people think they're so much better than they are, and then they get a little bit older, and they're not even the same person anymore. See, that's the problem. Is a lot of people just aren't really very smart, even when they get older. So they watch the TV and they do what Desperate Housewives did, or whatever they do you know what I'm saying? They're just doing what they think is the thing that you do because that's what they saw.
Yeah,
I
they
see
saw
it in my
on
husband all the
TV.
time. My husband is significantly younger than me. I've watched him grow up, right? So my husband was in his early 20s when we got married, and I watched him grow up over the last 10 years.
How old were you?
Early 30s, mid 30s.
Okay.
And so I watched him go through the learning in his prefrontal cortex and having forward thinking, and I watched it happen. I've actually watched that happen with multiple dudes. I've been with a lot.
Morgan, unmute. I'm going to tinker with your audio. Mic check.
Yep. All right, mic check. I'm gonna get.
All right. I just put you had echo cancellation.
Can I read a verse of the King James Bible where I think it's an interesting verse where Jesus is talking with the disciples. Maybe let's start here anyway. Matthew 10. All right, and this is starting at verse 9. Now this is in red letters. If you don't mind, bro, I'll ask for it. May I read it?
I didn't stop you. I just put myself up on screen so that you can read my body language if you decide to look up.
All right, brother. All right, I am. Out of respect. Okay. And I say unto you, whoever shall put away his wife, except it be for fornication, which is messing around, ickety dickety, and shall marry another, that's committing adultery. And whoever then marries, that woman, okay, and put her away, doth commit adultery. Like, just, I mean, don't play around. The person that you're with is okay. His disciples say, if this is the case of the man be so with his wife, it is good not to marry. That's what Jesus just said to Jesus. If this is the way it is, that people mess around on that contract, and it's a contract, they say to him, right? If that's the way it is, it's better, it's good not. This is how it's answered. But he said unto them, all men cannot receive this saying, save to whom it has been given. For there
What's
are,
the point?
meaning Jesus is like, you're right, it is better not to actually get married.
If what? If you're a hoe?
No. It's better not to get. It's not to get messed up in the form of the world.
I don't. I'm not. You know that I don't. I don't abide really any authority to Jesus.
Jesus considers marriage when there are no more. Okay, for this reason, cause shall a man leave his father and mother, and shall be with his wife, and they shall be one flesh. And the woman shall leave her mother, and shall join the man by choice, and they shall be of one flesh. Wherefore they are no more two, but one flesh. Therefore God has joined together, let no man put asunder. Granting someone a divorce is putting asunder. Like, so
I don't care. I don't know how. I don't care what the book says. Why would I care what the book says?
Jesus is saying, if you chose somebody else to be their lover, you're with that person until you choose someone else.
I'm not Christian.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Neither is Jesus. That's the thing.
Oh my goodness.
That's funny, though, right? Because that's what Jesus would say to you and make you laugh. Because the only reason you laugh is when something's true. That's the humor.
Oh gosh.
Take it
Hey,
away,
Dusty.
Bill.
Hey, Dusty.
Jesus only agrees with you having a chosen lover. And he only ever has agreed with that with anyone.
I care more about what you think about my sex
Oh,
life
I
than
get
I
it.
about
Yeah,
what
that's what I
Jesus
think I
thinks
mean.
about
That's
my
what I
sex
mean.
life.
I forgot that you're not a Jesus person. I'm used to talking. Sorry, Flo. I'm used to talking to crowds of Jesus people. I'm not normal people like you that get it. That's why I'm so amused with the whole entire thing. Yeah, that's what I think, Flo. I think that a dude should care about a girl and treat her how he cares about her. And then the way that she treats about him, well, that should give you a pretty good indication of what she feels about you. And you should go by that, you know, and it'll really tell you how she feels when you're intimate. When you, like that song that goes, if you want to know how they feel, it's in their kiss. Well, you really know when you're making love to someone, if they're with you or if they've strayed. I'm just saying, you know, some women are good actors, but I mean, like when you're intimate with someone because you have a love relationship, and you've heard this come out of women's mouths, you know when your man be with somewhere else, you know. All right, well, I'm going to say it to the brothers. Hey, guys, we know when you're a man that actually loves her. And so, yeah, well, that's what I...
Just get the money part done.
Give me money. Money me. Money now. Me a money needing a lot now.
Can you play it for 2 seconds for me?
If you
Just
do
click on
not
that-
make a donation to Flo, I'm going to ask this guy questions about the Bible, and that's what the show's going to be about.
No, I get it. That Flo doesn't want that. I respect that.
I better see something banners coming up at the bottom of my little phone here, real quick.
It's late here. I don't want to yell. Can you play 2 seconds of that link? Just 2 seconds. Just trust me. Okay? 2 seconds. Just play it. 2 seconds.
I'm going to see what it is first.
Okay, do it. Fine.
Warning shot. So who's this Jesus guy you brought up? He sounds like he's pretty cool. What?
Sounds like
Who's that?
Hey,
Dusty.
Is he Mexican?
Well, no, I'm not Mexican.
Hey, Dusty.
It sounds like
yeah. Dusty, dust off your shirt. Dust your shirt off. It's got a bunch of ashes.
Morgan, it sounds like you believe in women's intuition. You believe in women's intuition?
Yeah. I believe that women are. I believe that women are in matters. Pardon me. Women in matters of the heart are absolute equals, and in fact, maybe a little bit smarter with their emotional IQ. Because I think I myself, I think I don't tell myself or let myself fully sit with the truth as much as a woman will just give me the straight goods, especially when she knows I'm ready to hear it. And I appreciate that. I appreciate the truth from a woman's mouth, and I want the truth rather than a yes plastic thing. I want to know the truth. Don't spare me the pain, because I know that with love comes pain.
This is the thing, dude.
The whole damn thing.
This is the thing. Is I've never had to really deal with the stuff that most men have to deal with women, because I deal with men instead. But I want to know what women are going to do.
I loving a man my whole life can understand that, right? I love a man too, so I get that to a certain extent. Just understand that I can openly say I love a man.
I suck their penises, though. That's the difference. So, what are they going to do? What are they going to do when we have just an embryonic sac that if the dude wants a baby, they can just go boom, and then a few weeks or maybe a few months later, a baby, they can just pop it out. Now they have a baby. What are they going to do then? Because women are just incubators, right? They're just a thing that the seed goes into and grows. So once we have embryonic sacs, what are women going to do then?
Interesting questions.
Afterlife just gone.
What are they going to do then?
I don't think I would never describe a woman as just an incubator, but
you wouldn't have a Elon baby from the embryonic sac from Tesla?
Well, I got two of these ones already, right?
Yeah, but my Tesla baby's going to have a 250 IQ.
You're supposed to be asking.
They're both working. They're both working.
You want me to ask them Bible questions? All right. So, who's this Jesus guy you spoke?
They're both
He
working.
sounds
The
cool.
one's in Calgary.
Yeah, we're talking about Jesus. So
he is.
Right.
Well, he's
so
not.
Who,
No, he's not. He's not. You know, he's the way. He's the door.
Is he your gardener
He's
or
the ghost with the most, baby?
He's the ghost with the most. You know,
like Chauncey Gardner, the one that walks on the water. Being there, man. I've been there. That's cool. You know what I'm talking about, right? The movie Being There.
Yep. So
right, it's a good bone.
What I want to know is what does Jesus do for you? What does he do?
What? Okay, all right. Here's what he does for me, right? I know that because I'm a person like you, right? I've made mistakes. Like I'm a 47-year-old man, you know, and I got in this world, and like other people, my mother breastfed me and all that stuff, you know. But like, I mean, I had, regardless of the relationship with my parents, they taught me, I understood right from wrong, and I understood other people are real, their feelings are real. And when you forget that to a certain extent, karma does get you. And the thing is, if someone cares about you, usually it's some form of physical punishment from someone that actually loves you. And that's when that's okay. People wonder, like, when's it okay? And it's like, well, I think it's when someone that loves you administered it and you understood that, you know what I mean? Because, and the world wants to take that away as if it's like, oh, here's a timeout or here's this or that. I mean, I forget the bigger question that you asked me. I was just kind of,
what does
love is responsibility.
What does Jesus do for you?
Okay. Oh, so that's what I mean. Yeah, he makes sure that I know, as that person that loves you, he give me someone to fear.
Morgan, read me some Bible
fear.
verses. Ten's man failed at being boring.
I myself understand, and not just because
I'm
too
scared. Entertaining. That's too
like
entertaining.
Love is.
Morgan, I need some Bible verses.
Real. Okay, and love's a living thing.
And he glitched out. All right, we're gonna sit here and look at the swirling until then, I guess.
You love them. Like the new day is loving everybody, and no one's being judged.
Slow down.
I need to be an imitator of God. So I'm going to do the same thing. And guess what I get from that, I don't judge myself either. That's what I get, brother. I don't judge myself either because I didn't judge you with this new morning. And now that thing I felt guilty about yesterday, I'm like, wait, I'm a new creation this morning. And then I'm like, and look, I don't want to be mad at you either. And you know what? I think there's humanity in you as well. I know that you don't want to not. I hope that we all want to be the.
Morgan, are you done?
Stop fagging out.
Okay, I need you to read me the Bible. Just
Okay.
choose a spot and start reading.
All right. I get that thing out. All right, we're gonna start with Psalms, I guess.
Okay.
David.
You got any of those
I can, like,
generations
go
in
on.
there?
What would you? Oh, you want that stuff, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, do you want the boring stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, I can start with Matthew and just start with Matthew, the New Testament. Just start right from
Just
the very
go wherever
beginning.
the generations are.
Oh yeah, okay, you got it. All right, Matthew 1. All right, here are the generations. I don't want to make it up. I want to go, okay, this is the book of the generations of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the book of Abraham. I can't believe he wants to hear this. Abraham begat Isaac, and Isaac begat Jacob, and Jacob begat Judas and his brethren. And Judas begat Phares. Serathon begat Athamar, and Phares begat Esrom. And Esrom begat Aram, and Aram begat Aminadab. Aminadab begat Naasson. Naasson begat Salmon. Salmon begat Boaz and Rezachab. And Boaz begat Obed of Ruth. And Obed begat Jesse. And Jesse begat David the king. And David the king begat Solomon of her that had been wife to Uzziah.
Okay, I'll donate. Okay, I give up.
All right.
Yeah, no?
Well, I mean, he said he's going to donate. That doesn't mean
I was just kidding.
Okay.
Yeah,
No,
right.
keep going.
Okay,
keep
we
going.
continue on.
Start over.
And Solomon begat Rehoboam. And Rehoboam begat Abadiah. And Abida begat Ajah. And Ajah begat Jehoshaphat. And Jehoshaphat begat Jehorammadad. And Jehoram begat Uzziah. And Uzziah begat Jotham. And Jotham begat Ashaz. And Ashaz begat Ezekias. And Ezekias begat Monasses. And Monasses begat Amon. And Amon begat Josias. And Josias begat Jeconias and his brethren. About that time they were carried away to Babylon. And after they were brought to Babylon, Jeconiah begat Salathiel. And Salathiel begot Robabael. And Zorobabel begat Abinud. And Abinud begat Eliakim. And Eliakim begot Azor. And Azor begot Zadok. And Zadok begat Achim. And Achim begat Eliud. And Eliud begat Eleazar. And Eleazar begat Mathan. And Mathan begat Jacob. And Jacob begat Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus, who is called Christ. So all the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations, and from David until the carrying away into Babylon are 14 generations, and from the carrying away into Babylon unto Christ are 14 generations. Now the birth of Jesus was on this wise, when as his mother Mary was espoused to Joseph, before they came together.
Hold on, we're getting into the story part. Can you jump to Timothy 17:1?
Timothy 17:1, if I can. Timothy 17:1, there we go. That's near the back, wow. Hebrew, Philippians. Whoa, dude, that's really far at the back. 237, wow. Okay, Philemon. Timothy. The second Timothy? Or first Timothy?
I think First Timothy. Did I say
First Timothy chapter what? I got it right here. So what's the chapter and verse?
Hold on, where'd it go? I lost it. First Timothy chapter 17, verse 1.
Timothy only goes up to a chapter 6, my brother.
Okay, what about Second Timothy?
Second Timothy only goes up to, wow. Second Timothy only has four chapters, my brother. 4 chapters.
Okay, just start reading Second Timothy.
Second Timothy. Paul, an apostle of Jesus Christ, by the will of God, according to the promise of life, which is in Christ Jesus. To Timothy, my dearly beloved son, grace, mercy, and peace from God the Father and Christ Jesus our Lord. I thank God, whom I serve from my forefathers with pure conscience, that without ceasing I have remembrance of thee in my prayers, night and day, greatly desiring to see thee, being mindful of thy tears, that I may be filled with joy, when I call to remembrance the unfeigned faith that is in thee, which dwelt first in thy grandmother Lois, and thy mother Eunice. I am persuaded that it is in thee also. Wherefore I put thee in remembrance that thou stir up the gift of God, which is in thee, by the putting on of my hands. For God hath not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. Be not thou therefore ashamed of this testimony of our Lord, nor of me, his prisoner, but be thou partaker of the afflictions of the gospel according to the power of God, who has saved us and called us with a holy calling, not according to our own works, but according to his purpose and his grace, which was given to us by Christ Jesus before the world even began, but is now made manifest by the appearing of our Savior Jesus Christ, who hath abolished death and hath brought life and immortality to light through the gospel, whereunto I am appointed a preacher and an apostle and a teacher of the Gentiles, for the which cause I also suffer these things. Nevertheless, I'm not ashamed, for I know whom I have believed, and whom I am persuaded that he is able to keep that which I have committed unto him against that day. Hold fast the form of sound words, which thou hast heard me in faith and love speak to you, which is in Christ Jesus.
Can we look at Luke 3, verse 23?
Luke 3, here we are at chapter 3, yeah, verse 23. Oh, this is the very next page. And Jesus himself began to be about 30 years of age, being, as was supposed, the son of Joseph, which was the son of Heli. Now we discovered that, did we not? Heli.
Well, it's the same.
Healy.
It's the same information, just a different part.
Jeff Healy, like Jeff Healy, right? Like
Yeah.
Healy, right? Same family. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. No, this is just another section of genealogy. Please continue.
Oh, which was the son of Mathat. Oh, again, wonderful. Which was son of Levi, which was the son of Melchi, which was the son of Janna, which was the son of Joseph, which was the son of Malchus, which was the son of Amos, which was the son of Num, which was the son of Esiel,
which was the son of Nageh, which was the son of Ma'ath, which was the son of Mattathias, which was the son of Sam'iel, which was the son of Joseph, which was the son of Judah, which was the son of Joanna, which was the son of Resa, which was the son of Zerubbabel, which was the son of Salathiel, which was the son of Neri, which was the son of Melchi, which was the son of Adi, which was the son of Hosam, which was the son of Elmodam, which was the son of which was the son of Josie, which was the son of Eleazar, which was the son of Jorim, which was the son of Mathat, which was the son of Levi, which was the son of Simon, which was the son of Judah, which was the son of Joseph, which was the son of Jonah, which was the son of Elakim, which was the son of Meleah, which was the son of Minam, which was the son of Mathathiah, which was the son of Nathan, which was the son of David, which was the son of Jesse, which was the son of Obed, which was the son of Boaz, which was the son of Salmon, which was the son of Neasson, which was the son of Aminadab, which was the son of Aram, which was the son of Esrom, which was the son of Hareg, which was the son of Judah, which was the son of Jacob, which was the son of Isaac, which was the son of Abraham, which was the son of Sarah, which was the son of Nachor, which was the son of Ragjua, which was the son of Selek, which was the son of Ben, of Sem, which was the son of Sem, which was the son of No, which was the son of which was the son of Enoch, which was the son of Jared, which was the son of Melel, which was the son of Canaan, which was the son of Enos, which was the son of Seth, which was the son of
Uh-oh, Satan, hold on. Morgan, Satan's interfering. Oh, man. Okay, now you're back. You were glitching out for a second. Satan was interfering.
That's the end of the chapter.
We missed most of
course.
it. Yeah, would you just jump back about halfway through?
Of course I can.
Thank you.
Which was the son of Josie, which was the son of Eleazar, which was the son of Jorim, which was the son of Mathat, which was the son of Levi, which was the son of Simeon, which was the son of Judah, which was the son of Joseph, which was the son of Jonam, which was the son of Eliakim, which was the son of Meliah, which was the son of Minam, which was the son of Mittathiah, which was the son of Nathan, which was the son of David, which was the son of Jesse, which was the son of Obed, which was the son of Boaz, which was the son of Salmon, which was the son of Neasson, which was the son of Aminadab, which was the son of Abraham.
The first chapter of the Gospel of John, please.
Oh, all righty then. That was one that I was going to choose myself.
Good choice. Good choice.
Yes, indeed. All right, here we are. The Gospel according to John. God bless the reading of his word. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God.
A little bit faster.
The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him nothing was made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. There was a man sent from God, whose name was John. The same came for a witness, to bear witness of the life, that all men through him might believe.
Oh shit, he glitched out.
He was not the
There he is.
light, but was sent to bear up that true light, which in
Morgan, can you turn your
Light man.
camera off? You're glitching up your audio a bit.
every man upon coming into the world. Into the world. He was made not in the world. And the world, but the world was made by him. And the world knew him not. So he was in the world, and the world was made by him, and the world knew him not. He came unto his own, and his own received him not. But as many as received him, to them he gave power to become the sons of God, even to them that believe on his name, which were born not of blood, nor of the will of flesh, nor of the will of man, but of God. And the Word was made flesh and dwelt among us. And we beheld his glory, the glory as of the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth.
Is that the
John?
Did you finish the first chapter?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Go ahead.
Yeah. John bare witness of him and cried, saying, This was he of whom I spoke. He that cometh after me is preferred before me, for he was before me. And of his fullness have we all received, and grace for grace. For the law was given by Moses, but grace and truth came by Jesus Christ. No man has seen God at any time. The only begotten Son, which is in the bosom of the Father, he hath declared him. And this is the record of John. When the Jews sent priests and Levites from Jerusalem to ask him. 19, John 1:19.
What? There's not a 19th
And
verse
this-
in the first chapter. Oh, okay, there is. Go ahead.
And this is the record of John, when the Jews sent priests and Levites from Jerusalem to ask him, Who art thou? And he confessed and denied not, but confessed, I am not.
Wait a second.
Christ.
You're in chapter 2 now.
Nope, chapter 2 begins with, And the third day there was a marriage in Cana of Galilee. This is where Jesus goes and gets his wine because he's going to die in Jerusalem anyway.
But he told his mom, I don't have any powers. But his mom's like, yeah, but you're still going to do the thing. You'll figure it out. You got like 1,000 IQ. And he looked at the servants and said, just do whatever he tells you. And then, you know, and then the servants were like, okay. And Jesus said, all right, guys, let's go get my wine, bring it back, pour it in the pitchers, and I'll go serve it. Hey,
just keep reading until I figure this out, because we got
okay,
more Bible.
Okay. That you understand, Jesus doesn't need people to have powers and stuff to do his thing, because he could set it up outside of time for it all to work out that way. All right, so 20, and he confessed and denied not, I am not the Christ. And they asked him, what then? Art thou Elias? And he said to them, no, I am not the prophet. They said unto him, who art thou, that we may give an answer to them that sent us? What sayest thou of thyself? He said, I am the voice of one crying in the wilderness, make straight the way of the Lord, as said the prophet Isaiah. And they which were sent were of the Pharisees. And they asked him and said unto him, why baptizest thou them, if thou not be Christ, nor Elias, nor the prophets? John answered them, saying, I baptize with water, but there standeth one among you whom you know not. He it is who coming after me is preferred before me, whose shoes I'm not worthy to unloose. These things were done in Beth Abra, beyond Jordan, where John was baptizing. The next day, John seeth Jesus coming unto him, and said, behold, the Lamb of God, which takes away the sin of the world. This is he of whom I said, after me comes a man whom is preferred before me, for he was sent before me, and I knew him not, but that he should be made manifest to Israel now. Therefore am I come baptizing with water. And John bore record, saying, I saw the Spirit descending from heaven like a dove, and it abode upon him.
Amen.
And I knew him not. But he that sent me to baptize with water, the same said unto me, unto whom thou shalt see the Spirit descending and remain on him, the same is he which baptizes with the Holy Ghost. And I saw and bore record that this is the Son of God. Again, the next day after John stood.
Let me tag in, because we got a whole nother chapter to get through after this. I cannot believe how this one got spun on me. Again, the next day after John stood and two of his disciples, and looking upon Jesus as he walked, he saith, behold the Lamb of God. And the two disciples heard him speak, and they followed Jesus. Then Jesus turned and saw them following, and saith unto them, what seek ye? And they said unto him, Rabbi, which is to say, being interpreted, Master, where dwellest thou? He said unto them, come and see. They came and saw where he dwelt, and abode with him that day, for it was about the 10th hour. One of the two which heard John speak and followed him said, Andrew, Simon Peter's brother, he first findeth his own brother Simon, and said unto him, we have found the Messiah, which is, being interpreted, the Christ. And he brought him to Jesus, and when Jesus beheld him, he said, thou art Simon the son of Jonah, thou shalt be called Cephas, which means a stone. The day following, Jesus would go forth unto Galilee, and findeth Philip, and said unto him, follow me. Now Philip was of Bethsaida, the city of Andrew and Peter. Philip findeth Nathanael, and said unto him, we have found him, of whom Moses in the law and the prophets did write, Jesus of Nazareth, the son of Joseph. And Nathanael said unto him, Can there any good thing come out of Nazareth? Philip saith unto him, come and see. That's kind of funny, actually. This is a dig. Jesus saw Nathanael coming to him, and saith of him, Behold, an Israelite indeed, in whom is no guile. Nathanael saith unto him, Whence knowest thou me? Jesus answered and said unto him, Before that Philip called thee, when thou wast under the fig tree, I saw thee. Nathanael answered and said unto him, Rabbi, thou art the Son of God, thou art King of Israel. Jesus answered and said unto him, Because I said unto thee, I saw thee under the fig tree, believest thou? Thou shalt see greater things than these. And he said unto him, Verily, verily, I say unto you, hereafter ye shall see heaven open and the angels of God descending upon the Son of Man.
Right on, brother. You're gonna really like this one. This is where they're at a wedding. Oh, the next thing's really cool because you probably
you've learned a very one second. You've learned a very serious lesson, Flo. Never ever, when I cast a magic spell, go, oh, you don't know what you're doing casting that magic spell, and then try to take it over. It's not going to turn.
Is that what happened? Is that what happened?
Yes. You're like, no, this isn't working, and then now you're reading Bible verse. You gotta don't ever try to do that. I was fucking around, and I could have made it funny, and I would have got him to read some stuff. You got to give me time to work the room.
All right. Well, we still have another Bible verse or another Bible chapter to get through.
Yeah, but tell everybody that's cut off then, though.
We got to take a quick intermission. What I do think is interesting is somewhere I've long lost the comment at this point. Angry Casper pointed out that atheists are not generous.
That's true.
I'll read it for you, Flo, if you want me to. I'm a pretty good reader.
Okay, if you want to,
well, the thing is, there's something coming up here that's really important to be grasped in chapter 2. It's one of the biggest things in the world that everybody's misses. I've never heard a preacher say anything about it once, and it's the most amazing thing in the Bible. Makes the whole book.
You wait on that.
Okay.
Yeah, Justin. No, it doesn't relate to my topic. But atheists are cheap, I guess. And Christians apparently are not. We need to go to the first chapter of Matthew. Hopefully it's not as long. When I agreed to the first chapter of John, I thought it was literally like a quarter of what it actually ended up being. The website I was looking at had it broken up weirdly. Let's go look at Matthew.
There's another thing, like in just 8 verses, even like not even like 10 verses. Anyway, you go and do something else. That's okay. The next one is it's the first miracle ever. Like the next verse, and it's like 1, 2. It's not very long at all either.
Call it off and call off the curse.
It's like
okay, just donate $5 there.
Yeah, no more Bible verses after this, everybody. But I tell you, I will invoke this magic again if you guys don't start being more generous.
That's a weird
Morgan, donate $5 and they'll let you read 8 verses of John, chapter 2.
Oh, really? You want that, Flo?
We're doing this for money. This is my money grift. It flipped upside down.
Well, I mean, if I can read it, I'll give you the $5. I mean, trust me for it.
There you
right?
go. There you go.
Like, or I could do it. Just mean, take nothing. Here I go. I'll do it. No, let's do it first, right? Do it the right way, and I'll read the thing. Here we go. Super chat, right? Okay, so you know what it's for. I'll 5 here,
read
right?
it for you.
5, right?
I'll read
and then I press send. All right, there we go. Now wait for a second, because it's a bit old the computer. It takes a second. And I got the 2 of them on, right? And there we go. Okay, so now I bought it. Tell me when it's in, Flo. 3, 2, 1. Is it in?
I trust it's coming. Go ahead. Yep, it's there. There it is.
All right.
Go ahead.
Okay.
You want me to read it? It for you, Morgan?
This is the first miracle, except here's the thing: the first miracle of God, and you've never heard anyone say this, so you can't.
Morgan, this gentleman wants to read it for you.
No, that's why I jumped in, because I didn't want to give him a chance.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and the first miracle is, it doesn't take alchemy. Just like it did in alchemy, the last thing is it doesn't take alchemy. Yeah, it's the same thing in the Bible. It doesn't take powers to do it. So here we go. And the third day, there was a marriage in Cana of Galilee, and the mother of Jesus was there. And Jesus was called his disciples to the marriage. And when they wanted wine, the mother of Jesus said unto him, they have no wine. Jesus said unto her, woman, what have I to do with thee? Mine hour is not come. I have no powers.
Read it.
His
Don't.
mother said unto the servant, just do whatever he tells you.
You're adding shit to it.
And there were set there 6 water pots of stone, after the manner of the purification of the Jews, containing 2 to 3 firskins apiece. Jesus said unto them, fill the water pots with water, and they filled them up to the brim, they cleaned them, whatever. And he said to them, draw the stuff out now, and bear it unto the governor of the feast. And they bore it. When the ruler of the feast had tasted the water that was made wine, and knew not from where it had come from, whence it was, but the servants which drew the water knew. It's written like that. The governor of the feast called the bridegroom and said unto him, every man at the beginning does set forth the good wine. But when men have drunk well, then that which is worse. But thou hast kept the good wine until now. The beginning of the miracles did Jesus in Canaan of Galilee manifest forth his glory with. So his disciples could believe in him. There you go. I read a couple more chapters than I was allowed. He did
that
it.
Was great. That was great. That was great. That was great. Very good. Thank you for the donos.
How did he do it? How did he do it? How did he do it?
All right.
He was in his own hometown. He went and got his own wine. He went and got his wine from home that the servants got with him. And they served it at the wedding because he's going to Jerusalem to die.
All right. I fucked myself up here. I'm going to read this chapter. What is this? The first book, or the first chapter of Mark. Let me get this fucking banner off of here.
No more of this for now.
I think that this is your fault.
You're welcome. Got you a few donations.
This is
your Lord and Father.
This is the
What
issue.
are you doing?
This is the issue with magic, right? You get what you want, but you give something up for it.
That's right. We were talking about that last night.
I thought we already read chapter 1.
We're going to. You have a no. We read the first chapter and the second chapter of John, right? So now Bluegrass Addict wants to read Matthew chapter 1.
That was
so we're gonna do it. I'm not agreeing to any more chapters for $5 a piece. That's just not happening.
It has to be 50 or more. Read the whole thing.
You profane my word.
The book of the generation of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham. Abraham begat Isaac, and Isaac begat Jacob, and Jacob begat Judas and his brethren. And Judas begat Phares and Zerah of Thamar, and Phares begat Esrom, and Esrom begat Abram, and Abram begat Aminadab, and Aminadab begat Nason, and Nason begat Salmon, and Salmon begat Booz of Rachel, and Booz begat Obed of Ruth, and Obed begat Jesse, and Jesse begat David the king, and David the king begat Solomon of her that had been the wife of Urias, and Solomon begat Rehoboam, and Rehoboam begat Abia, and Abia begat Asa, and Asa begat Josaphat, and Josaphat begat Joram, and Joram begat Ozias, and Ozias begat Jotham, and Jotham begat Achaz, and Achaz begat Ezekias, and Ezekias begat Manasseh, and Manasseh begat Ammon, and Ammon begat Josias, and Josias begat Jeconias and his brethren, about the time they were carried away to Babylon. And after they were brought to Babylon, Jeconias begat Jalethiel, and Jalethiel begat Zerubbabel, and Zerubbabel begat Abud, and Abud begat Eliakim, and Eliakim begat Azar, and Azar begat Sadak, and Sadak begat Achim, and Achim begat Eliud, and Eliud begat Eliezer, and Eliezer begat Mathan, and Mathan begat Jacob, and Jacob begat Joseph, the husband of Mary, whom was the only virgin in that relationship. Oh, wait. The husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus, who is called Christ. So all the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations, and from David until the carrying away into Babylon are 14 generations, and from carrying away into Babylon unto Christ are 14 generations. Now the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise. When his mother Mary was espoused to Joseph, before they came together, she was found with child of the Holy Ghost. Then Joseph, her husband, being a just man, and not willing to make her a public example, was minded to put her away privily. But while he thought on these things, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared to him in a dream, saying, Joseph, thou son of David, fear not to take unto thee Mary thy wife, for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost. And she shall bring forth a son, and thou shalt call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins. Now all this was done, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken of the Lord by the prophet, saying, Behold, a virgin shall be with child, and shall bring forth a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel, which being interpreted is God with us. Then Joseph, being raised from sleep, did as the angel of the Lord had bidden him, and took unto him his wife, and knew her not till she had brought forth her firstborn son, and he called his name Jesus. A fucking man.
Praise God.
Amen.
That was good. You got to play that. Praise God now.
Yeah, but do you see that how what you just did there, Flo, had the same type of repetition patterns as the nonsense that guy was spouting about the Sumatra stuff?
I do.
And
Hold on.
Just praise God, man. Fucking praise God. God is so amazing. The sun, the nature, the earth, water, the way words work, the way knowledge works, the way love feels. God, praise God, man.
All right, now go ahead.
I'm just saying, you see the similarities, right?
I do. I do.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Although there's the same hypnotic but it's not the same mechanism, because it's not overwhelming, right? It's just one straight through. Yeah,
it's a little softer.
Sheesh.
Well, we got you to read some scriptures, and TML's all pissed off because it said Emmanuel, which means God with us. So TML's out of the picture now. He took off.
Maybe now you'll get saved, Flo.
It's going to take more than $15 to get me saved.
Well, you know why I'm here, right, Flo?
The important lesson here is that Christians might be better audiences than the rest of you.
We are.
Yep, Christians and Wiccans. Remember, we did the poll the other day. Remember?
Oh yeah, we did have that competition going.
Right, witches and witches and
Dusty,
Catholic and
you know why I'm here, right, Dusty?
I don't know why you're here.
You don't remember yesterday?
I remember. I don't remember what I blocked you over, or I timed you out over.
You timed me out for 24 hours because I couldn't come on to the stream because I was in an airplane.
You were woo banging. You were not in an airplane. You were woo banging.
Yeah, I was.
Were you?
Yeah. I said that 4 times in the chat that I was not able to come in.
So what was it that I wanted to talk to you about, or that you wanted to talk about from down there?
Well, you guys were talking about contradictions in the Bible, and I said there aren't any.
Right. All right. Hold on. Let me get that.
And one came up, so I don't have much time because I
I
do have a job to go to. Unlike your
I apologize for taking up so much of your time with the word of the Lord.
No, that's okay. I enjoyed the scripture reading.
All right. Let's see.
One came up that I would like to address. If I
Okay, go ahead.
I think you brought this one up, the hanging of Judas's death, or it might have been someone on your panel, and that was supposedly a contradiction. Therefore, God doesn't exist, right?
Say it again. What was it? Sorry, I got distracted.
Death of Judas.
Mm-hmm.
The Bible supposedly contradicts itself regarding the death of Judas.
Right. Yes.
There are zero contradictions in the Bible, and and then you said I was promoting my channel because I was just simply saying, hey, if you guys want to have a conversation about contradictions, alleged contradictions, my channel is open. I wasn't promoting my channel. I don't promote my channel. My channel is just a forum where I have interactions with atheists or even other Christians. So I don't really.
And I don't even mind people promoting their own channel, but mostly I just wanted to get you up here, but we're here now.
I'll do a private conversation. I'll do a private StreamYard. Doesn't matter to me. But the text here, first of all, Acts, where the Judas is dying, quarterly dying by hanging. Acts doesn't say that he died by hanging. So on the surface, you don't even have a contradiction. You don't have two texts speaking about the death of Judas.
And you were going to do that every day. No.
The
There are two of the stars of Song of the South. There's Brer Fox, Brer Bear, and their good friend Lou. I've heard it jumping for joy, but this is ridiculous.
I don't know what's happening here.
Secondly, the second law of non-contradiction, or this is related to my first point, says that something cannot be true and false at the same time. I can die by committing suicide or by being hanged, and my body can also fall after I'm hanged, after I hang myself. So both can be true at the same time. So there's not a contradiction.
So you're saying that the hanging is how he killed himself, and then the other one describes his final resting place?
What happened after his body was hanging? Probably due to the sun. His body was probably rotting. So when he did fall, the rope probably snapped. He probably was hanging, swinging, and then he fell. His body fell, but he had already been dead. So he died by hanging, and then Acts just describes what happens to his body. In the ancients, it was really important what happened to your body after you died. They believed that that was a determinant factor, whether or not you would be in the afterlife in heaven or some sort of paradise or in hell. That's why you still see to this day, Eastern traditions will, I know it sounds silly, but they will dig up old bones just to desecrate them, because it was said that that affects the afterlife or what's going on in the afterlife, even though they're no longer present, they're already dead. So that's why the story about what happened to Judas's body is in the text, because they really took that serious in ancient times. But that is not describing his death. That's describing
I will allow. I won't even argue you on that one. I'll accept that. Tara, thank you for the $2. I appreciate the dono. Let's go to error, and I've got a PDF here. Error 36. There is one God according to Timothy and James. There are three according to John. So that's a Trinity issue.
let's not one God.
Well, yeah, we'll skip that one. I'm just grabbing them at random. Error 21. Jesus went to Bethphage and the Mount of Olives, then left for Bethany in Matthew. Jesus went to Bethphage and Bethany, then left for the Mount of Olives in Mark and Luke. Jesus went to Bethany and then Jerusalem in John.
That's a pretty.
Mount Olive is right outside of Jerusalem.
Okay,
Yeah,
can
I'm
I
not-
like this? First of all, okay, I hate preaching. Bible was written by a man. Okay, you have a demolished doctrine, and that's his whole thing. The fact the Bible was written by a man, then rewritten, and then rewritten, and then you go King James, the second edition. Okay, and I'm being atheist. Okay, but like the other thing is that there is an event where there was like corrections for this, because again, a whole bunch of dudes wrote a whole bunch of shit. If you ask me what the fuck I did 3 weeks ago, outside of masturbated, I'm not sure. You know what I mean? So it's like, if you're being realistic, yeah, dudes wrote this shit. Like, you can't prove it or disprove it.
Right.
But
I mean, we know that.
I digress. I just wanted to say, like, these conversations have been had, and you guys are going to recycle, and it'll be. But it's
Yes,
up
there's
to-
nothing new under the sun. It is a recycle.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or whatever.
men wrote
I
it.
digress. I shut
Question
up.
is,
I shut up.
Does it contradict? Men wrote it. Yeah, of course. They were led by the Holy Spirit. But men can contradict themselves, and they cannot contradict themselves. Right? Shakespeare can contradict himself.
Yeah,
Poe
but
can
Shakespeare created the word assassin. That's my favorite bit of trivia about Shakespeare. Like, we didn't have the word assassin, a paid killer. And he said, yep,
Shakespeare created the abbreviation of words, like saying weren't, like were not becoming weren't, and wasn't becoming was not becoming wasn't. That was all Shakespeare as well. wasn't it?
Can
Or
I
Francis
can I-
Bacon, if you prefer.
Shakespeare didn't exist. It was written
I
by
go next. I have to
Francis
ask you something as a British guy, okay? So this is a Slav asking a British guy. Like, when I read Shakespeare and whatever in high school, okay, but I've read it in its native fucking thing, and I could still understand the old English. I'm wondering if you got any takes on that, because it was so interesting. Like, to me, more how he was capable of speaking to the king, to the aristocrats, and still amuse the dudes in the cheap seats, like in the actual nosebleeds. And another funny bit, by the way, that back then we had misogyny. You weren't allowed to be an actress as a woman. But I'm done. Okay.
True, all the girls were played by men, but I don't believe in the character. I don't think he was real. I think it was Francis Bacon. So
Really?
that's why he was able to hobnob with the Shakespeare
Wow,
couldn't
okay.
even sign his own name. How's he going to write?
Yeah, it was Francis Bacon.
He couldn't even sign his own name. He was
That's been
James,
researched.
pen pal, the original pen pal. No, pen pal. What do they call it when the fucking people have a different name? Author?
Ghostwriter.
Yeah. I knew you were down there. Okay, so that was a layup, dude. Come on.
Flo, you should read
Anyway,
the Orthodox
Shakespeare-
Catechism.
It says Bible, the original
Trinity.
fucking copycat. Okay,
Bluegrass. I've discussed the Trinity with several Orthodox, and it doesn't clear anything up. It actually just muddies the water more by trying to differentiate between natures and all this shit.
Yeah, Shakespeare was Francis. I agree with Double O. Francis Bacon was a member of the court. He was a Rosicrucian, and
Freemason.
This is why we think that it was written in a way, kind of, like God reverse dog reverse God, and all this kind of mockery.
And Francis Bacon had the final edit on the King James Bible. After the king, he had the final edit on it.
Yeah, I know a few of those gems. I think I've heard it before, so must be true. Whatever.
Right.
Yeah,
I think it is actually documented somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is why
collection of this is why. Sorry, can I just? And I'll shut up. I'm in New Zealand. I have to interrupt. That's why I'm like, you should watch that movie. So there's this movie, and it's about a guy who's like 10,000 years old, right? And then he starts speaking with a whole bunch of professors, and then somebody asks him if he was a character in the Bible, and he said he kind of doesn't say no, and they keep bugging him. They're like, hold on, you're not Jesus, were you? It's such a great, it's an adaptation from a play. Okay, and I linked it.
Jill, here's a contradiction on screen.
Okay, I'm not preaching. I have no idea. Somebody else can. Satan tempts Jesus in Matthew. Matt can look over. Yeah, but that's I kind of answered this. Like this. You should ask Richard about this because I heard him speak on it. And I'll just butcher it.
I'm asking
Huh?
Jill about this.
Oh yeah. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
About anything in the Bible. I wouldn't ask Richard Madsen about anything in the Bible.
Okay.
Because his interpretation comes from his dream, as he admits.
Okay.
Not from the text itself.
What about this contradiction?
Satan tempts Jesus.
In 3 of the books, but in John, he says, I will not say much more to you, for the prince of this world is coming. He has no hold
over me, which explains the temptation and the extent of.
Isn't that saying you're not tempting me? Like you got nothing on me?
Roseanne Barr cannot tempt me. She just cannot.
Right.
Regardless of what she does, she has no hold over me. But did she tempt me? Yes. Because she took off her clothes in front of me. That is a...
Yeah, but it's not tempting because she's nasty.
Right. But so there is different types of tempting. There is a tempting in which you give in, where you have an inclination to give in. Jesus did not have any inclination, although the temptation was real.
Roseanne is a #1 best-selling Billboard rapper. Don't disrespect.
I still wouldn't fuck her, just like I wouldn't have fucked Eminem.
I would have.
Yes, there's a different type of understanding of what it means to be tempted in the case of Jesus.
Their defense is so broken that the only thing they can do is start changing fundamental definitions of words like eternal. The only way he can come out of this, the only possible way he can come out of this is to redefine eternal.
I mean,
well, I guess you're saying that there's a I guess you're saying, well, words are
it
not
actually
used.
wasn't the clip I thought it was. Redefining words is an issue.
Right. You're saying I'm redefining. Well, the word's already been has multiple definitions. So I'm not redefining it. I'm understanding that words have different usages. And they're not univocal. They don't have just one meaning.
Right.
So if I say God is jealous, I don't mean the same thing you felt when you found out your girlfriend was cheating on you with your best friend.
Error 16. What about John knew of Jesus before he baptized him in Matthew and John, but I guess in a different version of Matthew and a different verse. So in parts of each of those books, he knew about him before, and in other parts he didn't know before. Here, error 17 might be easier to address. Jesus begins his ministry after John's arrest in Mark, but in John he begins his ministry before John's arrest.
Yeah, I'd have to take a look at each of these on an individual basis. Like I looked at the Judas one, so I'd have to do the same with these and actually go and look at the two texts that are being
okay. Well, let's take a screenshot of this or something, and we'll revisit it.
Yeah. Maybe we'll set up a one-on-one.
Maybe I'll start a new channel that's just the Bible grift. That's what I'll call it, the Bible grift.
Yeah,
it's a smart idea.
It's probably smarter. Yeah,
I've considered it many times.
I'm sure your audience isn't really interested in hearing me answer all of these contradictions here.
Well, at this point, like I don't know that I'm concerned about what they want. I'm 9 hours into this shit. It's actually been I've extorted some money out of people a couple times, but this tonight hasn't really panned out for much. So I don't actually give a shit what they want.
Yeah, see, you were using the Bible there to extort some money out of Yeah, I didn't particularly care for that. But
yeah, why? Because it's not Sunday.
I mean, the church does it. The church does it all the time. So
you're right. The wicked church, yeah, the reprobate church.
That's why I don't think for a second it can be a word inspired by God. Because if it was, it wouldn't be able to be used like that.
It would not be able. Oh, so knives are not inspired to cut things because people cut people and kill people with knives. Okay. That wasn't its original intention, but so we don't judge a thing by its perversion. We judge it by its original intent.
What wasn't it though? When the knife was created, how do you know what it was first created for?
Well, I'm talking about the kitchen knife. Obviously.
Yeah, but the kitchen knife is just a knife. So when was the knife first created and
I think
why?
the first
Well,
knife
according
was
to the
created
Bible,
for hunting.
According
purposes,
to
eating, survival.
So when did the knife become a weapon? Because we were taught weapons by the fallen angels, apparently. So when did a knife?
When it was first used on a human, I guess, when Cain was slain.
He didn't use a knife. He used the jawbone.
He used a sharp object and a stone. Sure, it wasn't smooth.
I think it was a donkey's jawbone or something, wasn't it?
Could have been. But yeah, but the point I'm making is, even though the analogy isn't perfect, the point I'm making is that we don't judge anything by its perversion. So the Roman Catholic Church is a perversion of Christianity.
But then, are you Orthodox or?
You could say that,
or Protestant.
Yeah, you could say that because I believe what the Bible teaches.
Protestant means protester of Rome. Protestant, protester.
But so do the Eastern and Greek Orthodox churches as well. They protest Rome.
Yeah,
No.
I'm Orthodox. I can speak on it if you want, but there is a difference in church culture, that's for sure. But it still doesn't. It's kind of divorced from the point. It's okay, I'm gonna try to divert the conversation a little bit, and if I can, Flo can jump in. But it's you can't judge things but what they ought to be and what they are. And you can say fucking dynamite was made for fireworks, which was in the chat, but now we use it for, I don't know, everything. So yeah, you can't say that. It's somebody created the wheel. It's infinite regression. You're not gonna get anywhere. Imagine the guy who first invented the knot. He tied a knot, a rope, and then somebody made a noose out of it. What the fuck are we talking about? But I digress. I'm sorry.
Well, Orthodox means that they believe
yeah, we shouldn't preach. It's it's
tradition and has equal authority with the scriptures. Protestants don't believe that. They believe that scriptures first, and they don't go by fathers, because which father?
I'm getting too much money.
Dude, let me just say one thing and then I'll shut up. Sorry. I don't want to be part of this conversation, okay? Because I'm Orthodox. But if you look at Ethiopian Orthodox, their customs are for the Ethiopia, okay? And then you look at Greek Orthodox, their customs reflect the nature that surrounds them. But the base religion itself is not that different. Not when you compare it to fucking all your flavors of Protestant bullshit. Anyway, I'm done.
Are you an American?
Well, if you read the scriptures,
are you American Orthodox?
I'm Balkan-born Orthodox, but I live in the West now.
So you're Zelensky kicked the Orthodox Christians out, and
I'm Serbian, and to me, I'm watching my big brother and the smaller brother fight. Let me ask you we're the furthest child away. Okay, so we're the smallest kid. Okay, so we're a embassy nation from the Slavs. They go fucked in 95, and now they're using that shit to fuck the other cunts. Okay, I can go into politics on this. I know what I'm talking about. But I'm the smallest of the Slav nations, and I'm watching my two big brothers fight, which is just a replay of what Serbs and Croats did. So what works for Serbia is not going to work for Russia, because Russia's too big. But I digress. Fuck, unless Flo wants to go politics.
Are you Greek Orthodox?
I'm Serbian Orthodox.
Okay. What
Nikola, the best NBA player? Yeah, that's me. Huh?
What percentage of your traditions, and could you say you can trace back to
I see, but like, here's the thing. Like, I believe in orthodoxy to its truth, and I don't want to preach because I don't want to misguide people. Like, preaching for me is stupid. I get annoyed when
asked you
people
a
start
question. I didn't ask you
preaching
to preach.
who are not ordained, and yeah, but I'm saying I don't want to answer.
Okay.
Because I stand on what I said. I've never fucked a bitch that I wasn't going to marry. That's how hardcore religious.
Was
But I'm done.
Gurdjieff? Where was Gurdjieff from? Because he was out that way, wasn't he?
Which one?
Gurdjieff.
Oh, I'm not sure. Isn't it Czechoslovakian bullshit? It doesn't ring a bell. Like I'm not connecting it. Google
Well,
it.
I will say this, that the protest was against anyone, whether you're Ethiopian Orthodox, whether you're Greek Orthodox, whether you're Roman Catholic. The protest is against anyone who thinks that their tradition is on par with Scripture. That's the Protestant movement. That's the Reformation movement.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what Orthodox you consider yourself.
True. I'm going to judge it on the fruits of it. And right now, the fruits of Protestantism bullshit is Nala Gray. Or
of course,
whatever.
yeah, it's been perverted, of course. In the
Nala
West.
found the church. So
everything has been perverted.
The point, I stopped caring. But I
what's
don't
the
want,
origin?
I don't want to preach. Like, bro, I'll debate you on anything outside of religion.
Right.
Which kind of sucks. It
We're
means
talking about the history of the.
I understand. I'd step in, demolish doctrine. See, the funny thing is, the guy on the left owned you, and you didn't.
Who?
He did, because he said he
right.
told you what the actual implement was, and you didn't know, which is funny to me. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. I don't want to argue because I'm on your team. Okay, keep going. I'm muting.
Someone owned me. What are you talking about? We didn't even talk about the contradictions.
No, it's okay.
Talking about the donkey jawbone knife thing.
Jesus Christ. Thank you, sir, for pointing out the obvious. Now I'm muting.
So we protest the idea, even your idea, which is not in Scripture.
Yeah, and I don't give a fuck about Protestants.
Oh yeah,
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm gonna be as blunt as I can be, because I'm honest. Okay, I say what I mean. I don't care about Protestants. It's like asking me to care about fucking Transformers. I just don't care. You guys fucked it all up, and because of you, we have
you did.
You guys
That's
were
why.
retarded.
That's why we needed Reformation, because you guys.
You needed Reformation because you lost faith. That's between you and your God. I got nothing to do with it.
Add your tradition on par
Why can't you
with
respect? Why can't you be a liberal like you wanted and respect my boundaries and stop talking about religion? Because what I'm saying is, like, I don't care for your copiums about Protestants.
Like you said,
dude.
you would stay muted.
Which flavor of Protestant are you? You couldn't even name it, you fuck.
You said you would stay muted, right? So I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not
because you keep talking at me, and Flo wants me to
I won't talk
really
at you.
argue with you. So I'm doing it for a laugh. I'm making a lol cow.
So Flo,
good.
You're the bad homos, bro. Like, remember when the guy said he's sick of these new age homos? Like, I'm sick of these new age religious people.
Despite the many perversions today, and watch CBN, you'll see the.
You're the judge of it, right?
Okay, we rebuke them the same way we rebuke this guy's religion. All right, the reason why we reject Orthodox, it's not Orthodox. Okay, many of what they teach
it's not Orthodox
is
so
added.
now you're going to tell me I'm a bad Christian.
Okay? They're not Orthodox. We're Orthodox. Okay. Right? We protested their
Which flavor of Orthodox are you?
Okay. Here's the point. Nowhere in Scripture will
I
you
can't do this. It's 2 a.m. here, brother. I'm tapping out.
Yeah, it actually says in scriptures that the Pharisees,
the Pharisees were
over the traditions. They were
exactly.
And that God, Jesus rebuked them for their traditions.
Thank you. I don't even
over the scriptures. So all you orthos that say that you're ortho, but you follow fathers, and the scriptures even says, "Call no man, give no man the title of father, title of father." But yet you don't. The scriptures it doesn't matter to you. You just go with your traditions.
It's not just the right of the person who speaks to be.
That's facts, man. That's the history. That's the history of the church. So they always say, well, no, that Reformation was against the Roman Catholic Church. No, it was the idea that tradition trumps Scripture. That was Jesus's problem with the Pharisees. Exactly. They're modern day Pharisees. They're saying you have to come to our church to do this way, or do it baptized this way. If you don't, you're not saved. You need to pay a certain amount of money. They even had what they call indulgences. If you paid money, you can actually change the destiny of your loved ones. That is what Jesus taught against.
Yeah, and King James was basketball players' nickname, and Agenda 201. If you bet on the sports and stuff, I mean, the peanut
What does
butter
that have
sandwich.
anything to do what we're talking about? You just
Oh, it's almost exactly the same.
Gambling is a sin.
no, it's not.
Okay.
People that use the
Is that
Bible.
because you know that or because you feel it?
But if you know you're going to win, then it's not gambling.
Oh, you fucking yeah! And if a chick got raped, then she should probably abort the kid. Okay, I'm done.
It's not just the right of the person who speaks to be heard. It is the right of everyone in the audience to listen and to hear.
Hey, who played that?
That was me.
Very clutch.
What do I have to spell it out? So basically, you're like using the 1% thing to defend your point. Okay, but who cares? That's why I made the analogy towards the abortion. It's like, okay, dude, whatever.
We're not having a
Why are
debate.
religious people militant? This is what I don't understand. It's
Not
like
a
the whole
debate.
point of religion.
We're just having a conversation. Can't we just talk without you trying to make it into a fucking debate or something?
I didn't.
Like we're just here talking.
I'm chill. Don't be butthead. I still love you. Okay.
So hey, 13th man is Nikola Tesla. Was he from your area?
Nikolai, not Nicola.
No, it is Nicola. It's Nicola.
Nikola Tesla.
It's Nikola Tesla.
Nikola Tesla.
Yeah, the girl's name. Okay. I think that's a fucking Mandela effect because it was when I was growing up. It was like
Nikolai is the Russian version of that Slavic name. So basically, the Serbian one is the perverted version of the Russian original. It's Nikola.
Okay.
It's like the NBA player. It's Nikola. Same. They call him Nikolai. I made a meme before because you got the MVP and shit. Like it's how they say his first name is how you say Tesla's name. Okay, cool. Anyway.
Do they celebrate? Tesla in?
Yeah.
Around
the airport in Belgrade has his name. A lot of our schools have his name. Like he's known. He's like, because we're a small nation. It's like the best we've given to the world. The greatest mind we've given to the world was him. From our
what do you think about Trump's uncle having all of his work after he died?
I no comment. Do you know, like, yeah, and his wife's Slovenian. Like, there's a lot more to it. But I'm just shutting up. I'm gonna leave it to you. You're the expert.
Trump's wife.
Yeah,
what's
she's
her name?
Slovenian.
Yeah.
Do you know when you hear her speak in her native language, like she's eloquent? I'm just telling you this as somebody who understands. Yeah.
I think she's
Smart.
related or something to she's related to royalty.
Yeah, she is. The village that she's from, it's not. It's like yeah, you're probably right. Like, you know what I mean? Like sometimes how can I put this? It's like if I told you I got a girlfriend from where the fuck? Give me something pompous in England. Like I got a girl from Yorkshire.
In Windsor.
Yeah, she's a Windsor girl. Yeah. I see what she did there too. Yeah, she's a Windsor girl. Yeah.
Do you have highlands in Slavia or wherever?
Slavia, Serbia. Serbia is
Serbia. I mean,
it's Balkans, bro. It's where all the wars start. I'll link something in Flaws. You can listen to it. It's different. It's
been a long time since I've actually gotten to speak with somebody from Serbia. No, I want to talk to you for a second. I'm done my peanut butter sandwich. So, have you? And I'm not trying to be insulting. I'm from Canada, and a lot of people from Serbia and Kosovo and all that stuff came here, right? Yeah. So, but have you ever seen the movie A Serbian Tale?
Oh, I refuse to watch it. I've read the synopsis.
Yeah, I wish I didn't.
Why?
It's people, if you want to, okay, I'm going to assume all your questions and I'll just tell you, go watch tourism. Like people, the TikTok tourists and shit that go to Serbia and watch what they say. Or you can do like, do you know what's funny to me is people talk on slavery and like the first Serbian institutional law says that
I'm aware. I'm aware.
Yeah, once you put your foot on Serbia, you're a free man. Like we've never had slavery. Like if a slave ran away to Serbia, they're free. Like we don't understand this concept.
Well, no, that's because you're Slavic, and that's where the word slave came from, because they kept all you guys were slaves 3,000 years ago.
Yeah, and
I know. I'm just saying.
Question, yeah. Like the churches that got destroyed is something that like even if you're an atheist, you should be appalled. Like the heritage that the world lost during that conflict, because it's like fucking, I don't even know how to put it as an equivalent. It'd be, how can I like paint in a different nation? It'll be like somebody saying Berlin belongs to them. It's like you can't do it because it's the cultural heritage. It's the center of German culture. And now you're saying, oh, because fucking communists and shit and Albanians came and now they have more people because Americans meddled. Now they're going to say, oh, now it belongs to us. It's like, cool. Now in England, you have the same problem. What the fuck are you going to do? Or in America, you just about had the same problem. A whole bunch of people come, they outbreed you, and now they say this is no longer yours. So I'm laughing.
Well, there's a reason. There's a reason why it was, and I'm part Irish, but
I could cook on this.
Why Ireland were the first ones to stand up against what was happening between Israel and Palestine. Because Ireland. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'll mute.
I was going to ask 13th man again. Did you say there are highlands?
Like where I grew up, the city is named Užice. Okay, I don't give a fuck. You can look it up. It's the first city it's the first European land that got liberated from Germans. Like we kicked them out. My city kicked out the Germans, and they had to come back like a month and a half later and fucking destroy everything. Like, it's literally inside mountains. Like when Serbia got attacked by NATO, you guys couldn't come in because it's all mountains. Like you couldn't do shit.
Do the people identify like by the name Highlanders?
No, we have a ch at the end, ICH. Or ch, like we have a thing at the end. So it's like Polish have isk, or 10th man might know this. It's like when you hear that. When I hear a Polish surname, I can tell. The same way when you hear a French surname, you can tell. So yeah, we have that kind of surname. Like, but that's another thing. And let's fuck Serbia, bro. We're small, but like in America, you guys don't have that. You don't have a shared identity. Okay, like when I saw you guys burning your own flags, I was like, you guys are fucked. But in Serbia, you can't burn a Serbian flag. You're gonna get beat up. Cops won't even get to you in time.
Because these dummies have never gone anywhere else. You know that I've asked a lot of people if they were aware, like after this whole earliest Israel thing has begun since October 7th.
Yeah.
And I've said, okay, but are any of you guys aware at all of the young girl that got ran over by a bulldozer?
I know
this exact same stuff in like 2006 or something like that.
Yeah.
No one's even aware that this stuff even happened. They just see something on TikTok. All of a sudden, they're an expert on this stuff. And it's like, I've been watching this stuff for almost 50 years.
Dude, 11th man watched the fucking video conspiracy about that ship that got fucking shredded outside Israel. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I don't want to say
I know.
And it's like, what are you guys like? We want proof. Like, what do you mean proof? You can see the ship. It's got holes in it.
I saw the interview with the only, or at least one of the. I thought there was only one survivor, but I might be mistaken.
Oh, they're getting old. Yeah. It's like, what are you guys doing?
Let's do the Christian grifting thing again.
Leave Christians alone, dude. They'll support content, and like.
See, the thing I've learned though, Flo, after investigating this for a very, very long time, I understand where you're coming from with the, like your little bit of rebelliousness about it. I've learned that human beings have to have something, so you kind of just have to let them have it. It's that or getting their kids' junk cut off. Those are your two choices. Right? So you gotta go with the less evil one. That's what you gotta do.
Now you're making religion.
I am actually setting up a Christian grift channel right now.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it should be good content.
Who wants to subscribe to my new Christian grift channel?
I keep telling my Michael.
Put it on your community page. Put it on your community page. You know why?
You could do what Tariq did. Oh, sorry. I'll shut up. I'm New Zealand. Give me a break. You could do what Tariq did while it's still relevant, because he did the whole thing with what's his name, the mini Destiny guy. He's cool. Where he tried to reason into religion and take the logic path and see if you can get there just for fun. Like it's like Paul Davis blew up because she red pilled chicks. She was the first one. Okay, you could see if anyone could religion pill you through logic or if it's all bullshit.
I'm the reincarnation of Tesla.
You're a fucking don't do this to me. Not to me. I can't. No. Reincarnation. That's funny. There is black pills there. There's the guy who like can just do art, like, and he's never been exposed to it, like genetic memory. I'd believe that before I'd believe reincarnation, to be honest. Anyway.
Truth. Yeah, me too. Yep. The whole Assassin's Creed thing. Yep.
Yeah.
Even
great games. Well, no. Black Flag. Okay, anyway.
Even Christian grifters, it'll still get the word out. Christians will come up and mess with your grift. You're a grifter, and it's a good.
Hey,
good
you know
idea.
what? Yeah, it might be a good idea. If this is what people want to spend money on, fine, I'll sell it to them. I'm not, and I'll still be better than fucking Zach lying to him. I'm not lying to him either. It's right in the name.
Motherfucker. No, seriously though, like I'd watch it. That'd be fun to watch.
It is.
Because it's like unmovable object meets unstoppable force, and you got to see what's going to break. So it's like what's his name? I can't remember his name. Ask Deriak, because he did that grift. Like people would watch you do that grift.
I thought he was a Christian.
Yeah, he became Christian through it. Like
really?
Yeah. And what was his name that did it? Go watch it. It's his Theology Thursday thing, and you'll
Talking
see.
about a historical person or someone that's alive today?
No, he was on the panel earlier.
Yeah. And he became a Christian through that. He got Andrew Wilson into it, kind of. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, there's several examples of that happening. Maybe
But
that's
like-
going to happen to you, Flo.
I'd watch it. Like, to me, that would be so interesting. Because you'd have to, like, yeah.
Is this your new channel?
It will still spread the word.
Put it in the live chat.
Make it a season. Make it an episode thing. It
In the
either
Bible.
works or it doesn't. But, like, if you're looking for ideas, you can... I don't know. I could try blackpill you.
How much
I know
you
I-
should
I
pay
know
me?
I'd
You
win.
should pay me.
So
You
it's not
should
even
pay
fun.
I already
me.
put it in the description. I'm an atheist.
How much you gonna pay me
Technically-
for the idea? I gave you the idea. How much you gonna pay me?
You did not give me the
I
idea.
gave him the idea.
I
I gave him the idea.
It was my idea.
I'm not paying anybody any royalties, and I'm charging
I
$2 a
don't-
Bible verse, but I need 50 subscribers before I can stream on this channel. So giddy up.
What's the name of it? Put the link in the.
I put it in the front chat. I've put it in the back chat.
I'm
It's called An Atheist Reading the Bible, and the handle is @BibleAtheist.
Let me cook for a second. There was like old Menoswap content, okay? Old Menosphere content. Quite often they would do like folders or like sections, right? And it'll be like a season, okay? So you could literally do a season of this. And I'll do a season with you blackpilling you just for fun. And you could do like 10 episodes.
You're exhausting. I can only handle one belief system. But I'm
Bitch,
not
do you
down
want to
with
make money?
There's a lot more Christians to grift off of than there are black pillars.
You think Really? Really?
Yes.
Are you willing to die on hell?
I gotta run. Thanks for having me.
You
See you guys.
should go. You should. I can give you channels to prove you wrong. You can just take my word for it. Like Better Bachelor makes probably $100K a year grifting off the incels, so to speak. Or like you can go watch Undead Chronic, which is the Greenskins, which is the raid that you got there one time. It gave you a big bump.
No, I don't even think. I also think that I'm too moral of a person to support something that's inherently toxic as fuck.
Why do you think that's toxic?
The black pill.
We deliver because it's nihilistic. It's not
It's
even
nihilistic. It's hateful and it's irresponsible.
Okay, but ice cream licking is not. See, that could be an argument. That could be a whole episode.
There's not an argument there.
Isn't there?
It's nihilistic because there's no point in doing anything. It's hateful because it blames women for all of men's problems, and it. What was the last thing I said? It's irresponsible because you're literally not taking responsibility for your own problems.
You sounded like a tradcon. That's what Paul Davis would tell you. Like you sounded like a traditional conservative, which is hurry up and marry these whores.
who just left the channel? Who was that?
The panel. I don't. Who did just?
Jill.
Oh, that was Jill. Yeah, I don't.
Bro, I'm sorry, but it's like I was making a joke earlier, but it's like I don't know. I just don't want to.
Jill have a channel. Does Jill have a channel?
Yeah. You have to.
I don't hate him. Whatever.
No, you're fine with it. Jill, if you're still watching, leave a comment in the chat. I don't know. It's done. I don't see Jill. He was in the comments tonight, and he was in the comments on my last stream. All right. Do I have any subs? Whoever's coming up here, I'm wrapping up. Ah, shit! It's OTW.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Go ahead.
No, since you're ending it, I figured I'd come up and give you another chance for more money.
Oh, okay. By the way, yesterday was hilarious. You sent a raid to a stream that ended.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that.
Okay. I had to tell you now so you don't fuck up again.
Sub on the Christian channel, boy. I need 50. Like, this channel doesn't do shit until I get 50 subscribers.
Hey, where's the link to that channel so I go help sub over there? 12 subscribers?
I put it in the back chat and the front chat.
Cool. There we go.
Thank you, Voy. Thank you, Naomi. Praise God. Do you know how irritated I'll be if you fucks actually turn me Christian?
I'll troll you forever. I'll make fun of you for the rest of your life.
Yo! There is no way in hell that I would believe that you would turn Christian.
That I turned you Christian would be adorable.
Unless
wouldn't that be weird?
You're fucked.
Unless you had some sort of spiritual awakening.
Were you ever? Did you ever believe it?
Calling you cute.
You never believed?
No, not really. I mean, I was raised in sort of like a, your generic white bread, go to church every other week sort of family. But I never was quite religious.
I mean, as a child, did ever anybody
as a kid,
ever?
Sure, you accept what your parents tell you, but yeah. I mean, I would have identified as Christian when I was a kid, but it would have just been a pass through.
Can I? Maybe this will spark a conversation.
What I'm trying to get to is, did anybody give you the gospel? Like, say, if you believe in Jesus, you will be saved. And as a little kid, you said, "Oh yeah, I believe in Jesus."
Mm-hmm.
You did do that.
Yeah, I've been.
Well, then Because once saved, always saved. I'm sorry, I'm going to see you in heaven. Too bad
No,
you're
that
Christian.
that doesn't work that way. First of all,
Yeah,
being saved that's not what it means. You're being
whatever.
saved.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I do know what I'm talking about, because what you're
Blah,
saying
blah,
about
blah.
being saved is as if it was you wave your magic wand and everything is
Are you a
forgiven.
Christian?
That is such
OTW.
bullshit. That is
Are you a
such
Christian?
fucking
Are
bullshit.
OTW? Are you
No,
a
you're full
Christian?
of shit, Rocky. Come
Are
on,
you
man.
a Christian? Oh,
Nobody's gonna wave no fucking
you're
magic
telling me
wand
what the
to
fucking Bible says, like,
relieve
and
you
you're
of
not
your
even a Christian,
sins and
and you
free you
fucking
from your
no shit.
damnation. That's completely fucking
You're a
insane.
fucking idiot. You're an idiot.
Hold on a second. I put both of them backstage for a second so that I could tell you. I only have 17 subs over on the new Jesus channel. And there's 68 people watching here. So what in the fuck are 51 of you doing? I'll drop the link again, and then I'll bring them back up so that they can have the Bible bash or whatever that you guys want to have.
Can you imagine? Like, okay, so I'm foreseeing the future. This is why he's doing it, okay? He's such a grifter. Can you imagine a fucking Andrew Wilson raid into that? That would be so hilarious. I'd actually
No,
laugh.
I know.
I'm kidding.
And I understand that Andrew chooses where to raid according to a tier, and being a Christian puts you higher up in the ranking than being not a Christian. No, I've heard him say that. It's Orthodox, then generic Christian, then everyone else.
Okay, so here's what I noticed. Okay, and I'm gonna throw Speakeasy under the bus, which I'm sure you'll appreciate. Okay, so like one of my arguments in one of the members only streams was that like if Andrew Wilson raided Speakeasy after whatever raid, I would have just left. I would have just closed it because it's not my flavor. Does that make sense? It's like it doesn't make sense, right? But like because you raided into Glenn, I'm like, hold on, I know this guy. I've seen his face before, and then I discovered Glenn, and then whatever audience is more likely to stick on him. But what I was saying, on the other hand, if Andrew Wilson was trolling TikTok, which is more common than whatever, okay, like that raid, I wouldn't raid into Glenn or you. I'd raid into Speakeasy's fucking debate bro channel bullshit. And that whole audience is going to stay. I'm not saying Andrew Wilson is doing this, but it appears to me he's doing it. Like he has enough IQ to send his current audience to something that's relevant. Like if I was playing a computer game, I wouldn't send my audience to Black Pill. Okay. Or if I was doing, sorry, I'm done. I'm kind of
okay. I
repeating.
get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. It's and I appreciate it, but
and he appreciates people who are not cunts, and you're not a cunt. Like I've told you this before. I know you're not a cunt. You're a bit of a cunt, but you're not that cunt. Okay. Oh, by the way, Bogans, Australian Bogans, are better than American rednecks. Okay. You give me that.
I don't know what an Australian bogan is. All I know is that I got 20. All right, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to put you back with the rest. You're distracting the audience, and I'll bring people back up when we get. I'm at 21 subs right here. What the fuck is this? Like, what is this? Here's what we're gonna do.
Just for you, I'm going into my second account to sub you.
You're a gentleman and a scholar. Here is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna do. If I don't have 50 subs by the time this hits 0, I'm ending.
I'm subbed up, man. I just had to take a phone call.
Oh yeah, no, you're good. I'm just doing the thing. 25. We're at 25. We're halfway there. I must have a lot of hate watchers, right? Or I got a lot of atheists. $27. I know, Casper. I've got you in back. I'm putting thumb screws on people. They can't be too entertained. Bill Hicks, I've started a channel like that I've just linked there where I as an atheist will read Bible verses for $2 a piece. I cannot live stream on it until I get 50 subs there. And so I'm ending the stream in 1 hour or 1 minute and 15 seconds unless I get 50 subs there. And right now I'm at 30 subs, which is still less than half of the people watching. And check out Slow Fate. Slow Fate is good shit. Mm-mm-mm. 33. Oh man, look at that. We're at 33 subs. Y'all better hurry up. I'm not playing. 30 seconds to get 17 more subs. 15 more subs.
There you go. I subbed both your channels with my other account.
You're a gentleman and a scholar.
Least I can do.
You did this. This is your fault.
Yeah, you're welcome. You know, you're at 964 subs now on this channel.
Nice. All right, I'm gonna do one final refresh. What am I at? I am at 36 subs. Adios.